Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to MassHSHockey.com. My name is Paul McNamara, and along with Pat Serio and Mark Igo, who is en route, we will be with you for the next maybe 6-7 hours today, or 8 hours. We've got 4 big games lined up for you live from the Cape, from Falmouth, the Falmouth Ice Arena here, this beautiful new facility. This is the Buddy Ferrara Classic. Tournament's been going on for years. It's one of the great tournaments in Mass high school hockey that wraps up the season for 8 teams, and we've had some great competition. The opening round was delayed. There were 2 games played Saturday and 2 yesterday, and moving on in the winner's bracket, Austin Prep and BC High, who will meet here in the first game, and Duxbury and Hingham, also winners in the first round. They will meet in the third game this afternoon. Arlington Catholic and Archbishop Williams will be the 3 o'clock face-off, and then the nightcap, the 7 o'clock face-off scheduled, will be between the homestanding Falmouth Clippers and the Waltham Hawks. So some great competition. There's been some exciting games around the state this weekend. We want to wish everyone a happy President's Day and hope you'll be with us for most of the afternoon or all of it. We've got a real good one to open things up here, and we're about ready to go. Boston College High School, 6-0 winners yesterday over Falmouth, and Austin Prep with a 5-1 win over Waltham. And we are underway here in round 2, the opening game of the Buddy Ferrara Classic 2014. And right off the opening draw, Austin Prep dumps it into the BC High end, but it is called for icing 9 seconds in. J.J. Layton, number 22, and Brendan Leach, the defense pairing for Austin Prep, right out off the gun. Cam Russo's line out there with McDonough and McAnally. BC's opening line is Riley in the middle with DeForge and Connor Noonan, the local kid, the Falmouth native, Connor Noonan on right wing for BC High. Ryan Shea sends a wrister in that Elijah Harris gloves for the first save of the afternoon for Austin Prep, and they'll face off again to his right. These 2 teams among the top 4 or 5 in the state by various rankings, and they have not met this year. They met last year in this tournament, and Austin Prep was victorious. And as Mark Igo said over the weekend, that kind of got Austin Prep going, and they had a great run in the state tournament, making it to the finals of the Super 8 tournament, where they fell to Malden Catholic in a great game. Ryan Shea now will start out. Teams change. Fresh legs on the ice. Shea up the boards for Lemansky. Lemansky turns and looking for Kaiser Ray, but it's picked up by Andrew Cross for Austin Prep. His dump in goes off the skates of Billy Roach, and now BC High will try to break it out. Shea tips it up to Patrick Kramer. Kramer on the right to Lemansky. They've got a 3-on-3. Kramer's backhand pass across the slot carries over to Mike Egan. Now Bobo Carpenter swings it behind the net over to Andrew Cross. Cross the long pass intended for Egan, intercepted by BC High, and Topham can't get it deep. Now Carpenter knocks it to the line where Kaiser Ray plays it over to Trevor Davis. Davis looking for Kramer, intercepted by Mike Egan. Egan a little move to get by Lemansky. He dumps, and they will change lines at the Austin Prep bench. DeShulo on it at center ice for Austin Prep, dumps it into the zone. Topham, the long pass intended for LaRock, fresh onto the ice, and Harris has to play it behind the net. Comes around to Giangrandi. Giangrandi trying to get it up the middle there for Duarte, intercepted by BC High. LaLiberty looking for Justin Fain going down the left wing. Pass is too far in front now. LaLiberty tries to center. LaRock on it for BC High, right wing corner. Circles up high, cross point to Ryan Shea. Shea, the wrister, goes wide, loose behind the net. Andrew Cross bangs it up the boards, and the icing signal is up. Now it's waved off as Alec Flynn goes back to get it for BC High. He'll bump it around to Shea. Shea looks, slows it down behind his net. Now comes out the left side, up to LaLiberty. LaLiberty wing to wing up to Fain, who redirects it in and heads to the bench. Elijah Harris now the long outlet pass for McDonough. McDonough bangs it off the boards, can't get it deep. BC High breaks out. Peckrell up on the right wing to Noonan, in the middle to Riley, stolen by Austin Prep. J.J. Layton will dump it left wing corner. Peckrell backhands it to Noonan. Noonan can't jam it up the boards. Russo overskates, and now DeForge on it for BC High, and DeForge starts out through center ice. Delayed offside call, and now the whistle goes. DeForge took a two-hand chop there by the back checker, but no call. Just underway, 12:07 to go, opening period of play. No score between BC High in their road maroon and Austin Prep, the home team this afternoon, in their home white sweaters. Sam Topham on it. Banks it off the boards for Lemansky. Lemansky, his redirect intercepted by Carpenter, and now Davis on it for BC High over to Topham. Sam Topham, assistant captain, up for Kaiser Ray in the middle to Lemansky, looking for Kramer down low. Kramer pinched there by Leach. They get it back to Davis on the point. The shot deflects up into the air and now lifted out by McAdams. Bouncing puck being chased by Egan for Austin Prep, and Topham for BC High. Sam Topham will start up the right side for Lemansky. Lemansky has a couple of open men, feeds it to Topham in the middle. The fake slap shot, trying to get around DeShulo. Sends a low one in on Harris that he redirects to the corner, and now Bobo Carpenter on it. Carpenter with a great game yesterday, a goal and a couple of assists. Shea banks it around the boards for Justin Fain. Fain, little move to get out. Now he's poked away by Giangrandi. Good play by Giangrandi. BC High tries to go cross ice. Giangrandi turns around and dumps it deep again, and now LaRocque, the center, is back to get it. Poked off his stick, but Topham will skate it out. Long pass up for Liberty will go for icing. Yesterday, McKennelly had a goal and 2 assists. Russo a goal and 2 assists. Carpenter a goal and 2 assists. All for Austin Prep. Layton with 3 assists. Those were the leading scorers for Austin Prep. In BC High's game, Ryan Shea with 3 assists. Kramer with a goal and assist. LaRocque with a goal and an assist. Those were the multiple point scorers for BC High yesterday. Now Layton giving chase with Noonan. AP able to get it up to McDonough. McDonough over the line and deep. Payson leaves it. Shea now up the middle for Riley. Riley left side for DeForge. DeForge slows it through center, dumps it in deep. Harris will swing it around the boards for McKennelly. He redirects it out of the zone. Ryan Shea now over on it. Backhands it in deep. Just about 5 minutes played here, opening period of play. No score between Austin Prep and BC High. This is round 2 of the Buddy Ferreira Classic from Falmouth. Bouncing puck sent in by Russo. And a tough save for Payson there. He had to be on his toes. Billy Roach now up off the stick of Kramer over to Lemansky. Lemansky trying to get around Murphy on for his first shift of the afternoon. McAdams can't muscle it up the boards, and now finally Carpenter able to get it out of the zone. And sends it deep, and icing will be called here. I think Carpenter thought maybe there was a teammate cutting towards the boards, but no connection there. Faceoff will come back on the Austin Prep end with 9:38 to go, opening period of play. It'll be Carpenter on the draw for Austin Prep and Patrick Kramer for BC High. Carpenter draws it back for Andrew Cross, who sets up the play far side, but a long shot in by Lemansky, tipped by Kramer, and that was a tough chance for Elijah Harris. And now a missed pass there for the Cougars of Austin Prep, and that will go the length of the ice for icing. Teams will change here with the stop in action with 9:23 to go, opening period of play. And the faceoff will come back to the right of Elijah Harris, his stick side. LaRocque for BC High will take the draw with Cam Russo for Austin Prep. Russo, the junior out of Billerica, had a great game yesterday, goal and 2 assists. And now a steal by McKennelly, can't get by the BC High defense, and Roach. Topham clears and onto the stick of LaRocque. LaRocque back to Topham, off the skates of Justin Fain, onto the stick of Andrew Cross. Cross, number 5, sends it up, stolen by number 5 from BC High, Ryan Shea. Shea with 3 assists yesterday. Off the stick of Justin Fain, and now Cross will play it for Austin Prep into the middle. Stolen by the Liberty to Fain, into the middle to LaRocque. The wrist shot and a goal! Tim LaRock picks the upper right-hand corner and beats a screened Elijah Harris for the first goal of the afternoon. It comes at 6:16 of the first period. It should be LaRock from Fane and La Liberty. They all touch the puck. But however they announce it, it's 1-0 BC High. What a wicked wrist shot by Tim LaRock. Big number 25, the junior out of Middleborough. Wrist shot by Layton is gloved there by Payson for the save. They announced Ryan Shea. That was Tim LaRock who got the goal. We'll give you our scoring take on things and disregard the announcement. Puck is dropped. That faceoff should have been called back as an Austin Prep guy was in the circle there ahead of the drop, but play goes on. Sam Topham behind the net. Topham goes up the middle now, right side to Lemansky. Cross ice to Kaiser Ray on the go. He's got Kramer headed to the net. Kramer is taken down by Layton. Play continues. They swing it around this side for Mike Egan. Mike Egan now looking. Pass up intended for McAdams. Jumps over his stick onto the stick of Billy Roach for BC High. Around the boards to Kaiser Ray. Back to Roach. Stolen there by McAdams. And knocked off his stick onto the stick of Lemansky, who clears to center. Cross over to DeShulo. Up to Egan. Egan will dump it deep left wing corner. Ryan Shea on it there for the BC High Eagles. Up for Adam Foley in the middle to Kaiser Ray. Steps around the check by Giangrandi. Now Shea on the go. Ryan Shea, wrister down low. Saved by Harris. Giangrandi for Austin Prep. Can't get a stick on it. Now sends it back for DeShulo. DeShulo forecheck there by Adam Foley and Aiden Foley. The brothers doing a good job down low on DeShulo. Now DeShulo trying to ride Adam Foley out of the zone, but Ryan Doolin, the freshman, on it. He can't get it by big number 15, Duarte, and Duarte clears up to O'Toole. O'Toole over the line and dumps, and Chris Peckrell will retreat for BC High and pick it up there. Peckrell now up the boards looking for Aiden Foley. He's pinned by Kiley. And now Peckrell once again drives it up onto the stick of Aiden Foley, and Doolin gets it over the line but not deep. And good pass up by Murphy onto the stick of Russo, but he can't control. Here's LaRock. LaRock up to Doolin, knocks it out of the air, but can't control. Now LaRock has it in the corner, in front to La Liberty. His shot goes just wide. La Liberty on the rebound, far corner. Colin Murphy trying to muscle it up the boards. Instead, La Liberty gets it back other side to Topham. Topham's shot is intercepted by Russo, and he breaks out. Cam Russo over the line. He'll dump it in deep, where McKennelly will forecheck there on Trevor Davis. Davis able to swing away from McKennelly, now skating through his defensive zone up to La Liberty. Pass up to LaRock. They've got a 2-on-1 if they hurry, but Layton does a good job to circle back and intercept. J.J. Layton sends it up the boards into the BC High end. We're down to 5:40 to go, opening period of play. BC High 1, Austin Prep nothing. Tim LaRock with the goal. Now Layton knocks down his own goaltender, and they're going to call interference on BC High when it was an Austin Prep guy who knocked his own goalie down. .9:31 of the first, the time of the penalty to Justin Fane for interference, and Austin Prep will have a chance here to tie things up on the power play. 5:29 to go, first period of play. They'll send out Russo with McKennelly and McAdams up front. Carpenter and Cross will be the power play defense pairing for Austin Prep. Riley and La Liberty up front for BC High on the penalty kill. Cross in the middle. On the right side in the corner to McKennelly, back to Cross. Cross looks over to Carpenter, one-timer. Blocked by La Liberty. He can't get it out of the zone, though. And now he finally does after 2 or 3 tries. Back to Andrew Cross, up to McKennelly, who just backhands it in deep. McKennelly can't keep the clearing pass in, and Carpenter back on it, over to Cross, back to Carpenter. Bobo Carpenter now assesses the situation and dumps it deep into the left corner. They've got to get 4 checkers on that. Billy Roach beats them to it, up to Adam Foley, who sends it the length of the ice with 44 seconds to go on the Austin Prep power play. Andrew Cross now on the go, up the right wing. Cross over the line, flying down the right side, around Topham, shot, and a goal as Davis puts it behind his goaltender on the rebound, and Austin Prep ties it up on the power play. Cross will get the goal. We'll see how they rule the assist here. Andrew Cross with a great rush there. His centering pass was stopped by Payson, but Trevor Davis right there trying to clear it, inadvertently put it behind his own goaltender, and we're tied at 1. Layton now up the boards for McKennelly, intercepted by Lemansky. Lemansky harassed over there by Layton. Russo and Kramer, the 2 opposing centers, right there to help out. They announced the goal from McAdams from Andrew Cross. McDonough now fights for it on the boards for Austin Prep. Instead, Kramer up with it. Back to Davis. He sends it in deep left wing corner where Harris plays the rebound. Over on the far side for Mike Egan. Egan, long pass up for McAdams. Intercepted by Topham. Over the line, long shot in, goes wide. La Liberty hustles in. Able to control the rebound. LaRock sends a shot in wide. Now Layton, crisp pass up to McAdams. His pass intercepted by Shea, off the stick of Riley, deep into the Austin Prep end. 3:16 to go, first period of play. We're tied at 1 here. Austin Prep and BC High. It's been a good one. LaRock now touches up, but La Liberty is hurt down behind the net. Did not see what happened to Chris La Liberty, but he is hurting and he's on the ice. Teammate Patrick Riley there trying to help him up, and Alec Flynn now skates in to take his other arm, and they'll skate La Liberty over to the bench. Coach Flaherty asking the officials if there's a penalty on that or not. I, again, did not see that play behind the net, but La Liberty sore as he goes and takes a seat behind the bench. The line has changed here with Riley and Noonan and DeForge now on the ice for BC High. Shea over to DeForge on the face-off play. DeForge deep into the Austin end, and now Cross will send it around. Alec Flynn over there to keep it in deep. DeShulo bangs it up the boards for McAdams. Looking for Carpenter, can't connect. Shea intercepts to Noonan. Noonan, little move at the line, but runs into DeShulo. Now Riley, through some traffic, able to get a shot off, it goes wide. Riley redirects, but Cross plays it for Austin to McAdams, who sends to center. Shea now up for Noonan, bounces over his stick. The puck is bouncing a lot here. Right there, bounced over McAdams' stick again. And Shea able to finally settle it. He's knocked down by McAdams. Shea back on his skates, able to send it over to Lemansky on the breakout, and Kramer follows with a head of steam, trying to get around Layton. Kramer is held briefly by Layton. Good play by Layton. Egan can't get it by the forecheck of Lemansky over there for BC High. Lemansky to Kaiser Ray. Ray, a low angle shot goes wide. Topham sends it in deep. Lemansky now a hit on Deshulo, and Roach a hit on Egan, but breaking out is Russo. The follow by McKennelly. McKennelly now controls. He's got Leighton in the middle. Pass just in front of him, and BC High able to break it out with 1:35 to go. Kaiser Ray dumps it in. Harris plays it. Ray, the centering pass. The shot by LaRocque on the follow. Saved by Harris. McDonough now lugs it out for Austin Prep to the line. Shea intercepts over to Davis off his skates up to LaRocque. LaRocque back cross ice to Shea. Shea looks, starts out. Ryan Shea down the right wing side, trying to get around cross, turns and dumps. And we're down to 1 minute remaining in the first period of play. Justin Fain to LaRocque, pinned by his fellow number 25, Leach. And out comes Russo finally, over to McKennelly. McKennelly loses to DeForge for BC High. Steve DeForge now up to Davis on the left side. Davis able to muscle it into the Austin Prep end where Cross will play it. Up to Deshulo, long pass looking for Egan. Picked up by Carpenter. Bobo Carpenter down the lane. Backhander saved by Payson. And now the net goes off as Carpenter went after that rebound, but Topham intercepted the body of Carpenter, and they both went into the post. 25 seconds to go, opening period of play. All ones up on the board across the bottom, 1-1 and period number 1. Face off to the right of Payson, Carpenter for Austin Prep, and Patrick Riley for BC High. And now referee back up ice, clearing a broken stick. And we're set to go with 25 seconds remaining in the first period. Skating through the circle is Liberty back on the ice. Good to see him healthy after he was shaken up. Now Egan for BC High, left side, banks it off the boards for McAdams. Carpenter, the trailer, the pass out to Carpenter, never got a shot off. 7 seconds now as Topham will try to freeze it in the corner here and let the clock run down. And it does. So BC High protects in their corner and lets time run out in the first period. And at the end of one, we're tied 1-1. Quick recap of the scoring at 6:16. It was Tim LaRocque from Fane and La Liberty making it 1-0. BC High on an even strength goal. And then at 10:29, Austin Prep tied it up on the power play. Andrew Cross with a rink length rush. His shot was saved, but then Trevor Davis from BC High actually put it behind his own goaltender. They announced the goal to McAdams from Cross. We saw it as Andrew Cross unassisted. And right now we want to welcome in Mark Igo to the booth.
Mr. McNamara, glad I could finally make it, huh?
I'm out of breath. I'm glad you came.
Yeah, well, Rick Comfort was wondering where the heck I was. So shout out to Rick. Hey, Pat. And not only did I just show up, but I grabbed Mr. Jim Clark in the stands here to join us in between periods.
Yeah, the famous red coat has made it to Falmouth without the red coat.
That's right. So
everybody knows Clarkie in the slot. Jim, welcome. Good to see you.
Great to be here. Absolutely. First time coming down. I didn't get down here last year, so checking out the new rinks. It's a gorgeous place. You know.
Yeah, a lot different than the old facility, huh?
I like the old facility. Yeah. One of those classic hockey barns, but I mean, a new place with all the modern comforts of home. It's a great place for this tournament and a great tournament overall.
Yeah, and obviously first year named after Buddy Ferreira, who joined us day one. I don't know if he's here yet today, obviously.
I believe he is, yeah.
Is he good? So we'll try to grab him in between periods. But you've been covering this for a while, and you've covered Buddy for a little while. Yep. Any good stories you want to share with us from the Buddy Ferreira Classic?
I probably don't have as many stories as a lot of the coaches have, but I mean, Buddy's just been such a great help to us. Just runs a really first-class tournament down here. Obviously Paul Moore's, you kind of pick up the ball and gone with it, and it's fun. It's an event I look forward to coming down every year. Don't always get to make it down here, but just the first-class treatment and the quality of the play and the quality of the teams you get down here, you just can't miss it.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And 1-1 at the end of one here. We expected a great game as we saw these two teams here last year play a great game, but. Following your rankings, I know you've got BC High 1 or 2 and Austin Prep right up there number 2. Yeah. So when you talk about what you've seen around the state as we get ready for the seeding meeting on Saturday.
I'll tell you what, it's getting really interesting. I mean, teams are playing their way onto the bubble, starting to, get a little bit of some chinks in the armor a little bit here, and that's what you expect. It happens every year, and that's the great part of having so many really competitive, great games the last week or two of the season. These teams really can show, what they're going to be facing once the tournament comes around. They're playing tournament caliber hockey right down the stretch, and that's what you really want to see. You want to see these teams testing each other, getting out there on the ice, and showing what they can do against quality competition, and it really gives us a good look at what they can do. And it doesn't always make our job easy trying to figure out who should be the 8 teams or the 10 teams. But it's great hockey and it's fun to see.
Yeah, I think again, I overuse it. Anybody that's watched repeatedly, they'll start calling my middle name jockeying, but this is a jockeying for position tournament, as are a couple of other games around the state this week. But really, after the top maybe 4, maybe 2, maybe 4, there's a big group there, 5 or 6 to 12. And then another group maybe 12 to 15.
I'm going probably top 4, Malden Catholic, BC High, Springfield Cathedral, Austin Prep. Then you start getting into the Central Catholic, Xaverian. Catholic Memorial has been, obviously shaky a little bit. Then you really start to get interesting. You're starting to get into some of these Catholic Central teams, Archbishop Williams, AC, St. Mary's.
St. John's of Shrewsbury.
They really haven't done a whole lot to separate each other. A lot of ties out there, so it's really difficult to try and get a handle on who's better than each other. And then you throw in teams like Duxbury comes down here, has a great win the other day.
I was just going to say, the public picture this year is a little different because there's no one outstanding team in the Middlesex other than maybe Watertown, and Duxbury's going to make a statement case here.
The Middlesex has been really strange, like you said, a lot of ties. You thought going into the season that Winchester probably was the team to beat, but they really haven't been able to step up and prove it.
They haven't separated.
No, nobody's separated. Teams with 5, 6, 7 ties. Like you said, Watertown's got the best record in that whole group. You might be able to knock them. They didn't obviously, expect that they were going to be that good this year, so they didn't really step up the schedule, and I think that's what a lot of people want to see. Then you throw a team like Braintree in there. Braintree's got some opportunities. They've beaten St. Mary's. They got a good win against Duxbury, and then they got a good opportunity coming up this week against Catholic Memorial to end the season.
That turns out to be a really big focus game.
So if you're really looking for Publix, and I know a lot of people don't want to see 10 Catholic schools in there, it very easily could happen. You just don't know. I mean, you got your naysayers and your cynics out there who say that they're going to try and find a way to get a Public or 2 in there. And but really, who is it? You're looking at Braintree, you're looking at Duxbury, and you're looking at Winchester. Realistically, that's it. So.
Well, how about some other divisions? Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. I mean, I know you cover them all. Any other teams that you expect to make a run to the Garden here as we come down the stretch?
Well, funny you mentioned Division 2 because I think a team that we really can't overlook is Beverly. Beverly's getting got a lot of noise. They potentially could go 19-0-1. Division 2 teams usually don't get a lot of respect when it comes to the Super 8, and the problem with a team like Beverly is they're not going to have the opportunity to play any of these teams and really prove how good they are. And Division 2 team I don't think has gotten into the Super 8 since 1996. I think it was either Tewksbury or Acton Boxborough. So it's been a long time, and for that reason, they just don't play the caliber of competition. But you just don't know. I mean, you really don't know how good they are. They could come out here and easily compete with teams like this. So it's kind of that balancing act. You take the team that's played the toughest schedule that might not have as good a record. I don't know, but Division 2 tournament is always great, whether it's north or south. You got Beverly, you got 2 really good teams in the DCL with Tewksbury and Lincoln Sudbury are great. Then you get down south, you've got some good teams out of the Hockomock. Canton is really good. Plymouth South, I think, is a sleeper team. They've lost twice to Marshfield and lost to Falmouth. They split with Falmouth.
Good record.
Very good record. I think they are like 15-3-1, something like that. And kind of tested themselves a little bit against some tough competition. So I think Division 2 is really going to be interesting. Then Division 3, obviously you're going to put Watertown in there. And I was a little bit surprised before the season to see if they dropped down to Division 3. They got a situation coming up where they think that their numbers are going to drop off, and so they'll probably get knocked for it this year, being in Division 3. But I think down the road they were kind of looking ahead a little bit. But I think they're going to be a really strong team in Division 3. And then some of the southern teams, I think Division 3 South is going to be a war. Really, nobody has stepped up in Division 3 South. Norwell has kind of had a pretty good run of it, but a lot of the South Shore teams and Hanover coming out of the Patriot League with a tough schedule. I think D3 South is really going to be wide open.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times it comes down to the hot goaltender, right? You see, look around the state, we got all the hot goalies up on MassHighSchoolHockey.com, obviously, and the stats there, but you get to see them firsthand for the most part. So who might ride the hot goaltender right now?
Yeah, I mean, you got hot goalies everywhere down here. You got Brandon Paysan, you got Elijah Harris. Tucker Kelly played a really good game for Duxbury the other day. And you got John Richard for Arlington Catholic. Great game by Jake Beaton last night against BC High. You got to think he's not going to face that caliber competition in D1 South. So there's a kid that can steal a game for you. And Falmouth's got some good talent up front with Robbie Souza. So you never really know what to expect from Division One until you start getting some of those teams that come out of the play-in games. But D1 is always one of those kind of tournaments where it's kind of funny. You get a team that you think is hot going in, and they get knocked off in the first round, like Braintree did last year against Weymouth. And the next thing you know, you got a Marshfield coming out of there again. Marshfield was the hot team 2 years ago. They got upset in the first game. They turned it around and won it last year. So, and then the Middlesex League teams are always tough up there, and they're going to be great tournaments all around.
March Madness.
Yep. Speaking of the play-in game, that's a week from tonight.
Yes.
Any selections of those four teams coming out of Jim Clark in the slot? Or?
I change day to day, minute to minute. I get the texts, I get the phone calls, more so this week than ever.
Right.
I don't want to say the politicking is going on, because I hate to think that my rankings, in my opinion, are hold the weight that some people like to think they do. But
the interesting thing is, everything's interesting, but you take those teams 8 through 15, and regardless of what happens in the play-in games, there's going to be some great competition on paper, at least in the D1 North and South,
Yeah,
from teams that just missed making the Super 8.
I mean, because a lot of times you get a team that probably goes in. I think Melrose is a classic example last year. Probably needed a couple wins the last week of the season to get into the tournament. So they're really into that tournament, mode before everyone else. They get a little bit hot. You win a couple games, you get rolling into the tournament. I think they made it to the semifinals last year. Upset Chelmsford. I think Chelmsford was a top seed.
Right. Yeah.
Another team that kind of was on the Super 8 bubble a little bit. And so you just never know what you're going to get. I mean, it's crazy, and it's a lot of fun.
And we've talked about goalies, but you got McBurney at St. Mary's that could get hot and win 5 games in a row.
That's why it's hard to get a read on St. Mary's. I mean, obviously, he's stolen a couple games this year. The Hingham game up in the tournament in Malden, classic example. I want to say Hingham outshot him 39-6 or something like that. So if you look at it on paper, by rights, Hingham probably should have beaten St. Mary's twice, but obviously Bailey stood on his head, as he's done. He did it against Austin Prep a couple times, and he's done it in a lot of other games. So a kid like that, I mean, you throw him out there against anybody, and throw the records out the window. Anything can happen. So, but that's why they say sometimes you should call a game goalie instead of hockey.
Well, it was the case down here. I mean, even that the Falmouth kids played hard, but it just as things got on, the depth of BC High took over, and that kid just made save after save after save yesterday.
Yeah,
and
we were saying beaten, right?
Yeah, and sometimes when you get in that groove early, you get a lot of shots, and a goalie a lot of times, like to say, he doesn't like to be in a situation where he's only facing a couple shots a period. You start getting into a rhythm and like that, and obviously BCI pops 6 on him, so it doesn't. It looks lopsided on paper, but you just never know.
You don't.
Appreciate you jumping in, Jim. Always
Absolutely.
good to see you.
Great
And
to see you too.
I know you'll be working hard on our MIAA program soon enough, getting all that great editorial for our readers.
I was about to ask you about that.
Yeah, which is.
We were going to do that off camera, but if you want to do it on camera, that's
I like to do it on camera so I have witnesses. Over 2 million people watching us, says Paul. Says Paul
right.
Mack
It's
yesterday.
gone
So
down?
yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Nice.
a little dip.
It's a holiday.
Yeah,
There you go.
but no, we'll chat offline about that. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But thanks for
Clarky,
coming up.
always a
All right,
pleasure.
thanks,
Thanks,
anytime. Take care, guys.
And by the way, congratulations on Matt Roy, the new addition to the staff.
Oh, actually, another hockey guy.
Another hockey guy. We like those hockey guys. That's right. That's right.
So we'll take a break here with maybe 2 or 3 minutes remaining before the teams face off again. After 1, it's all tied up. Austin Prep and BC High tied at 1. Well, welcome back, folks. Second period action about to kick off here in Falmouth. First period was a good one, and we expect nothing less the rest of the way between these two top teams, BC High and Austin Prep. We're tied at 1 as we start second period action, and off the draw, it's in the AP zone, but coming out is Cam Russo. The wrist shot gloved by Payson. Up high, he saw it all the way and handled that one pretty easily. But Cam Russo is a dangerous forward for Austin Prep. The crafty center out of Bill Ricker. He'll take the draw with Patrick Riley in the AP left wing corner here. It's driven behind the net by BC High. DeForge can't handle it on the far side. Now it's picked up by Billy Roach. He'll sky it in deep. Harris will keep it going behind the net. McKennelly boots it out to Russo. Russo will toss it in the corner. Davis can't get it by McDonough's forecheck there. It's loose now. Davis back to clean it up for BC High. Up to Noonan, over to Kaiser Ray. Ray trying to get around Layton. Good job by J.J. Layton. Noonan follows. Noonan behind the net. Noonan looks and a whistle
Layton had his stick being held for quite a while there, and looks like the FAR official is going to send them both to the box for roughing, which Layton had every reason to be frustrated there, as his stick was not going to be let go by Rye.
Yeah, Kaiser Ray, a feisty little left wing who was always on the go, and he couldn't get around Layton originally, and Layton wanted to, quote-unquote, finish the check in the corner.
Of course, J.J. Layton was our player of the game yesterday.
He had a great one, 3 assists, and Mark, I was able to run down the multiple point scorers for these two teams earlier, but those guys are some of the key guys, and they've been involved in a lot of the action already.
Yeah, both teams spreading out the offense very well. Both teams relying heavily on their defense to jump up into the play and create some offense. And there goes our magnet again, Paul, off of that right post. I thought you were going to go down and drill a new hole last night and fix that.
Yeah, science is taking a step backwards on those magnets, I'll tell you, especially on that end. And matching minors to Kaiser Ray from BC High and J.J. Layton from Austin Prep, both for holding. The teams will skate 5 aside, full complement in front of their respective goaltenders.
Just realizing we had J.J. Layton and Ryan Shea as our players of the game yesterday, so two defensemen
with 3 assists each.
3 assists each, yeah.
Yeah, we're not the glory guys. We don't go for all the goal scorers. We like the setup men.
That's right. Guys that do the work, do all the dirty work.
Not to downplay games like Carpenter and Russo and McKennelly, who had a goal and a couple of assists, or
Jake Beaton, who had 65 saves.
Oh, man. That guy was unbelievable. DeShulo overskates now, recollects and sends it around to Bobo Carpenter. Carpenter trying to hit Egan on the redirect. Egan up with it now at center, 1-on-5 for the moment, and LaRock steals for BC High, tries to go run the gauntlet over there through 4 Austin Prep guys. And finally, Justin Fain able to send it in deep. Andrew Cross on the go, circles back. Gets it to his partner, DeShulo. Good forecheck by LaRock makes DeShulo reconsider. And they're finally able to break it out. Egan over to Giangrandi. They're in the middle of a line change here. Giangrandi's shot saved by Payson, and BC High starts out. Justin Fain, that's going to be icing.
Yeah, looking for a home run pass that just wasn't there. And
that was a classic. Peyton Manning thought the guy was going inside.
That's right.
And went
looked
outside.
like Manning trying to take the snap in the Super Bowl.
Didn't call Omaha.
Yeah, no Omaha there. But you're right, Paul. Looking down at the fabulous work you did for us here with Carpenter and Russo, and looking at the BCI, Shea, all with 3 points in game 1s for them.
Long slapper in by Leach, saved by Payson with the left pad.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk about him too much yesterday, Payson, but he played a very solid game, obviously, between the pipes. He's going to see more shots today than he saw yesterday.
He had a quiet outing yesterday. One of the papers down here had only 3 total shots for Falmouth in the whole game. So Peckrell now reverses field, but intercepted by Leach. Long wrister in right over the net, and I don't think Payson saw that.
No, he didn't see that. Good screen out in front, and there we are talking about the defenseman getting active. Leach, another one ready and able to shoot that puck.
Leighton already out of the box and back on the ice. Now Noonan makes a play and heads to the bench. And this is going to be icing here as Roach. You know, it's still in high school hockey, you can ice the puck and change. Once these kids get to the next level, that play, all those 5 skaters for BC High would have to stay on the ice.
Yeah, absolutely. Coach Flaherty not happy about that one anyway, though. Coach Flaherty, talking to his players over on the bench now, they want to make sure that that pass is cleared in from center ice across that red line, across the center ice line. You don't want to be taking icings here and giving Austin Prep shooting opportunities from inside the offensive zone.
Lemansky trying to lug it out for BC High. He's on it again. Over in the left wing corner, Andrew Cross, who's been very active today. He has the Austin Prep goal. He swings it around, but they can't clear. Good forecheck here by BC High. Kaiser Ray, a wrister from the dot, off the glove of Harris. Now DeShulo up for McDonough, over to McKennelly, trying to find Russo on the cut. They have to regroup, does Austin Prep, to avoid the offside. Now Davis cross ice over to Kaiser Ray. Ray's wrist shot into the body of DeShulo. Ray chops at it and chops at McAdams.
Yeah, good play there by DeShulo to get in front of that shot.
Lemansky up high with the stick, no call, right in the face of McAdams. LaRock circling, poked off his stick by Jake McKennelly. Roach circles back over to Ryan Shea.
Yeah, between LaRock and Leach, we got the 2 biggest number 25s in the state of Massachusetts here today.
Pass by Roach. I thought that hit the skates of Justin Fain, but the official right there, and Roach practicing for his bar exam, trying to argue with the official. And
yeah, I think Roach has a case there, but you're right. The men in stripes are going to win the
and they ruled case dismissed.
Yeah, case dismissed, and they're going to get a face-off here down in the BC zone, third time in a short period of time here. So we got some shooters back on the point again with Leighton and Leach.
Don't want to get in the habit of icing the puck all day. BC High now trying to bring it in the offensive zone. DeForge with a burst of speed to beat Leach to the puck. DeForge still on it all the way around the net. Now Noonan picks it up. Stolen by Carpenter. Good job by Bobo Carpenter back deep. But BC High steals it back. Riley now circles up high. Riley, the long wrister in. Saved by Harris with a couple of BC High Eagles right on the doorstep.
Yeah, good save by Harris. Again, as always, he's a very good goalie, very square, very out on top of the crease. Not a heavy screen in front of him, able to take that one all the way in.
Faceoff comes back to Leighton, who pokes it around looking for Mike Egan. Egan, a little backhander up to Carpenter, cross ice to Leighton. Leighton circles back with ice in front of him. Now finds an open Bobo Carpenter, who dumps it deep into the left wing corner. Davis looks for Noonan, who chips it over to Riley, quickly over to DeForge.
Nice outlet pass by Noonan.
DeForge well wide. Davis in from the point to pinch.
You can see why these are 2 of the better teams in the state, Paul. They move the puck very well. They look for the open ice, and they continuously send bodies to the net.
Well, that's a result of the guys without the puck moving their feet and getting open. Excellent job. Both teams are so well coached. McAdams now
takes a high stick.
He got hacked by Topham, and McAdams
I don't know how they missed that one. That stick came up and got him on the back of the neck.
He's hurting, and he's very upset at what just happened. Now Ray trying to jam it, comes over to Shea at the point. Shea, long wrister in through a screen, never makes it all the way in. Good job.
Big crowd out in front of Harris there, so good thing that puck didn't get through.
O'Toole trying to poke it by Flynn. There's a mismatch in size here. And the diminutive Flynn, the defenseman, able to get it up to Lemansky. Lemansky wide up for Kaiser Ray. Great job on that last breakout by Duarte from Austin Prep. Outstanding job to muscle it out.
Real good play. Both teams actually playing pretty physical, using their bodies, leveraging the puck.
This has become a very tightly contested play-by-play game here.
Yeah, there's not very much open ice here at all. It's going to be the traffic in front of the net and any rebounds that are available, which right now neither goaltender has let out too many rebounds here.
Great poke check by LaRock off the stick of Cross. LaRock by himself in the corner momentarily. 2 guys in front. Sends it across the crease for Justin Fain, and it does not connect. And now Topham with a big slap shot in just to clear things.
Good decision by LaRock to go to the net with that, though. The defender was taking the trailer, and LaRock walked it right out front, put it across the crease, but nobody there for it.
McDonough the flip into the backboards. Good forecheck there by Russo. Now Roach able to take it off Russo's stick. LaRock takes a hit from McDonough, and a good job by Fain to take the hit and get it to LaLiberty. LaLiberty over to Topham, and he scores!
Oh, boy, he caught Harris. Harris a little late in making his decision to come over and was dragging that right skate. Never really was able to get square to that puck, and it trickled behind him. So, it's
Sam Topham, he saw open ice. We said there's not a lot of open ice here, but he followed the play. Fain made a nice play on the boards to chip it to LaLiberty. LaLiberty went over the line, and the defense went that way. And Topham trailing the play, come in from behind, and the backhander eluded Harris. It wasn't a 100-mile-an-hour shot by any means, but it squirted through the legs of Harris, and BC High has the lead.
Yeah, really taking the body there, as you said, Paul, sacrificing the body in order to get that puck out of his zone, and that really set everything up.
Here comes Shea on the rush. He loves to rush. Saved by Harris. Elijah Harris equal to that one, and it's going to be those kind of plays, the odd plays that take advantage of a break. Where Topham saw an opening and charged
rolling
in.
Puck, and again,
and the puck
Elijah,
was rolling.
Yeah, the puck was rolling, and Harris, just couldn't quite get over there fast enough.
Now Sierra out there on the wing with Carpenter and Egan here for the first time as McAdams suffered that injury, and he's out of the lineup at least for this shift. Here comes DeForge the other way. DeForge trying to get around Murphy, centering pass. Leighton intercepts. Good job by
Carpenter
Leighton.
with a good feed there from behind the BC High net, but unable to convert there. And, of course, BC High breaks it right back out and creates their own opportunity.
Noonan's backhand dump goes on net for a shot. And now Leighton looking for Egan, does not connect. Carpenter puts a hit onto Kaiser Ray. I think the bumping and grinding is going to get a lot heavier here as we go.
Boy, there's a break for Austin Prep.
Yeah, that puck was not offside.
Yeah, that puck was, and as you said, Coach Flaherty now going for his law degree and making his case. But as always, the faceoff will come outside the blue line here.
I think his question is, how do you call that from 40 feet away? Andrew Cross will get it over to Kiley. Kiley up for McKenna. And Roach will hand pass it up onto the stick of Kiley. Good cross-ice pass to McKennelly, but his wrister goes wide.
Yeah, McKennelly should have skated in with that puck.
Yeah,
he had ice ahead of him.
Here's Kaiser Ray. Wrister, good save by Harris and a follow by Ray. And now Lemansky and McDonough get into it a little bit.
Yeah, you could see, that nice shot there by Kramer and then making the save. And, of course, Kramer coming hard for the rebound, right? Just looking for that loose puck, and
it looks
nice play by Harris to cover that up.
The BC High book is to get some rubber on Harris and just keep shooting.
Yeah, and pray for a rebound, and they're coming. I mean, they're shooting, and they're coming hard for that rebound. And to Harris's credit, he's controlling the rebound.
McDonough decides to go a little bit backwards on the breakout, and it's intercepted by BC High. Lemansky on a nice cross-ice pass from Kramer. Shot on net, and another save by Harris, and now Russo will bust up the right side. But Roach able to cover for BC High and play to his partner Topham, who chips it up to Kaiser Ray. Lemansky here with Kramer in front. Kramer is in and he scores!
Yeah, whoa, boy, what a beautiful chip pass that was, huh? Sending away the 2-on-1, and what a feed right across to Kramer. And, of course, Harris, he's got to play the 2-on-1, take away as much as he can, and Kramer, knowing that, being a natural goal scorer that he is, just went right around him and dropped into the back of the net.
Once again, unbelievable puck movement. They moved the puck, and they moved without the puck. The guys without the puck were moving their legs, and great job. Patrick Kramer, nobody needs to tell him where to go and head to the net, and he got a great pass over there. It should be from Ray and Lemansky.
Coach Finicaro is going to get a timeout here, and his Cougars have been a little bit back on their heels to start the second period as we progress with 5:21 remaining in the second, and they find themselves now down 3-1, having come in all knotted at 1.
Yeah, it should be Kramer from Lemansky and Ray at 9:39, making it 3-1. The previous goal was Topham from La Liberty and Justin Fain at 7:37.
And just, nothing Harris could do on that one. I mean, the second goal, he might want that one back a little bit. A puck that was on edge and kind of rolling, rolling away from him, unfortunately, as he was trying to slide across. But what a beautiful chip pass. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, too, Paul, where, the players don't use the wall enough. I mean, they don't use the boards.
The indirect.
Yeah, the indirect pass is a wonderful thing, and BC executed that to perfection. A beautiful chip out, and then they created the odd man 2-on-1, and the defenders caught in the middle of trying to take away the passing lane, and the goalie's got to play the shot, and next thing you know, one of the top goal scorers in the state of Massachusetts has the puck on his stick, and he's got the goalie out. So
for Patrick Kramer, it's a great way to catch the pass. You're moving to your left, perfect pass. Harris has to go with him,
right,
and all he has to do is shift weight and take it across the crease, and he's got an open net
across the crease on his shooting hand, of course, too. Yeah. So, right-handed shot, he's going to bury that one, probably 10 out of 10 times, for crying out loud. So 5:21 remaining in the second, and we'll see if
good strategic timeout by Coach Finicaro.
Yeah, absolutely.
He wants to settle his guys. They're not playing a bad game. They're just the little plays, as we said, are going to make the difference in this game. It's such a tightly contested game, and they just have to be on their toes and, make decisions that are sound and basic. You don't have to do anything crazy.
They're not moving the puck as well as BC High, and but they are playing a good game. I mean, I agree with you. The tight checking has been solid, but they need a couple of bounces to go their way, and they need to be able to connect on some of these outlet passes.
Good to see number 21, Eric McAdams, back out there for Austin Prep. So hopefully his injury is just a little ding, and he can play through it. He's out there now, and he just threw a good check, so he's not shying away from anything. And
good.
There's another great check by McAdams on LaRock.
Yeah, so he's probably got a little chip on his shoulder after not getting that high stick call.
And he's not just going after the little guys.
No, he's not, although I think he might have been better off playing the puck on that one. But
here's LaRock the other way, and, oh, man, he had La Liberty open going to the post.
I saw some sticks starting to go up in the air there, Paul.
That would have made it 4-1 there, and Harris, good job to block, but there's only so much he can do.
There's a play right there that's been the epitome of the Cougars' day, just missing by maybe 2-3 inches on that outlet pass. Could have sent him away, and instead it ends up on a BC stick.
Shea now, as McKinley goes for the forecheck one side. Shea just comes out the other side. Now Riley forechecking Leach. He pitchforks Leach down. Play continues. Adam Foley dumps it into the corner under the stick of Riley. That's Noonan, rather, number 9.
Yeah, the Austin Prep bench is up in arms on that pitchfork. They wanted the takedown. They wanted the trip, and they didn't get it.
Now Leach hits Riley from behind. Puck sent to the line. Roach was changing, and Topham off the bench couldn't keep it in the zone. Riley now knocks it off the boards onto the stick of Leach. Leach over to DeShulo. Up to McKinley in the middle to Russo, who dumps it in. And
again, Paul, they had a 2-on-1. Russo controls that puck, which he did. Looks up ice. He had some space. They got to take advantage of these opportunities when they have them, because they're far and few between.
Battle here ends up on the stick of Topham. Topham over to Shea. This is a mismatched pair. They don't usually play together except on the power play. Here's Kramer in again. Beautiful pass in front, and a goal by Kaiser Ray.
I tell you, we had the pleasure of meeting Patrick Kramer yesterday, and the junior forward out of Bridgewater, Massachusetts. And not only is he a nice kid and was a pleasure to be to interview, but boy, can he move that puck. He's got great hands. He sees the ice too, doesn't it? Jeez, he sees things most don't. That was a beautiful pass.
I don't know if Shea will get a second assist if it was his long pass up to Kramer or there was a touch in between, but Ray will get the goal, Kaiser Ray, and Kramer will get one assist. We'll wait for an announcement, but BC High has put a little distance here, and what was a 1-1 game, it seems like a minute and a half ago, is now 4-1.
This is a surprise, Paul. I'm with you. I thought Austin Prep was skating Ray with him, and certainly taking away a lot of these passes, and boy, BC High opened it up in a hurry.
4 minutes and 25 seconds. In that span of time, they've scored 3 times.
Yeah, that's hard for any team. I mean, granted, Prep does have Austin Prep has a good goaltender between the pipes there, but when you're giving up 3 quick goals like that, it's hard to come back against a team that's got some momentum. So that second assist there, Paul, is going to go to number 13, Trevor Davis, this time instead of Cross. I mean, not Cross. Losing my mind now.
Well,
instead
no,
of
Cross,
Shea.
Cross is 5 for Austin, and Shea's 5 for
right.
BC High, and they play a lot alike.
And they both have a lot of assists.
Yeah, they do. They're both rushing defensemen.
Right.
They used to call them heady defensemen. Very smart, very aware, and great.
They play
with the
bigger
puck.
than they are, too. I mean, every time you look down on the ice, I always think of these two as being big and physical, but they play bigger than their actual
They're
size.
2 of the best, at least in Eastern Mass. Ryan Shea and Andrew Cross, and
they're fun to watch. I mean, they're like you said, they're both heady defensemen. They move the puck well. Assists are terrific points, as you and I were talking about earlier. Sometimes there's more. To us, there should be more glory in the assist than in the actual.
I love a good setup guy, and a guy
sure.
that moves the puck, and that's Patrick Kramer. If you watch him, we talked about him. He can put it away, but he is a great playmaker as well.
The officials forgot they were at Wrigley Field as the puck comes back in from the bleachers, and one official was over at the bench.
There must be a sign downstairs that says that, because that's a common practice here at the Falmouth Ice Arena.
Please return the puck to the ice.
Here's Bobo Carpenter. Long pass up for Egan off his skates.
Into his skates. Again, a great idea, good outlet. And
that's a tough play with Egan.
Skates. Yeah, tough.
Egan's a right shot playing left wing, and that's a tough play sometimes. Good play by Carpenter on the back check there, and Riley.
To make some of these passes happen, Austin Prep does. I think they certainly have the talent to get back into this thing.
Carpenter looks, this time puts it on the stick of McAdams. McAdams can't get it in deep. Kramer circles. Kramer now lays it off for Billy Roach with the no-look pass up to Noonan. Noonan over the line. He's got help. He's got big Ryan Shea. Feeds Shea down the lane. Circles the net. Centering pass. He had Ray and Kramer there. Got by both of them.
Yeah, look at Shea, stepping up into the play. He's going at it again. He's thinking, I'm a forward now.
Oh, what a great pass to Kaiser Ray, and his one-timer goes wide. Russo circles back, gives it to Leighton. Leighton, the long home run pass from McDonough. Bounces over his stick onto the stick of Sam Topham. Topham up for Lemansky.
And that's why Ryan Shea was our player of the game yesterday, and wouldn't be surprised to see his name come up in conversation again today. He's just playing well on both ends of the ice.
Patrick Riley's glove still on the ice down here. Got involved in the play. Kaiser Ray turns around, dumps it deep. Leighton up for McDonough, but caroms to center onto the stick of Sam Topham over to Trevor Davis. Davis
just
will.
30 seconds left in the second period, Paul, and Prep's got to be careful here in their own zone.
Lemansky down low from LaRock. Back to LaRock. Low angle shot. Harris with the save, and hacking away at the rebound is Justin Fain. He can't get it by big Elijah Harris, and good save by Harris.
Yeah, nothing wrong with Fain trying to get that loose puck in that rebound, but Harris again smothering it, making sure that they don't get any other scoring opportunities with 20 seconds left. 4-1 is already going to be a big mountain to climb. 5-1, I don't know if that's possible.
LaRock on the draw. He's got Shea behind him. He'll try to win it there. Does not win it as Austin Prep controls. Good win by Carpenter. DeShulo in the corner, pinned by LaRock. Fain trying to pull it out of there, but DeShulo will cover and try to wind the clock down. We're down to 5 seconds. They battle there, and we're down to 2 seconds, 1, and the clock will go. So Austin Prep just wants to get to the house here and talk things over.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, that's just an incredible period for BC High, especially their forwards buzzing all over the ice and really, moving the puck well. The chip pass up the boards, just a tremendous play there. So like you said, Paul, they're kind of clicking on all cylinders right now, and thus they're up by 3 goals.
We'll quickly review the second period scoring. We came into the period 1-1. First period goals, LaRock for BC High and Cross for Austin Prep. That's where we were, 1-1 heading into the second, and it stayed that way until the 7:37 mark. Sam Topham able to strike for BC High with assist to LaLiberty, and Fain, kind of a roller that eluded Harris. That made it 2-1. A couple of minutes later at 9:39, Kramer put one home with assists going to Lemansky and Kaiser Ray. That made it 3-1. And at 12:02, BC High made it 3-1. Scoring the goal was Kaiser Ray from Kramer and Davis, and that's where we stand after 2 periods of play.
Yeah, just looking down at your score sheet, there's 7 different players there with points for BC High. So everybody's jumping into the action here, Paul. A deep team. We talked to Coach Flaherty yesterday about that depth, and that's proven itself out here against a very talented Austin Prep Cougar team. And it's going to be an uphill climb, not insurmountable. 3-goal lead. Teams can come out a little flat to start a period, so we'll see what the third period brings. But
we will.
BCI looks good.
We're going to take a break here and scare up some guests for you for the rest of the afternoon. We got a lot of in-between periods, but for this one, we're just going to take a little break, and we'll be back with third period action after this. I'm going to take a break. If you want to talk to John, I'd love to talk to John.
Welcome back, everyone, for the start of the third period here between Boston College High School and the Austin Prep Cougars. BC High leading this one 4-1. Big second period there for BC High as they came in tied at 1 and scored 3 quick goals early on and closed it out with a 4-1 lead to end the period. So we're getting ready to get underway for the start of the third period here, and certainly expecting to see a little extra hop in Austin Prep's step here as they obviously need to pick it up a little bit as Coach Finicaro, I'm sure, let them all know in the locker room in between periods. So I guess we'll get started without Paul McNamara. This must be my payback because I left him alone for the start of the first period. So we're getting ready to get underway as both teams send out their 5. And I see Paul hustling up the stairs, so you don't have to listen to me too much longer, which is a great thing for all of us. Don't hurt yourself coming over the railing, Paul. And we're underway. BC High losing the face-off there. Number 21 for Austin Prep taking the puck into the zone. BC High controlling the puck, and back over to Mr. McNamara.
You know, I've been called late for a lot of things, as long as they don't say the late Paul McNamara at this point. Had some interesting.
We'll be naming a tournament after you, Paul.
Interesting in between period conversations we'll catch up on, Mark. And
yeah, absolutely. I had a couple of parents reach out to me and correct us on the pronunciation of.
Yeah, Mr. Menzel.
Yeah, Mr. Menzel. Obviously, Nick,
they call
the
him
captain.
Nicky Hockey.
Yep.
Here's McAdams on the long outlet pass, trying to get in close. His backhander goes wide. Austin Prep with a little jump in the step here as they try to climb back into this one, trailing at 4-1. Opening minute of play in the third period. Here's Patrick Kramer down the right wing. He's got Ray in front, the centering pass, and a save by Harris. Great pass once again by Patrick Kramer, and great movement without the puck by Kaiser Ray.
Yeah, Kaiser Ray, again, going strong to the net. We've been talking about it all day today, Paul. Just BC High sending those players on the fly, go to the net, and Kramer knowing that's where he was going.
Great awareness. I mean, it's an overused expression in sports, but Patrick Kramer got the puck, and his head's immediately up, and Ray immediately headed for the net.
And that's why he'll be skating for Merrimack College in a couple of years, right?
Mark Dennehy smiling. Wrist shot by Carpenter. Save by Payzant there. Good bid for Austin Prep. Carpenter with it again. Down low to Cross in from the point. Backhander goes wide. Karam's all the way out to DeShulo, and now La Liberty can't poke it out. DeShulo sends it in
good
deep.
shift here for the Cougars. This is what they needed. They got a little extra kick here, a little extra step as BC High is going to throw it into the bench and get a whistle. So good shift there by Bobo Carpenter.
Yeah, Carpenter's got to be a guy. Carpenter and Russo have to be the guys they depend on to really get things going here, along with Andrew Cross. Those are your horses that have to really say, get on my back, boys, here we go.
Yeah, that was the best shift I've seen in the period in a quarter that I've been here for.
Duarte wins it in the corner, but Topham controls for BC High. Can't get it out. Davis now retreats. Good forecheck by Duarte, number 15 for Austin Prep.
Now the Cougars would be wise to move it back to Layton or Leach.
Yeah, something they really used yesterday. A lot of point shots, and they haven't had a lot today. Topham in low for BC High. DeForge is caught back on the point. Here's a rush by Austin Prep. It's Layton leading the rush, the defenseman. Shot blocked, rebound goes wide. He had O'Toole cutting to the net.
Good idea by Layton. Throw it at that net. He had a couple of big bodies going to the net, but unable to connect.
Layton intercepts, but they have to retreat. Russo has to get out of the zone to negate the offside. Now McAdams has it in the corner. McAdams circling the net, tries to stuff it, covered by Payzant.
He pays the price after that, but a good gritty effort there as he throws the puck out front, and Payzant's able to cover it up.
A little bit of a line change. So now have McAdams out there with them on this wing. McAdams had been skating with Carpenter and Egan throughout the tournament, so we'll keep an eye on that shift. Coach Finicaro trying to shake things up a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to double up on his top two lines here, try to get some offense going as Carpenter comes back onto the ice. And
it's McKennelly out there on left wing now with Carpenter and Egan comes over from the left wing to the right wing, so he'll be on his forehand. And now Cross isn't going to let this game go lightly. Egan in, the wrist shot to go!
Oh, boy,
Mike
a real
Egan!
nice play by Egan there. Stealing the puck, going right up the gut, and beating Paisan on his blocker side. So real nice play there. Big break for the Cougars, and they jump all over it.
Boy, did they need that.
Yeah, they sure did.
That play was made, Mark, over on the far boards, right in front of the bench area there when Andrew Cross just wouldn't be denied. He just kept coming up the boards, used his shin pads, and kept the puck moving forward. Cross should get an assist. Should be Egan from Cross, I believe.
Yeah, Cross was able to split the defense a little bit there by his play up the boards, like you said, and leaving Egan nothing but ice ahead of him for the pretty much a breakaway by the end of it. Well, we're going to give Cross an assist anyway, Paul, because I agree that he set that play up. But number 19, McElhaney, will get the other assist on our score sheet.
Well, that's the coaching move by Coach Finacharo. He shook up that line and got Egan on his forehand, and it paid off. Austin Prep.
Good decision by Coach
Finacharo. There, but here come the Eagles the other way. It's La Liberty and Fain on the 2-on-1, and the back check by McDonough on Fain. Loses his stick for the moment.
Well, the stick caught under the arms, Paul. I don't know how that happened, but good play by
somebody made it. Somebody put it there for him. McAdams now down the right wing. He's pinned
Austin
to the boards.
Prep taking some strategy around out of the BC High book, going hard to the net. Puck goes up the boards, and you got players going right to the net.
We're going to get a penalty call here, or maybe more than one.
Yeah, we'll see if this is. I think it looks like it's just going to be BC High going to the box. Looks like Sam Tofham's going to get called for roughing here, and he's the only one going to the box. So the Cougars are going to go on a power play with 10:43 remaining in the third period, trailing 4-2. So another big opportunity here for the Cougars. See if they can take advantage of this one.
And McAdams playing strong on the boards. He withstood 2 or 3 BC High hits from behind, and we also noticed Gene Grandy out there too. So
yeah, and Elijah Harris buying a little time here adjusting the pads. So
this is one of those phantom straps came loose, I think.
That's all right. He needs to get his boys rested, right? And he's got the referee's attention.
Riley and La Liberty will be the forwards on the penalty kill for BC High with Roach and Shea. For Austin Prep, no surprise, it'll be Russo up front with McAdams and McKennelly, and Carpenter and Cross on their opposite sides on the points on this power play, as they usually are.
Second power play opportunity for the Cougars today.
Cross keeps it in right point. Andrew Cross.
It looks like they're going to feed the puck back to the point, Paul. That's what we were talking about earlier, and there it is.
Centering pass for Russo goes just beyond the reach.
Good pinch by Bobo Carpenter there to pinch in. Obviously playing the point on this this power play.
Carpenter's fake shot misfires, and La Liberty has to jam it up in the air. Carpenter with a stick on it jumps out of the rink. Face off just outside the zone.
Good effort by La Liberty to get back into position and get over to that puck, because Carpenter was closing in quickly, and he was able to get his stick blade on it and deflect it off Carpenter's stick into the BC High bench. So the faceoff will come outside the line with 1:02 remaining in the power play.
Carpenter with a pass from Cross into the zone, circles, gives it back to McAdams, up high to Cross, down low to Carpenter on the move. Carpenter circles all the way back up top, long wrister in, up high, goes off some bodies there, into the corner, fighting for it over there. A Davis for BC High and a couple of Austin Prep guys.
Carpenter loves that wrist shot from the point. He goes high with it, and that might be available to him with a screen out front.
Russo down low to McAdams, centering pass goes long, Russo on it again.
Yeah, nice backdoor feed there, looking for the streaking number 5, Andrew Cross. Standing a little still here. They got to keep those skates moving. That's what's been making this happen.
20 seconds to go on the man advantage for Austin Prep. Good hustle by Bobo Carpenter. Carpenter playing with McAdams, over to Cross, back to McAdams. The long wrister blocked by DeForge. Rebound McAdams. Never makes
Coach
the net on that
Ferracaro
shot.
trying to get his boys to go to the net. And they got 4 guys down low now, and BC High able to control.
Shea ices it. That should have been icing. That should have been called for icing, but they let play go on as the penalty is over.
Yeah, the 30,000 Cougar fans behind us wanted the icing on that, Paul.
Well, they were correct on this one, but Lemansky dumps it deep. Team's back at full strength as the Boston College High penalty is over, and now a flying elbow by Egan at Topham out near center ice.
Yeah, good power play by Austin Prep, though, and they do call that one an icing against the Austin Prep Cougars. So in case anybody did not know, the gentleman behind us made sure of it. So we did get the icing call on that one. And the faceoff will come in the Cougars zone with 8:41 remaining in the third period. But a good power play there, Paul.
Excellent power play. They worked it the way they wanted to. A couple of the shots did not make it all the way to the net. That's always a problem, but they did have the traffic in front, which is exactly what they want.
Yeah, they, Coach Ferracano, I think, wanted more bodies to the net.
Topham sends it deep into the right wing corner, giving chase there. A Leighton for Austin Prep. He wins the race. Able to get it around to Leach. Leach backhands it up the boards to McDonough. Can't get it out. Circling high is Kaiser Ray, who's had a real good game.
Yeah, Kaiser Ray's played a very solid game, both ends of the ice. And
he sends it in on Harris, and Kramer right there on the doorstep, and Brendan Leach getting to know Kramer a little bit better and saying hello.
Yeah, not sure of what Kaiser Ray's point total is on the year, but he's having a great game today, Paul, like you said. Kaiser Ray coming into the game with 8 points at the start of the game.
He might have had one yesterday too, but not sure about that.
Yeah, that's true, Paul. That's right. I think he did have an assist yesterday. So anyway, he's nearing double digits on the point category.
Puck dumped deep behind Payson in the BC High end. 7:52 to go in a 4-2 game right now. Here's Justin Fain. Fain looking for the Liberty. LaRock took a big hit at center ice and trying to get that puck forward.
Yeah,
now
both teams
Leach
picking up.
pins
Yeah, they're picking up the
Liberty
physical
over there.
play
Liberty
here.
is shaken up, and he's headed to the bench. Brendan Leach with a tattoo into the boards on La Liberty, and he's shaken up.
Got to keep your head up at all times, Paul. As they tell you from lights on, right? Put the head down, and he took a big hit.
Carpenter banks it off the boards into the BC High end. They send it back the other way, jumps over the stick of Cross, deep behind Elijah Harris. Cross sends it back towards DeShulo. DeShulo, an indirect up off the stick of McAdams with McDonough trying to come over and play it for.
Again, a good idea, Paul, but a bouncing puck.
Yeah, the puck has been bouncing a lot out here today.
It's hard to execute that pass off the boards when the puck's going to bounce like that on you, but
Russo now sends it down low to McAdams. His shot goes wide. DeShulo will send it deep again for AP. McDonough can't play it there. McDonough once again cycles down to Russo, trying to walk out into the circle. McAdams now and Topham wrestle each other.
Smart play by McDonough there.
Wrist shot by DeShulo off the back foot, gobbled up by Payson, and play is called with 6:35 to go in the third.
Yeah, it was the right play by DeShulo to take that shot, but obviously Payson seeing all of that at the top of his crease with nobody in front of him, so easy for him to collect that one right into the breadbasket.
And both teams happy with that whistle as they take the opportunity to change. Carpenter now on the draw. It looks like AP may be down to playing mostly 2 lines right here.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to go with is a combination of the first 2 lines as Carpenter comes back onto the ice quickly here.
Carpenter, McKennelly, and Egan out there, and that's a high stick by Leach that's not called. Right in the face of Lemansky.
Yeah, it was a big hit, but like you said, the stick clearly came up.
Great pass to McKennelly, trying to find Carpenter on the cut. Carpenter, the mismatch there with Ray, trying to cover the much bigger Bobo Carpenter. And Carpenter able to get a stick on it, but Payson makes the save. Brendan Leach has gotten away with a couple here, and
well,
if they let it play, he'll keep doing it. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, he's a big kid. You know, it's easy for his hands to come up high on these smaller players, and clearly did there. But
Russo wins it to McDonough. Back to Russo. McAdams trying to pick it up. Can't get it away from Fain. And good to see La Liberty back out there, healthy, and he'll dump it in deep. Elijah Harris plays it around for McDonough. McDonough can't get it away from La Liberty. Good forecheck by 21 on BC High, La Liberty. And now
McDonough slashes the stick out of the hands of
DeShulo trying to
21.
pin Justin Fain. And a great pass by LaRock to La Liberty for the goal.
Boy, La Liberty went back to collect his stick after it was slashed out of his hands by McDonough. He got quickly to the stick, and what does he do? He goes right to the net, Paul. Just like we were talking about. Grab the stick, go to the net, and there's LaRock feeding it across. And, boy, no chance again for Harris on that one.
That is a huge goal. It gets BC High back to a 3-goal lead with 5:39 to go. Great awareness by Tim LaRock, who's played 2 really good games down here. And La Liberty went to the net. Fain took the hit behind the net to make the play originally. Just great teamwork by BC High.
Yeah, solid team play and a little bit of a backbreaker for the Cougars as they had a little momentum here. Would have been.
They were carrying the play the last 5 or 6 minutes for sure.
Absolutely, and there's no give here.
Whistle goes for icing here, I believe.
Yeah,
High
high stick
stick,
into the
I'm sorry,
stands.
on Austin Prep, thank you.
We got
See
our
what
crack
happens when you don't
staff
watch
helping
the
us
play for
out
a
up
minute.
here. So we daydream about the Fort Myers area. So,
And we want to say hello to some of our fans at the Chica Grill in the Keys that are watching today. We just got word of that, and also to some of the Falmouth High parents that we had a chance to talk to between periods.
yeah, I'm glad the boys at the Chica could find their way to tweet us while they're got a cold one in their hands.
Here's a 2-on-1, DeForge and Riley. DeForge over to Riley. Good back check by Leach, and good muscle there by Brendan Leach. Centering pass picked up by Carpenter on the back check. Long outlet for Egan. Able to tip it to
Nice
himself.
play by
Mike
Egan.
Egan at the dot. Centering
Oh,
pass from
boy.
McKennelly goes just under his stick. Cleared by Lemansky off the glass with 4:40 to go. Up to DeForge, a streaking Steve DeForge, who never met a shot he didn't like.
Yeah.
Puts it up into the netting.
Way back, Paul.
Steve
way
DeForge
back
is-
into the night goes that
He's-
one.
He's got a great shot, a great wrist shot, and he usually finds the net.
Yeah, that one was off by
every
about
other
30
game
feet.
anyway, and,
but,
I think his eyes opened up there thinking he was free, but Kramer now on the draw with Russo, controlled by the Eagles. Long slap shot in by, that would look like a knuckleball off the stick atop him.
yeah, we've seen a few of those. I think it was goal number 2 was a knuckle puck.
Good
that,
breakout
Harris
pass by
couldn't control.
McAdams to Russo, but BC High, good job to stop the play there. Here's Kaiser Ray, 1-on-3. He's got some AP traffic
Yeah,
to deal with here.
Good
and they
stick
take
work
it
by
away.
McDonough there.
Cam Russo gets through some traffic himself coming the other way. McAdams now throws it at the net, pays on with the save. Billy Roach with it around the boards. Kaiser Ray hacks away at Cam Russo. Here's Kramer through center ice. Can't get by Andrew Cross, and Kaiser Ray does a good job backing the play up. Centering pass right onto the stick of McDonough, though.
Yeah, McDonough's got to be getting tired here, Paul. Long shift for him to be out on this ice.
LaRock to Justin Fain. This has been a great line for BC High today. Fain lays it back to Ryan Shea, closing. Wrist shot off some bodies in front, and it's loose and cleared away by Austin Prep.
Yeah, that puck was bouncing around. A lot of tired Cougars on the ice for that shift, and BC High just flying around.
Well, again, Austin Prep's gone to 6 forwards here since about the 10-minute mark, 10 minutes left, and BC High still skating 9 forwards. That's a big advantage.
He's just
in the
rolling
third
those
period.
3 lines, and he's up by 3 goals. Why not? And he's got the depth. Third line's played well anyway.
They may be the best line out there today
Yeah.
for BC High. Egan now with a chance, centering past to McKennelly, one-timer, eaten up by Payson with Carpenter right on the doorstep.
Yeah, good feed, good shot by McKennelly. Unfortunately, Payson again seeing all of that.
Tell you, Mike
top of
Egan,
his
number
crease.
8 for Austin Prep, has played a real good game here. He's been in on a lot of plays, done a great job forechecking, and just a great setup pass there.
Yeah, really impressed with Egan's play today. I mean, we knew that Cross and McDonough and some of the others, obviously Carpenter, but Egan's not a name that we may have circled prior to the tournament, but certainly have it circled now. He's had 2 great games.
Carpenter with a wrist shot off that last faceoff, trying to repeat that play. Leighton now the long slap shot in, goes wide. On it in the corner, a couple of guys from each team, and finally Riley able to come up with it for BC High to Davis. They're still behind their own goal line, though, and now they send it around to Noonan, who hacks it up for Riley. In the middle to DeForge, under his stick, and onto the stick of Leighton. Playback underway. Now it's iced.
Sorry for the little delay there, but as we get under 5 minutes, the request for players of the game come over to us, and with the many other responsibilities that we have in this challenging act that we perform, we fed those names down to Paul Moore.
And really, there's a few likely candidates for each team here, so it's a tough decision in this one.
It sure is. BC High so deep, showing their depth, and we had commented on the stellar play of number 8 Mike Egan, the sophomore forward for Austin Prep. So, Egan's a good, solid choice for the Cougars today, and certainly you were quick to point out the tremendous play of Tim LaRock, number 25 for BC High. So
LaRock's got a goal and an assist. Actually, Justin Fain, his left wing's got 3 assists, but and La Liberty's got a couple of helpers as well. So that line has been really a going concern. And then Kramer's line with a couple of goals. Kramer with a goal and an assist, and Kaiser Ray with a goal and an assist. But it's a tough choice. Andrew Cross has played a strong game for Austin Prep, and now with 1:25 to go, Elijah Harris is headed to the bench, and Austin Prep will skate 6 skaters out there, and they're familiar guys, the guys that have been out there. The point men are Leach and Leighton. Leach down to Rousseau, back to Leach, over to Leighton. Leighton trying to get it deep, but Justin Fain.
Boy, what a nice play by Fain.
Fain got a stick on it, and he's played, 26 has played a very strong game out here. He's out there with the Liberty and LaRock, and once more, and a reward by Coach Flaherty to put these guys out there. And now
an empty netter, yep.
Trevor Davis is going to throw it in the open net with 1 minute even remaining.
I wouldn't be surprised if LaRock gets an assist on that one, Paul. Looked like LaRock was the one that got his stick on the puck coming out of the zone and got it back to number 13, Trevor Davis, the senior defenseman, getting on the scoring sheet again, I think, right? Yep.
Yeah, Davis with an assist in the game earlier, and he'll get that goal, and we will give it to
LaRock.
Maybe we check with the board over here. 25 and 21.
Yeah, so LaRock's going to get another point.
And La Liberty.
And the Liberty, another one for him. So,
well, we're going to add one to LaRock, too. In close. Good save there by Payson.
35 seconds remaining, and Austin Prep putting some pressure on here. Not going to go quietly, that's for sure.
Shot in, tipped by Carpenter, but Payson able to make the save. Andrew Cross has had a strong game for Austin Prep as well, and Carpenter, he's been everywhere, but I think BC High's keeping an eye on Carpenter and Russo. So,
yeah, they've almost been double teaming him, especially when he's coming down the boards. They're doubling up on him all the time, and there's a shot by Cross and a save by Payson. So Cross getting off another shot, as we said yesterday and earlier today. The Cougars defensemen are not bashful in shooting the puck.
La Liberty picking up an assist. That's his 3rd of the game, and there he is again, clearing it up to DeForge. Elijah Harris back in the net for Austin Prep. LaRock now sends it in deep, and fitting that he's out there at the end of the game. He's played a strong game. LaRock, DeForge, and La Liberty out there. A couple of seniors and a junior. And here comes McAdams the other way. McAdams played a good game for Austin Prep as well. this
And
clearing
there's
pass off
LaRock heading it out to center ice.
off the shoulder.
Little
of
soccer
LaRock,
play there, Paul, huh?
and it goes all the way down, and the buzzer goes, ending this one. It was a good one. These two may see each other again down the road, and certainly two of the top teams in the state, BC High and Austin Prep.
Yeah, and you know, we did have the opportunity of speaking with Connor Noonan and Patrick Kramer yesterday. Spoke a little bit about last year's defeat to these Austin Prep Cougars in the same tournament, the Falmouth Classic last year, and now the Buddy Ferreira Classic this year. And I think BC High was looking for a little bit of a revenge, and they got it today. And but like you said, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see these two teams playing again in the Super 8 somewhere down the line.
So Austin Prep will go to Tim LaRock. Mike Egan from Austin Prep and Tim LaRock from BC High, the players of the game. Actually, BC High could have had 3 or 4 guys named player of the game, but LaRock, an outstanding effort here. And Brandon Payson in goal, played a good game as well. So BC High takes this one 6-2. It may not be the last time they see each other this year. Austin Prep goes to 1-1 in the tournament. BC High will be 2-0, and they'll play in the championship game on Thursday night.
Yeah, so Prep will play again on Wednesday night at 5 p.m. as they'll play the loser of the upcoming game, the ACAW.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, as you said, Austin Prep, the winner of Game 5 will play on Thursday night at 5 p.m. It's the way we have it on the sheet.
Well, we'll certainly have more updates on that as things move forward, and keep checking with the website masshshockey.com for updates.
Absolutely. As Rick Comfort, I'm sure we'll have that up there within minutes of this game ending. But a good, solid game here. We do have Coach John Blake from Duxbury joining us somewhere along the way in between games, so stay tuned for that. But as you said, BC High advances to the championship round. Yeah,
good game. It was well played. On paper, it's 6-2. It was not it was not a 4-goal differential, I don't think, other than that 4-minute blast in the second period when BC High got 3 goals and distanced themselves a little bit and got the 3-goal lead. You take those 4 or 4.5 minutes away, and you got 40 minutes of pretty even hockey.
Yeah, boy, Prep cut it to 2. Austin Prep coming in and cutting it to 2 goals there in the third, and looking like they had some momentum. They had a power play there. Thought maybe we'd get it down to 4-3, and the next thing you know, look up and BC High's got the closing out goal, and obviously the empty netter at garbage time. But the way
BC High played, there's certainly no reason to take them down from the number 1 or 2 spot.
I don't think so. And Coach Blake is going to be able to join us here right now. So, Coach, welcome. Thank you for coming back. We didn't scare you away after the last time. That's good.
Thanks for having us.
But big game for you guys coming up. What did you think of this first one?
I was impressed with both teams, especially BC High's speed, unselfishness, the way they move the puck, the way they get it to the net. Looks like they're clicking on all cylinders right now.
Yep. And, of course, you've got a big rivalry game, as we like to call it. You and Coach Messina always like to look at each other across the ice there, but should be a good one. What do you expect out of that one?
I think whenever you have a Hingham-Duxbury game, you throw out the records. It's a rivalry game. These kids have been playing against each other all the way up. We were fortunate enough the first time around. We got a bounce or 2. We were able to get the win, but we'll have to play a full 45 if we want to get a win today.
And I know my memory is awful because I'm getting old, but I believe Austin Prep and BC High played last year, and Austin Prep got the better of them in that one, and then you guys beat Hingham, right, in the second round last year?
Yeah, it counted as a tie through the MIA, but we got them in overtime. Again, we were lucky to get a bounce. It was a 1-goal game, typical Hingham-Duxbury game, a battle till the end.
Yeah, it was a good one. I recall being here for that one. So anything we should look for in regard
a little warm-up, so it'll probably be 10 or 15 minutes before we have face-off and action in period number 1 between Archbishop Williams and Arlington Catholic.
Yeah, and again, a big thank you out to Sullivan Tire, all our friends over at Sullivan Tire with Mark Gillard and Paul Sullivan and the rest of their team over there, and then Rob Barletta and Rob Riley and the rest of the gang down at RB Hockey Schools and Danny H. over at Iorio Arena. So again, we'll be back with you with the start of Game 2 shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone, here as we get ready to get the Game 2 underway between Arlington Catholic and Archbishop Williams. Looking at the out-of-town scores here, Catholic Memorial 2, Central Catholic 2 in the second period. So a big game there between our number 2 team, Central Catholic, coming in at 12-3-3, and our number 5 team, Catholic Memorial, coming in at 9-5-3. So, big game happening out there at Boston University this afternoon, Paul, with those two teams skating to a 2-2 tie here in the second period.
Yeah, that is a big one. Both teams in contention for the Super 8. I mean, CM a week ago was a lock, and they had a couple of real bad games, bad outings, and a chance to get back at it today. That's a good outing to be with Central 2-2 at this point. And Central's had a few ups and downs, a few hiccups, but they've been a pretty solid team the length of the season.
Yeah, they have been. And speaking of two solid teams, we're going to have two solid teams right in front of us here as Arlington Catholic. The Cougars come in at 12-5-1, obviously having dropped their game the other day. And the Bishops coming in at 10-6-2. So, real big game, probably maybe a little more important for Archies, but, it's hard to say. I know Arlington Catholic really needs this one.
They do, and AC, of course, with their big first line of all Ryans. They've got Ryan Tierney with Ryan Spagnoli, and now Jason Smith replacing Ryan Smith here. So a little bit of a very varied theme here. The Bishops will counter with the Sorrenti line with Jessamine and looks like number 2, Mike Davis now skating wing. Sometimes he'll play third line center, but he's on the right wing starting out today for the blue-clad Archbishop Williams Bishops. And here comes Sorrenti through center ice, trying to find Jessamine. Jessamine, who had a couple of goals in the opening round of the tournament here.
Yeah, and setting the stage here.
I'd rather he had a goal and an assist.
In net for the Bishops tonight is Steve Jenner. So we saw Jenner come in relief the other day, and we're equally as impressed as he did a fine job.
Menzel's line has changed a little bit. He's still got Ryan Dunn on the right side, but here's a break for AC early on. And now Dunn gets it up to Eric Keefe, who's skating left wing with Menzel and Dunn today. And now icing is called as Leonard sent it down deep, but had not reached the red line. Leonard paired with Ed Riley here, 18 and 14.
Yeah, again, Coach Curtis a little miffed by that. Again, we talked about it earlier, Paul. Get it to center ice and then dump it in. These icings can be a killer.
AC with Somerville at center. And Ryan Smith now playing wing with Somerville and number 28, Mikhailov. And here's a break. This is Keefe. Keefe in the pass across intended for Dunn. Maybe he thinks better of that and lets it rip.
Yeah, let it rip, or you obviously put it behind Dunn. Not a good spot for that pass.
Now Menzel with a one-hand attempt. Maybe he would have thought of using two hands. And again, as I said, it's easy up here to see what's going on. But Rogers
we get to see all the open ice. There's more open ice in this game already than what we saw in all of the BCI games. So.
Yeah, Rogers, the long home run pass for Amato does not connect, and the Bishops are going to have to retreat here as it goes back into their end. And Pat Twombly paired with Boyle now for Archbishop Williams on defense. Pass right into the middle here on a clearing attempt for Archbishop Williams. That was Garrett Foley with the...
Arlington Catholic playing the traditional three-man high here with the center in the middle up high.
Good job by Cullen Line to muscle it to center, but AC knocks it back in deep. Line now leaves it for number 4, Boyle. His long pass comes back to the AC defense. And now it's poked in the air, and following up here for Archbishop Williams is number 2, Davis, to Sorrenti. Sorrenti trying to go around Tierney in the corner. AC able to turn it over there, and Spagnoli, number 9, trying to muscle it out. Now a turnover and a pass over to Sorrenti. Back the other side for Jessman. He fans on the slap shot. Davis.
Jessman wants that one back. Boy, he almost looked like he broke his stick, but he didn't. He just fanned on it.
Jessman now intercepted, and here's a break for Spagnoli. Spagnoli trying to skate in alone. Sends the backhander in, and Jenner makes that save.
Yeah, good save by Steve Jenner. He was square.
Sound is off. It's okay now?
All right. Can you hear me now?
Okay, so we're okay. We're back up and going here. I probably turned this
Paul,
one up
put
too
your
high
headphones
now.
on, will you?
So I don't need to watch this, Pat.
All right. So, any
Right. Okay.
any pronunciation issues, you can tweet us or text Rick Comfort. He likes to get those texts, and hopefully the audio is coming through fine now.
Don't text us. Text Rick.
Yeah, don't text us. Oh,
Puck jumps out of the rink, and the faceoff will come outside the zone with 12:22 to go in the first period of play. And we are keeping
speaking
you
of
up
Rick
to date on
Comfort,
the
for all
time
those
of day
coaches,
today,
all the coaches out there, if any schedule changes or score updates, email them to Rick Comfort at info@masshighschoolhockey.com.
Ryan Dunn, who had a couple of goals for Archbishop Williams in the opening round of the tournament, number 23. He'll be a guy to keep an eye on today, the right wing out there for the Bishops. Menzel now with a wrister goes wide. Puck on the back of the net here behind John Richard in goal for AC.
Yeah, we hadn't talked about Richard early in the game here, but certainly a good performance out of him the other night, and 1.53 goals against coming into that game with 3 shutouts, so he's one that can certainly close the door.
Dylan O'Brien now, number 11 for Archbishop Williams, out here playing with Cullen Line and 24 Garrett Foley, the third line for Archbishop Williams. Now Boyle sends it up intended for O'Brien, jumps over his stick all the way to the line, and playing it back there for AC is number 4, Brendan Regan. AC breaks here, up to Amato. Amato, the shot in, covered up by Jenner in goal for Archbishop Williams.
So far, Steve Jenner seeing most of the action down in the Bishop's goal. Not a ton of shots on net here early, but doing a good job of controlling those rebounds, and pretty even play, which we expected, Paul.
Spagnoli to take the draw here for Arlington Catholic against Sorrenti for Archbishop Williams. Comes over to number 3, Lofstrom for the Bishops, and they send it up the left wing on the breakout, but AC able to dump it back into the zone. This is Boyle now, number 4, carrying to center for Archbishop Williams. Short pass to Jessman, who dumps it in deep.
Yeah, number 7, Ryan Tierney, sacrificing the body a little bit there to get the puck out of his zone. He was our player of the game.
Circles into the slot area. He had Davis with him. Puck comes loose. Now Ryan Tierney trying to send away Jason Smith, can't connect, and Jessman dumps it. Tries to dump it in deep, but it jumps up and hits a glove, I think, on the AC bench.
Yeah, somebody hanging that glove over the boards, Paul. But like we said, Ryan Tierney, junior forward for Arlington Catholic, was our player of the game the other night. He came into the tournament with 20 points and looks pretty good so far early in this one.
Ed Riley now dumps it in. Back on it there is number 6, Cam Geary, the freshman for AC, trying to come out the right side. Can't get it by Riley at the point. Keefe now tries to center. Nobody there for the Bishops. Dunn able to come up with it. Goes off the stick of Geary. Geary tries to send it up the left wing for the AC breakout. No connection there.
No, Arlington Catholic dropping their forwards a little too deep here, so we'll see if Archie's picks up on that and starts feeding the puck back to the point.
Andy Somerville now dumps it in deep for AC, and Ryan Smith on the forecheck there in the corner. Centering pass by Somerville, picked off by Dunn for Archbishop Williams. Ryan Dunn, he had a couple of goals the other day. Wrist shot, saved by Richard. Oh, the rebound. Keefe with a golden opportunity, puts it off the pads of Richard.
Boy, he'd probably like to have that one back. The initial shot was trying to go 5-hole by Dunn, and a big rebound out front. Like you said, right on a Keefe stick, and he couldn't put it home.
Cam Geary, the lanky freshman, able to get it in to the Bishop's end. They fight for it there. Boyle along with Ryan Smith from Arlington Catholic. Now it comes to Garrett Foley. Foley, long pass off the boards intended for number 11, O'Brien, and a shot in and a save by Richard.
Yeah, innocent shot by O'Brien there coming down the left-hand side, but a rebound that came out, nobody there, but Richard's got to control those rebounds, Paul.
Brendan Regan on the ice for AC. Now interception here, and a long shot in by
nice steal by Dylan O'Brien, stepping up, the senior.
O'Brien again.
Jumping right into the play and getting off a decent shot from the blue line. Puck
sent in deep by Davis. Karams all the way around to Amato. Amato looking around for it, gets it up to Cook. Cook can't control, and
The
they will go to
AC
change.
getting caught in a line change here as Archie's comes up the center.
David, that's the third time the Bishops have had the puck in the slot area, not shot. They've
Yeah,
looked
they
to
had
pass.
they had open ice there too, Paul. They should have moved that puck around. Again, AC was trying to change all three forwards.
Luke D able to hammer it out for AC. The Archbishop Williams defense pairing will start it out again, but Luke D intercepts and sends it the length of the ice. Icing is waved off as Colin Boyle retreats for the Bishops. Boyle trying to get away from the forecheck of Ryan Tierney, able to get it up to Jessman, who circles into the middle and finds Davis open. Davis has Sereni headed to the net. The pass to Sereni knocked out of the air. Sereni with the back-checking Tierney, breathing heavily, and Tierney knocks down Jessman. Interference not called there.
Yeah, big hit there by...
Play kept in at the line by Lofstrom. Bishops on the charge here. Nifty stick work by Jessman. He's able to get the shot up, but Richard another save, and Richard's counting up the saves. All of a sudden, the Bishops are shooting.
No give there in number 15, Mike Jessman. He scrapped all the way for that puck.
Scrappy is a great call for Jessman.
Play.
Jessman, as we said, a goal and an assist the other day. Tierney, a goal and an assist for AC. Goggin had a couple of assists. I have not seen Goggin out there, one of the co-captains for... there he is right there. Might
See,
be his
Paul,
first
you
shift.
asked, and we
Yeah.
put him right onto the ice for you. Could be his first shift.
Brian Goggin, who had a couple of assists the other day, one of the co-captains, up for Ryan Smith. Brian to Ryan, and now here's Dunn. Ryan Dunn. Ryan, a popular name 15 or 16 years ago.
I tell you, I haven't
in
seen
the hospitals around Eastern Mass.
I haven't been able to see Dunn play earlier this year, but he looks really good. He looks like a good one. He's smart with the puck, got a good hard low shot, and he's accurate, which means a lot more than how hard you shoot it. Right? If you can't put it on net, it's not going to go in. He looks
Would Wayne
pretty
Gretzky
good.
say 99% of the ones that don't get shot on net don't go in?
Yes,
Something.
the great one.
Yeah. The great one, whose son-in-law to be, Dustin Johnson, finished second for the second straight week on the PGA Tour. See what little tidbits of information you
I
get
tell
watching
you,
high school
Paul,
hockey?
it's like being with Wikipedia 24/7.
Here's Brendan Regan, oftentimes a forward, playing a defensive spot here for AC today, number 4. Now, Garrett Foley lays it back to his defense, and they'll start the breakout, but they can't get it by center ice. Colin Boyle retreats, something he's been doing often today. Number 4 for the Bishops, the backhander off the glass and out. Jean-Luc D sends it deep into the right wing corner here with 6:37 to go. Opening period of play, we're about 2/3 of the way through. No score between the Arlington Catholic Cougars and the Archbishop Williams Bishops.
Yeah, pretty even play, Paul. We expected this kind of play coming in.
Spagnoli with a good rush and a wrister from 30 feet out, goes over the cage. Jason Smith on the rebound, centering pass to Tierney in the slot, backhand pass for Spagnoli.
Boy, nice play by Jenna to get a stick on that and direct it into the corner.
Long shot in from the right point off the stick of number 17, Charlie Piggott, his first shift out there, the junior defenseman.
So Jenna having to work a little bit there. Paul, we talked about him as he came in relief in the last game. He does tend to go down a little early, so they may want to aim for that top corner, top shelf.
Rogers in from the right point to backhand it deep for Spagnoli. He can't control, but Tierney does. Gives it to Spagnoli. Good 2-on-2 in the corner there. And spinning around is Pat Twombly trying to clear it. Can't get it by Piggott back at that left point. Onto the stick of Twombly again.
Twombly's got to get his head up. That last time he had ice ahead of him and didn't look and just turned and flipped it out right to the point where AC was able to control it.
Good play into Sorrenti, and now Piggott knocks down Davis.
Yeah, Michael Davis going hard to the net and actually did create a loose puck there, but benefit of the whistle there for Richard. He did have it covered up, but able to knock it free, as you said, was Michael Davis.
Menzel, not Manzel on the faceoff here. Nicky Hockey Menzel. Can't win it. AC skates it out. Ryan Smith over to Mikhailov. Ivan Mikhailov in alone. Makes a move. Saved by Jenner. Rebound saved by Jenner and covered up. And a shove after the whistle there.
Yeah, Pat Twomley coming in to make sure that there wasn't going to be another attempt at a loose puck, and buries his man into that fabulous loose post that Paul did not replace the magnet on last night. So
Andy Somerville there was the recipient of that love tap.
yeah, a little love tap, little happy birthday wishes there, and 5:25 remaining in the first period, no score.
That was Craig Needham, not Mikhailov, the freshman forward, number 28, who had that great attempt there. Craig Needham. And missing for AC today is Dan Needham, the senior defenseman who had a good game in the first game of the tournament, but sustained a shoulder injury, and he's not in the lineup today.
There's another, what could have been an odd man rush. I'm not sure why the Williams player decided to flip that in the corner, but
Geary, a couple of freshmen out there now, Geary and Craig Needham. And here's a play by Archbishop Williams, a play in, a save by Richard. That was a good chance there for number 12, Eric Keefe, who let the wrister go with Sorrenti headed to the cage.
yeah, Keefe, a junior forward, he's had a couple of good shots already in this early one. And I'll tell you,
that was Garrett Foley headed to the cage.
Garrett Foley had that.
Sorrenti.
Okay, yeah. Now, we've got to control those rebounds. So Richard is letting a couple of these pucks bounce off his chest and drop right out front.
Brendan Regan
Nobody there to clean it up just yet.
gives it off to Cook. They can't clear. They're having trouble over there now. It's intercepted at the point by Riley. He can't control, and they'll come the other way. Amato can't control it for AC. It's a lot of loose pucks out here today. And all the way back is O'Brien to play it for Archbishop Williams over to Foley. Foley on the go, up for big 18.
Boy, a little
Kyle
follow-up after
Leonard,
that,
who
too.
gets his fists up, and that's a penalty in most rule books.
Yeah,
Here's
real
Amato,
good
can't
play
control.
by John Luke D. I mean, he clean hit, nice solid hit, and
Leonard took exception to it.
yeah, and Leonard, threw a little flurry afterwards. You're right, that should have been called. Looks like John Luke D. has now got the X on his back here, and
Luke D.
he's going to send them both. I don't, Luke
And
D's going to
Davis.
go to the box for some reason.
Luke
As
D. and
Michael
Davis.
Davis was making sure he was going to get to the bench okay, hitting him from behind towards the bench. But again, Captain John Luke D, senior defenseman, getting a little physical out here as we near the end of the first period, 3:50 remaining. Skating 5-on-5, of course, with the matching minors there.
Play underway. Dunn able to.
Kenny Lofstrom, number 3 for the Bishops, looking to take the body there as well, and the player was able to get around him, but that would have been a real solid hit as the physicality picks up a little bit here, Paul.
Both minors for roughing. Somerville are the only goal of the period. A couple of matching minors at the 11:10 mark, and then at 14:30, as we said, Menzel for an elbow, and that's where we stand right now at the end of one period.
Yeah, I mean, we talked before game that we thought both teams both need this game, but pretty evenly played. Two good goaltenders here, both Jenner and Richard, playing very respectable here. Jenner probably seeing more of the action, but fairly even. We'll check the shots here.
We'll check shots. It should be even. I mean, there were little flows there where Archie's carried the play for a while, and then AC was more of the one-offs. They had a couple of breakaways, but they couldn't get by Jenner, and then they finally did it the old-fashioned way. One of those gritty goals in front. Smith paying the price, but.
We'll win this
and
game.
Actually, like you said, the first half of the period, Mark, was a bit more wide open, and Archbishop Williams had far more chances, but they didn't take the shots they might have taken if they look at the film.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably a little spoiled seeing BC High and Austin Prep in the first game, two of the more talented teams, but it did seem like their heads were right. It seemed like they saw the ice better or whatever. They had a better feel for the play. These two teams very good here. But just not quite seeing the ice the way we saw it in the first game.
Maybe just they know each other well and they're just feeling each other out a little bit.
Yeah, probably. I think we'll expect more action. One goal here in the first period, but hopefully they'll be able to take more opportunities or advantage of more opportunities there come the second period.
So we'll take a little break here. We're between first and second period play between Archbishop Williams and Arlington Catholic. Again, the final in the first one was 6-2 BC High. They will move on and play in the finals of the Buddy Forever Classic, and Austin Prep will play in the consolation. Well, in the championship consolation final.
The runner-up round, right? And again, big thanks out to Sullivan Tire, all our friends at Sullivan Tire, and certainly all our friends at RB Hockey Schools, our sponsors. And again, if you're interested in sponsoring any of our games or sponsoring any of the activity on the website, just email us at info@masshighschoolhockey.com. And anybody interested in DVDs can go to seriovideo.com and grab a DVD right off of there. So we'll be back with the start of the second period momentarily. All right, welcome back, everyone. Just about the start of the third period. Paul Max giving us an update here on the CM Central Catholic game.
Yeah, I guess Jim Clark just said it's the last minute. It's a final, 4-3 Central. So
big win there for Central Catholic. Another step backwards for CM. Here's a big rush to start the period by Archbishop Williams there, and really no shot on net, but a good rush by.
So still, AC still on the penalty, the power play, and now there's a call here early in the second period. It's going to be Dylan O'Brien, and AC's going to be 2 men up for 52 seconds.
Boy, I tell you, Ryan Dunn, the captain for the Bishops, had a nice short man rush up ice and didn't convert, and now you look up and we got a 5-on-3 for a couple of seconds.
Ryan Dunn will be the lone forward up, trying to kill the penalty. Goggin now over to Geary. Geary, the freshman, out on the 5-on-3. Down to the corner to Spagnoli. Spagnoli to Goggin. Geary with a lane, down the lane. Tip attempt by Tierney, misses.
Yeah, good save by Jenna, redirecting that puck into the corner. 29 seconds remaining on the 2-man advantage here, so Bishop's digging in.
Ryan Smith, who has the goal in the game, he's back with his other line mates, the three Ryans up front. Ryan Smith in front to Ryan Spagnoli, over to Tierney. Save by Jenner on the post. And Dunn can't get it out of the zone with 12 seconds to go on the 2-man deficit for Archbishop Williams. Spagnoli up the boards to Ryan Smith. Back to Brian Goggin. Over to Cam Geary. Geary walks the tip off the stick of Smith. Tierney with the rebound. 1 man out of the box.
Now, 5-on-4 with 33 seconds remaining.
Ryan Smith walks it across to the boards. Back to Goggin. Down low to Spagnoli. Spagnoli trying to hit Tierney. Tierney on the rebound. It's loose in front and skated away. It was laying lonely right in the crease.
Oh, boy. Garrett Foley coming in to try to take his man out. Was able to get the puck in his skates and direct it into the corner.
Leonard and Tierney are having a WWF match in front of the net. No call.
There's Dunn, number 23, and he's got a. I'm surprised he's still on the ice. This kid's been out here for both penalty kills. And he's finally skating over to the bench.
Deep, and the penalty is over. They've killed off the 2-man deficit here, and Garrett Foley can't get control of it. Somerville now turns and fires. It's loose. Needham right there on the doorstep. The freshman can't control it.
Boy, how often does that happen, Paul, at the end of a power play, and all of a sudden you're getting into a line change, and Arlington Catholic is pouring more offense on. So
that is a final from BU, confirmed. It's 4-3 Central. Well, and the jockeying for position goes on.
It sure does, but I think that solidifies Central's positioning for me as a top 4 team.
Jessman on the go, up into the netting off the stick of Jack Rogers, the AC defenseman, and play is called. Faceoff will be to the left of Richard in the AC end with 12:49 to go. Second period of play from Falmouth, 1-0, Arlington Catholic. Puck sent around the boards onto the stick of Jason Smith, falling down as Somerville. He's able to poke it up to Needham, but Sorrenti back checks.
All that new ice
for Archbishop
losing
Williams.
some footing here.
Jessman now can't get it away from Ryan Smith, and they send it off the backboards back there. 17 Piggott gets it up to Cook. Cook trying to hand it off to Sean Gavin, his first appearance today, number 11.
Yeah, Cougars rushing that puck up ice, and unfortunately it got tangled in the official skates on the along the boards there outside the penalty box.
Twombly gets it in deep. Sorrenti picks it clean, trying to get it out in front. Jessman now sends it back for Twombly, keeps it in. Twombly over to number 3, Lofstrom, and now coming the other way is Gavin. He gets tangled up with Twombly, and they hit the ice, but making the save there is Jenner.
Yeah, at the end of the periods, Paul, shots on net were 10 apiece, so 10-10, which is what we thought, yep. 5-2 to start this period, 5-1 to start this period.
Not surprising with the 2-man advantage there.
Yeah, 2-man advantage, 7 shots on net for AC, 0 shots on net for
Spagnoli and Leonard go to the
Bishops.
boards. Archie's able to clear. This is Dunn, Ryan Dunn down the left wing. He's got Keefe headed to the net. Dunn with a backhander that pops up into the air and right into the glove of Richard.
He's putting the puck on net there. I mean, an odd angle, but at least he threw it at the net and very much easily controlled by Richard. So gets a whistle. Face-off will come to his right here with 11:33 remaining in the second period.
They bang on the backboards. AC able to bring it out. Ryan Spagnoli can't control it at center ice. Onto the stick now of the Archie's defenseman. That is Colin Boyle. Now back is John Luke D trying to find Tierney up the wing. Karam's off his stick onto the stick of Reed Mankowski for Archbishop Williams. Now Riley circles, looks for help up to center ice onto the stick of Keefe. This is Eric Keefe, number 12, with a shot.
Oh,
and it goes
nice
wide.
move by Eric Keefe. Got to put it on net, though, as we spoke about earlier.
Mankowski over to Colin Line behind the net now. Mankowski runs into big John Luke D. Now Colin Line circles. His shot goes off the side of the net, and Mankowski ends up right on Richard's lap in the crease.
Yeah, I don't know how John Luke D doesn't get called for interference out in front of that net as he caved in the player in front of the net, and the puck was nowhere near them.
Lofstrom sends it in deep, and Archbishop Williams back on the forecheck. Kept in by Riley at the right point by Archie's. Cullen Line can't come up with it. Mankowski now dumps in the corner, and he'll head to the bench and change. John Luke D up for Tierney. He slows it down on the breakout. Tierney sends it deep. It bounces off the body of Lofstrom.
Yeah, full change there for Arlington Catholic, and just barely getting off the ice there was the fifth man, and puck dumped into the corner now by number 3, Kenny Lofstrom.
Centering pass attempt there by Needham. Skated away by Mike Davis. Davis now over the line on the right side, trying to get around Luke D. Can't do so, and they come the other way. Ryan Smith up for Andy Somerville. That pass is too far in front of Somerville, and it'll be called for icing.
Yeah, puck, just trying to get it out of the zone. Couple of line changes going on there. Bishop's trying to get all 5 men off the ice, and AC not really seeing that and dumping the puck all the way down for the icing. So we'll have a face-off here just to the left of goalie Richard. 9:44 remaining in the second period.
AC breaks it out. The pass up for Silver, intercepted by Leonard over there. Kyle Leonard bangs it off the boards, but it comes back onto the stick of Silver, who dumps it deep. Amato will give chase for AC. First on it is Twombly. And now Jessman gets handcuffed as it hits him from behind. Amato will send it deep onto the cycle for Silva. Cook on it momentarily, but Sorrenti, good job back checking. Number 20 has it there and circles his net. Sorrenti, that'd be called for warding in lacrosse, but it's allowed in hockey.
Yeah, we got an official down over there in the corner. He looks to be okay as he skates back to center ice, and we're going to get a whistle, much needed whistle for the linesman over here.
Jessman from Archie's and Amato for AC get tangled up on the line, and offsides is called.
So faceoff's going to come just outside the AC blue line here with 9:04 remaining in the second, and the Cougars leading the Bishops 1-0.
Here's Jason Smith for Arlington Catholic with Dunn taking him to the boards. Comes back to Jack Rogers. The long wrister in. Save there.
Nice right
Jenner.
pad save by Steve Jenner. That's a big save right there. Easily could have been 2-0. The big screen in front of him as well. So
Leonard can't pitchfork it out, and it's loose over on the boards. Ryan Tierney trying to use some leverage there, but Menzel back deep in his zone.
Another good play by Jack Rogers, stepping right into that play, and got off a real good shot earlier, and showing his effectiveness.
Ryan Spagnoli backhands across, looking for Ryan Tierney on his off wing. Tierney first on it. Tierney circles. He misfires, and Keefe able to send away Dunn. Can't control it. Keefe follows up down the lane. Eric Keefe in the right wing corner. He's double teamed, able to get it to Menzel behind the net. Menzel can't get it to Foley.
Yeah, real nice job there by Keefe as he was waiting for his reinforcements to come off the bench, was able to hold the puck in the corner and just pass it a little too wide.
Jack Rogers, nice pickoff, sends it up to Tierney, who redirects it in on Jenner. Jenner wants to stop play there, and he's prone, but he can't reach the puck.
Yeah, the puck was sliding away from Jenner as he extended his full body out there.
Good play by Dylan O'Brien to get it up to Garrett Foley, who sends it in deep. Cullen Line now for Archie's, keeps it in. Foley runs into Somerville.
Yeah, Riley trying to chip that puck down with the shaft of his stick, unable to do so as the puck comes back out.
Craig Needham, the freshman who's played a pretty good game out here today, getting some ice time, and that play was offsides as it got deflected and Ryan Smith had stepped over the line.
Yeah, tough play for Smith there as he thought he was in the clear, but the puck was a little slow getting to him. And
we said the Chica Lounge, it's the Chica Lodge down in the Keys where the boys were watching the APBC High game. Hopefully they're still with us, so they're checking back and forth at the Chica Lounge. And
yeah, I feel bad that we got that one wrong,
yeah,
Paul. I'm sure it's sunny and about 80 degrees down there.
That's
so
one of those wish you were here, you know?
Yeah, I'm glad they were able to correct us.
We'll send a shout out to the Chica Lodge.
The Chica Lodge.
Here comes Jessman. Jessman with silver in his shirt. Now it's poked wide by AC's number 18. That's Brendan McGovern. Silva follows up on the support.
Boy, real nice hit there by number 20, Mike Sorrenti, the captain, laying him out there in the corner. Good hit.
Good play by Jessman, and that's offside.
Oh, boy, tough break there.
Mike Davis needed another inch of height there to keep
Yeah,
his toe onside.
Not much he could do there. Davis with all that momentum carrying him across the blue line after skating through a check on the board. So faceoff will come outside the zone with 6:28 remaining in the second period.
Menzel gets it back to Leonard. Leonard trying to gain the line. Now this one, he wasn't at the line, but they called it okay. And Goggin up to Jason Smith. His pass goes to the wrong team. Leonard with it. Menzel. Menzel. Nick Menzel.
Oh, nice solid collision there. Number 18 for the Bishops stepping up, Kyle Leonard.
Long outlet pass by Keefe right onto the stick of Dunn. It's poked away by Goggin. Nice play. And Leonard will send a long one in that Richard gloves and leaves for Cam Geary. Geary up to Needham. Needham pushed from behind by number 21
Robert Beaton, making his presence felt. Little how do you do from behind?
Yeah, first shift of the game, I think, for Robert Beaton. And now Foley sends a long shot in that's intercepted by Somerville. Cullen line over here on the
Beaton's way of telling Coach Curtis, I'm ready, sir.
Beaton just puts a hit onto, here's a shot in front. Beaton right there looking for the rebound. Leonard swing and a miss, strike two. It bounces to center ice. Good job of covering up there by number 3, Lofstrom. And the Bishops are in the AC end again, but this one should be icing as Geary needs a rest and sends it to the
nice play
ice.
by Cam Geary, though, reading the situation properly. Odd men, 3-on-2 there for the Bishops, and Geary says, you know what, I'm going to throw this down the end of the ice and get myself over to the bench. Get a fresh set of players out on the ice here with 4:46 remaining in the second period. The Bishops still trailing 1-0. Face off just to the left of Richard.
Skating it out is Cook for AC. Good back check by Sorrenti. He went about as far as you can in the rules with his stick there in the midsection of Cook for MC. Now Jessman, long wing-to-wing pass intended for Davis. Goes too far, and Rogers able to poke it back into the Archbishop Williams end, where Sorrenti will play it for the Bishops. Sends it up to Jessman. Jessman gloves it. Now backhand pass for Sorrenti over the line, right wing. Sorrenti with a move, down low. Centering pass right in the crease. It's loose, and that net is off again.
Well, Jessman made a very pretty pass just outside the blue line and streaking down the right.
Went to the net.
Yeah, momentum right to the net. In fact, some momentum went right into the net. And again, the magnets. Where are the magnets, Paul?
The magnets are missing, and once again, a guy in the net doesn't count as a goal. So Sorrenti on the draw here with Spagnoli. Twombly for Archbishop Williams sends it into the zone, but not as deep as he would have liked. Twombly on it again. Now he gets it deep in the corner where Davis goes to play it behind the net, but it jumps over his stick.
Nice decision there by Colin Boyle.
Centering pass to Sorrenti. He missed the net. What a great setup pass there by Davis.
Yeah, all started by the good decision by Colin Boyle at the left point to throw that puck into the corner versus taking the slap shot, which might have been deflected.
Spagnoli centering pass for Jason Smith off his stick onto the stick of John Luke D. Luke D with some room on the far side. Centering pass, nobody there but blue shirts. Jessman can't catch up to it, and it's sent in deep by number 4, Brendan Regan.
Yeah, good play by Regan. Bishop
Good
said
awareness.
open ice if they got to that puck first.
Tierney and Twombly fight over there. Ryan Smith with a centering pass knocked behind the net by Sorrenti. And now it jumps over to Boyle, near side. Boyle up for Davis. Mike Davis had Jessamine try to get it deep.
Yeah, real good gritty play here, Paul, by both teams.
Yeah,
I mean,
really.
both teams want this one. They're skating real hard, playing hard in the corners, taking the body. And, they're going to have to earn these goals, no question about it.
Ryan Dunn leaves it for Keith. The wrister saved by Richard. Needham on the rebound, skates it out for AC. Smith gives it back to Needham. Some fancy stick handling, can't get by Riley. Following up is Somerville, though.
Yeah, Kyle Leonard trying to get back into the play here as he had his knees taken out from underneath him, and
that's outside
still
the zone.
a little shaky here. But
good job by Riley to kick it up, and Ryan Dunn able to catch up to it. Dunn will take the shot, saved by Richard. Not sure he saw that one. And on the rebound, Menzel knocks it well over the net into the netting.
Yeah, Menzel's shot there got deflected into the netting, so the faceoff will come to the right of Richard. But, just a good two-way play there, Paul. Strong shifts by both the Bishops and the Cougars there, and Bishop's starting to get a few more scoring opportunities.
Yeah, Ryan Dunn with a quick shot from the side. I think it surprised Richard. He made a nice save on it, but that's what Archbishop Williams has to do more of. They've got to get more shots on net and pucks to the net.
Throw that puck at the net. There's a wraparound, and that's going to count. The goal, again, the magnets came loose, but it was a defenseman that moved it in the act of the play. So we're going to see what the officials do here. They are coming over to talk about this. It's no goal. Yeah, they're going to wave it off. Clearly the net was off the moorings, and, we've talked about this. This net on this end, for whatever reason, Paul, has come unhinged a few times, but that's a right call. The puck was, the net was clearly off before the puck entered the net.
Yeah, one official did call it a goal. That's his call to say whether it's in the net or not, and the trailing official clearly, he didn't delay at all, said no goal.
Yeah, no, good teamwork there by the officials. They got it right. And here come the Cougars.
Up to Jason Smith. It doesn't leave the zone. Now it does, and Goggin will play it. A man in deep is Spagnoli. He'll have to clear, and he does, and play will continue. Over to get it is Riley for Archbishop Williams. He's got some room to clear. He comes over to Lofstrom. Lofstrom lugs it up to the red line. Can't get it in deep.
Yeah, it looks like Williams is they're sending that second defenseman up into the play here, so they're starting to get a little more offensive-minded. It seems to be paying off, but only a minute 35 remaining in this second period, so they got to get something going here if they want to tie this up.
Lofstrom on the go for Archbishop Williams. Does the smart thing, sends it in deep, and they change. Back for it there, the Cougars of AC. Tierney, a nice little lead for Somerville, who's got some speed. Somerville on the right side, the pass back. Nice play by Ryan Smith, the give and go. And a save
real
there
nice play
Jenner.
by Tierney, Paul, as you said, getting that puck out and
Here's
giving
Somerville
Arlington
again with a
Catholic an
chance.
opportunity.
They've got numbers. He's got Smith at the net. The pass to Smith. Great save by Jenner, who saw that coming. Kicked the left leg out and denied Ryan Smith of his second goal of the game and the second goal for Arlington Catholic.
Yeah, final period, final minute of the period here, Paul, and both teams got a little momentum going each way here.
Yeah, AC with a little life here in the last minute. They've had a couple of good chances. Now it's back onto the stick of Boyle. The long pass up intended for Davis. Davis over the line. They've got numbers now. Davis over to Sorrenti. 32 seconds to go. Sorrenti circles up high. Dumps it deep as Silva is all over Sorrenti.
Yeah, Sorrenti's got to give that pack back.
Jessman now
back
walks
to the point there.
Right in front. Boyle now with 19 seconds to go. Over to Twombly. Twombly down low. Intercepted by Geary, who clears. Under 20 seconds.
Kind of
you got to get pucks to the net.
Yeah, frustrating to watch that happen, Paul. Looked like the Point had a couple of opportunities, and we're going to get an icing on this with 5.4 seconds remaining. And
not what the Bishops want. right here
Yeah,
in the waning moments of the second period.
Absolutely not, especially with all the momentum that they had going. And now Coach Shine yelling out some instructions to his players here as the faceoff will come in the Bishop zone with 5.4 seconds. So he's trying to set up a play here. Probably get 3 guys going to the net after the faceoff.
Spagnoli fights for it, but it comes onto the stick of Twombly, who gets it clear out of the zone and kills off the last 5 seconds of potentially dangerous time for Archbishop Williams.
Yeah, I think, again, the icing there that was, concerning. 5.4 seconds is a lot of time in hockey, but a real good second period, Paul. I thought the intensity level rose by both teams. Strong goaltending, as we saw throughout the first 2 periods of play. So, both teams having scoring opportunities.
Yeah, great goaltending at both ends of the ice, and there were some good scoring chances for each team. There were no goals in that period. The only goal of the game still near the end of the first period off the stick of Ryan Smith for Arlington Catholic, with Rogers and Somerville getting assists on that one. That's where we stand after 2. Only 1 penalty in that period as well. O'Brien went for a hook early on at the 18-second mark, so not a lot on the stat sheet in the second period, but some good up-and-down hockey. And as one of the other coaches in between periods was saying, these 2 teams know each other. They've seen each other twice, and there's not a lot of surprises between these 2 teams. It's just a hard-nosed, hard-fought Central Catholic Central League type game.
Yeah, they're going to grind this one out right to the end. Don't want to curse us here with an overtime call, but certainly the way this game's going, the next one may be a decider of overtime or a decider of the game, because I think goals are going to be hard to come by. Both goaltenders are playing well, and it's going to be an effort to get the puck in the back of the net.
Yeah, and the longer times go, I'm sure each of these coaches is going to tell the guys between periods, get pucks to the net, get pucks to the net. We mentioned the first period, Archbishop Williams was not getting as many pucks to the net. They were trying to be a little bit too perfect and too cute and make the perfect play. And you get in a game like this, sometimes it's a mistake or an error or a bouncing puck that's going to change the whole outcome of the game. So getting pucks to the net becomes key.
Yeah, we were hoping to have 2 players from the Hingham High School team coming up with us, the captains, but I'm not seeing them just yet, so we'll take a little break here.
We'll take a break right now and let you guys rest from our voices, and we'll rest our voices and get ready for the third period between Arlington Catholic and Archbishop Williams.
Great, we'll be back.
Minutes.
Yeah, we'll be back with the start of the third period momentarily, or interviews with 2 of the captains from Hingham High School. Take it away, Pat. Just hockey?
Hockey and lifting weights.
Can't get them over to the Diamonds? Yeah.
All right, we're
That's
back
good.
between second and third period of the
something up here, Gerard.
AW game, and we're happy to be joined by a couple of guys, a couple of Harbormen, the co-captains of the Hingham Harbormen, John Carlson and Gerard Colpoys. And guys, first of all, congrats on the big OT come-from-behind win the other day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That
Gerard, you obviously, skating hard on that left wing. Tell us a little bit about that overtime goal that you guys were able to pick up.
We had some pretty good pressure down low, and then before that, we actually had a 3-on-1, and one of the kids, I think it was Jessman, he got hurt, and that blew the whistle dead. So, but we came back and then got the puck down low, and Matt DeMellis had to do a backhand toe drag. It scared everyone on the bench, and then ended up putting it in. So
nice to see the freshmen stepping up and helping you seniors out every once in a while, right?
It was definitely, but it was a good goal. I mean, they had a pretty hard forecheck going in throughout that shift, so it was good pressure.
So now, a couple of things. The season's been a little bit different because usually, you guys play one of the toughest schedules in the state, but usually you get enough W's up there that this time of year you're looking forward without doubt to a tournament. And now you're down here and the backs are against the wall, and you got one under the belt, but you got a couple more at least today. You got to concentrate on today.
Right. Yeah. First part of the season we struggled a little bit trying to figure some things out, but pulling together here at the end and make it interesting. So why not?
So, John, obviously needing that senior leadership from you two guys and things like that, kind of a different mix. I mean, I've seen the Harbormen over the years, as you know. And we had Coach Mahoney up here the other night, and, the expectations that, everybody's going to jump in this thing together and try to carry the team into the postseason, hopefully into the MIA tournament. What do you expect out of this game against Duxbury?
Oh, it's always a huge rivalry against Duxbury. South Shore, they beat us earlier this year. So obviously going out for blood this game, hoping to get the win. Obviously not only for that, but to make the playoffs as well. So big game.
And pretty physical team, Gerard. I know you saw them obviously already this season, but you guys will pick it up, I'm sure, a notch or two.
Oh yeah, actually I didn't play that game. I was home sick, so watching the video of that game, we definitely got hit around pretty good and by Morocco and a few of the other big guys, but this is definitely a game. This is our last shot at Duxbury to even the score. So, I mean, there's nothing else to lose. Got to leave it all on the ice.
Now, have you played alongside some of these other guys?
Yeah. Tournaments here and there, yeah. So I know a few of them, but, on the ice, we're not friends. Yeah. Simple as that. I mean.
The other thing is that a lot of public teams rely on one or two lines, and they're just playing 3 or 4 defensemen most of the game. But you guys go deep like Duxbury does, and that – there's something else on the bench when you've got everybody involved in the game.
Oh, definitely. Gets everyone in the game, everyone cheering. It's great to have 5 lines that can always do something for you out there on the ice. And doesn't wear at the top 2 lines, gives everyone a chance to get out there and make something happen.
Yeah, and you guys they had a great performance from their third line the other day, and you guys, every forward contributed, it seemed.
Definitely.
As well as the defenseman.
Oh, yeah. First to fourth, even fifth line, they're doing something for us, whether it's just getting it deep, hitting the body, or scoring goals. So can't ask for anything else.
Does anybody log any more minutes than McInnes? I mean, my God, does he ever come off the ice?
I mean, maybe the goalie, but I don't know about that.
You guys are a couple of defensemen back there, and I'm sure he's just saying, Coach, put me out all the time.
Oh, yeah, like always. But
got to be hungry for it,
that's
you know?
it.
Got the itch.
And how about the play of Alex? I mean, obviously, nice to have him back between the pipes. He'll need to step up big tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a few saves. That's all we need. 2 or 3 a period, and I think we'll be all set. Confident.
Definitely.
All right, well, no pressure, but we expect you guys to score goals as the last 2 guys we interviewed from BC High had stellar performances after the interviews, and we take full credit for that.
This is the Lucky Charm booth up here.
All right, hey, whatever, I'll take it. I mean,
do our best.
Yeah.
All right, make sure Coach Messina understands that going into the game, that, Igo and McNamara expect credit for these 2 goals you guys are going to put up. But
the Irish Mafia up here.
right. Yeah, we got the Italian Mafia down there with the Messina group and the Irish Mafia up here. But, no, good luck today, guys, and thanks for coming up and joining us.
No problem at all.
And hopefully we'll see you again before the tournament's over.
Oh, yeah.
Gerard Colpoys and John Carlson from Hingham.
Thanks, guys.
They've got a big date in about an hour and a half out on the ice.
A couple of senior captains ready for the Duxbury Dragons, right?
Okay.
All right, boys,
Thank you.
thanks. All right, so we're going to try to take a quick break here. We were very fortunate to have those 2 boys come up. Thanks to Coach Tony Messina for sending up 2 of his captains prior to the start of their game, and we're about a minute 40 away from the start of the third period here of a 1-0 Arlington Catholic lead. So we're going to take a quick timeout here from Pat Serio and Serio Video and go online and buy some DVDs. All right, everyone, welcome back. Getting ready to get the third period underway here. Again, Arlington Catholic, the Cougars ahead of the Bishops here 1-0. Cougars scoring in the first period, no scoring in the second period. Only goal of the game going to number 3, Ryan Smith. No surprise there, as Ryan Smith came into the tournament with 26 points. His assist went to Jack Rogers and number 16, Andy Somerville. So we're underway here in the third period, expecting a good one here as the Bishops clear it into the corner. It comes up the boards and is now controlled by number 14 of the Bishops. Okay, Arlington Catholic skating it out into center ice here. There's a good feed. Shot in and a big save there again by Steve Jenner. He elects to pass the puck out to his defenseman. Colin Boyle clears it up and out, and they wave off the icing as the puck comes into the corner, and the Bishops control, and there's a goal! So what looked like it might be an icing quickly turns into an Archbishop Williams High School goal as number 15, Mike Jessman, who we saw a lot yesterday, is going to get the Bishops on the board and tie this up. Less than a minute into the period, 14-10 remaining in the third. And we're all knotted up at once here as number 15, Jessman, gets the goal and gets the Bishops on the board. kind of a strange play there, Paul, where the Bishops cleared it down ice, and a couple of folks thought it was going to be icing, and no call there as the puck went into the corner, and Jessman standing right out in front of the net, put it in the back of the net. So Sereni and Boyle on the assists, and Jessman's got us all tied up with just under 14 minutes remaining in the third period.
Well, you called it. It's going to be overtime.
You can blame me. Send those letters in.
Pigot's clearing pass, intercepted but taken back by Rogers. Skates over the line, sends a long one in. The Jenner steers to the corner. Rogers in deep. Centering pass stolen by Sereni with some ice in front of him. Mike Sereni on the go, 1-on-4, wrist shot. Gets deflected, but Richard able to play it off his body. And now
I'll tell you, Paul, to me, it's my eyes, but, it looks like Archie's has come out with a little extra jump in their step here and maybe catching AC off balance a little bit.
Here comes Riley with skating room. Big Ed Riley over the line. And now coming the other way is Ryan Spagnoli for Arlington Catholic. His backhander goes deep into the corner in the right wing. Trying to play it around is the defense of Archbishop Williams. That was O'Brien, can't get it out as Regan keeps it in. Puck pinned to the boards behind the net and now picked up by Ed Riley. Riley tries to skate it up the left wing to O'Brien, kept in by Ryan Tierney for Arlington Catholic, who sends it in deep and gives chase.
Dylan O'Brien trying again, sending it to the center of the ice and not looking.
Third time's a charm, and they get it over the line and pops high in the air, but Jason Smith now, hand pass is going to be called as he gives it back to his partner there, Somerville.
Again, Paul, we have the advantage of being up high and seeing that wasn't a hand pass, but again, we're not down on ice in the middle of the action, but again, the faceoff's going to take place just to the left of Richard here, and again, the Bishops coming out with a head full of steam here.
Menzel and Somerville, controlled by Dunn, can't get it back to the point as Needham, the freshman, kicks it out, but not out of the zone. Here's Menzel with a shot and a glove save by Richard.
Glove save by Richard, and he keeps this tied at 1 with a great save. Strong goaltending by Richard and Jenner all game, so no surprises there, but Menzel getting off a real nice wrist shot there from the left side.
Nice little tee up there by Dunn, too, to put it on Menzel's stick. Now it comes back to Boyle at the point. Boyle kicks it into the right wing corner where Keefe tries to pick it up, can't do so. Puck loose, going back and forth between sticks, and Menzel now dumps it deep.
Yeah, this line has been probably the best line we've seen during this game anyway. They've brought a lot of energy throughout the game and have controlled the play that when they've been on the ice.
Twombly keeps it in for AC, but they have to clear as he was outside the line. And now Boyle backpedaling, loses to Ryan Smith. A shot and a save by Jenner. Not sure he ever saw that one.
No, real quick snapshot there, climbing up the body of Steve Jenner and up and over the net. And AC missing out on a big opportunity there on the turnover. Of course, as soon as I say this this line has had nothing but great shifts. The puck comes down into the zone, and the defenseman coughs it up, and AC almost takes the lead here with 11:15 remaining.
Lofstrom up to Jessman. Jessman, long cross-ice pass intended for Davis. Bounces off the boards, back to Goggin. Goggin for AC, stolen by Davis. Davis centering pass to Sereni. Over to Jessman on the goal!
Oh, boy. Jessman's going to get credit for the goal, but boy, what a play by Sereni. Feeding that puck over beautifully. Great play by number 20, Mike Sereni, the senior captain, and that'll be the second goal of the game, obviously, for Mike Jessman, but Sereni making that happen, Paul.
Yeah, right at the 4-minute even mark of the third period, Jessman wrists it up high on a great little pass from Sereni, as you said, Mark, and Sereni got a nice play. The centering pass from Davis did a great job forechecking in the corner.
Yeah, a little turnover in the corner, which Davis created.
Here they come again. The Bishops on the go. It's Davis over the line, 3-on-2. They've got numbers.
Yeah, we got a referee and a player both down here in the corner behind the play, Paul, and we're going to see they kind of stumbled over one another.
Ryan Spagnoli for AC, favoring one of his knees.
Yeah, Spagnoli going both the official and Spagnoli kind of going in opposite directions backwards, and colliding, and one right over the top of the other. So Spagnoli favoring that left leg. Let's hope it's nothing serious. Like to see number 9 back on the ice, hopefully on his next shift.
He's one of the key guys, first-line center for Coach Dan Shine, and he can't afford to be without him. And certainly his health is more important than his value to the team, but we hope he's okay, and we'll see him next shift.
Yeah, the official also looks to be okay, so I think we're back underway here.
Silva, Justin Smith, and Ryan Tierney now, a makeshift line for AC. Goes off the stick of Ryan Tierney onto the stick of Ed Riley, who bangs it around the boards. Dylan O'Brien spins, now comes away with it. Loses off his stick, and Tierney steals. Tierney trying to get down the lane. Circles back, cross ice for Piggott. Piggott will send it deep, but Riley gloves it down to himself and skates it out.
Yeah, real nice play there by number 7, Tierney, making something happen, stealing that puck and trying to move it around as best he could, but a lot of congestion all of a sudden along the center of the ice, and no icing on this dumping.
Here comes Boyle up ice for...
Yeah, Menzel got a stick on that to make sure there was no icing.
Good hustle by Twombly to keep it in. Dunn now steals. Dunn, backhander, saved by Richard. Nice move by Ryan Dunn.
We saw Menzel, though. Boy, was he coming hard towards the net, huh? Right down the middle, he came
shot
streaking.
Out of a gun.
He was shot out of a gun, is right. But, Dunn's played a solid game. Real strong on his skates and a big body out there. Can't fault him for wanting to go to the net, but Menzel certainly was flying.
Twombly close. Oh, the tip-in attempt.
I think that did go in. Yeah, that's a goal.
It is a goal. I think Menzel might get it. Keefe had it on the doorstep and didn't put it away, and I think Menzel did.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Paul. I think that puck went in before Menzel got to the puck, and Coach Dan Shine claiming that the net was off the moorings, but
number 12, Eric Keefe was right there, and
I think
he had
he's
an
going to
open
get
net.
that puck. I think he's going to get that goal.
Twombly sent it in, and AC is going to call a timeout.
Yeah, he's going to get a timeout, but the puck was rolling around. Richard couldn't control it after, as you said, after the shot by Keefe. Okay, so Menzel's going to get the goal. So Twombly and Keefe get the assists, and Menzel does get the goal. Number 8, the senior forward, captain. I think that's his first point of the game, right, Paul? Number 8 on
Menzel?
the ledger?
Yeah.
Yep. First point for him, and
it's 3 goals in a little more than 4 minutes. Jessman with a couple, and Menzel now with the third Archbishop Williams goal to make it 3-1. It was Jessman from Sorrenti and Boyle at 50 seconds, and then Jessman from Sorrenti and Davis at 4 minutes even. This one, Menzel, as you said, Mark, from Twombly and from Keefe.
Yeah, and as we said, in between periods, Paul, it's going to be some dirty goals that are going to win this game, and there's 3 in a row, right? Right
Yep,
there by
exactly.
Williams, and we got a puck that went up into, I guess it must have hit a glove, because it's going to come here at, faceoff's going to come here at center ice with 9:31 remaining in the third period, and a little bit of a surprise all of a sudden here, early jump in the third for the Bishops. We said that they came out with a head full of steam, and here comes...
Here's Davis nearly going in alone. Luke
he's
Davis
going to get a
hooks
hook,
him,
and
John-Luke Davis is going to get the hooking call here.
see, I'm the guy up in the stands always looking for the penalty shot, Paul, I thought he had him beat.
It was close.
Yeah, but it's going to be a hooking call, and, again, just the extra energy of Davis. Davis just... a little extra effort, sure. A little extra effort by number 2, Davis. And
well, as a reward, they get to stay out there on the power play. Davis with Sorrenti and Jessman. Back to Boyle on the point. Sends it down low, deflected by Cook and by Leonard here in the clear.
Keep an eye on Kyle Leonard here, number 18. He's kind of standing all alone up at the blue line here, and he likes to shoot the puck. So let's see if they feed him back.
Oh, what a collision here.
Yeah, big
Sorrenti
hit.
and Cook.
Here comes Leonard now.
Here's your guy, Leonard.
Yep.
Goggin now trying to legally interfere with Sorrenti. Davis will spin and turn, go down low to Sorrenti. They switch places. Sorrenti now hacked at by Amato. Back on the point to Boyle on the right point. Down low to Sorrenti, walks into the middle. He's got Amato all over him. Aggressive PK here by
Very
Arlington
aggressive PK. Good puck movement by Archies, and they had the man in front of the net.
Yes.
Richard able to make the initial stop, and the Cougars clear it out with 31 seconds remaining on the power play and 8:23 remaining in the period.
Colin Boyle looking like number 4 here. Bobby Orr as he skates up the ice, and Menzel's shot is deflected up into the netting behind the cage.
Robert Gordon moving very well with that puck there, Paul, and feeding it nicely over to Menzel, as you said, but unfortunately.
We're down to 22 seconds on the man advantage for Archbishop Williams. 8:16 to go in the third period. Sorry, I cut you off there, Mark.
That's all right.
There's Leonard at the left point. The right shot goes down low into the corner to Dunn. Good look to go over to Boyle, but he can't control it. And he's got Silva bothering him, and now Piggott knocks it off the helmet of his teammate Silva.
Yeah, I think it got a piece of the roof on the way down, and
It's
I
a
didn't see
roofer.
any raindrops, so
It's
I think
a
we're
roofer.
okay. And Dan Shine, Coach Shine, is not
Dan Shine and
pleased about
3
this.
or 4 officials off to our left without the stripes. Now they're pointing.
Pointing
It's Babe
upwards.
Ruth calling his shot up here.
Yes. Yeah, the puck looked like it hit the roof outside the blue line, Paul, is what they're arguing here, but they're going to have the face-off inside
If they had serial
the
video
zone.
replay, they could see that it went off the helmet of Silver up into the rafters.
Again, if you want to purchase a DVD and see where that puck went, go to serialvideo.com.
Good tip attempt there, and penalty almost over. Now it is. AC back at full strength as Piggott bangs it around the boards, and this one goes up into the netting. We may be setting records for pucks in the netting.
Well, they may have to replace the netting in between periods, Paul. This netting's got to work up today. 7:48 remaining in the third period, and we look up at a 3-1 score. Kind of a strange period.
Quick turn of events here as Archbishop Williams has put 3 on the board. AC yet to score this period. They only have 1 goal in the game. Came back in the first period. Save Richard. Loose. How did that one not go in?
Did not go in the net.
That was loose. It got knocked down. There were 2 Bishops standing right there, Keefe and Dunn. And Dunn, who knows his way around the net, couldn't find the handle. And Richard made a great first save, but he was blocked out on the rebound. And somehow Archbishop Williams did not tally for the 4th time today.
I've never seen a puck bounce that high over a goaltender and not go in the net.
Dunn's drop pass intercepted by Spagnoli. Good to see him back out there. He went off a bit shaken up, but he's back out there, and they need him.
Carrying
Here he
the
is.
puck up.
Spagnoli over the line on the right side. Into the circle, centering pass to Tierney.
Oh, nice
Just
feed
wide.
by Spagnoli. Like you said, Paul, they need him on the ice, and that's why. What a beautiful play. Just
And now-
unable to hit the open net.
Spagnoli and Ryan Tierney have Craig Needham out there with him. Needham's played a good game, and he's earned a shot up front with these guys.
Yeah, Coach Shine trying to
Here
mix
he is
things
right-
up a little bit, get some energy going, really.
Yeah. Craig Needham, the freshman forward. Here's Leonard keeping it in. Karam's over to Keefe, who sends it in for Cullen Line, but can't connect. And here comes Goggin. Bounce pass off the boards to Tierney. He'll wrist it in on Jenner. Puck loose on the rebound.
Well, this is clearly AC's energy line. These guys are moving. Tierney skating hard. Spagnoli skating hard. There's a loose puck.
Somerville turns and fires. Can't get full wood on it. And now it hops over Gary's stick over on the far side.
Well,
they're going to
call
call
this
icing.
Yeah, it looked like it went right off of his stick. And as you can see, Coach Curtis is pointing down, saying that did go off the defender's stick. But again, in this court of law, they will not win this argument. So 6:20 remaining in the third period. And the Bishops holding on to a 3-1 lead with a faceoff coming just to the right of their goaltender. We got a score just in. Malden Catholic is tied at 1 at the end of 1. So 1-1 MC.
Playing Marshfield today down in Pembroke.
Yep. Right down.
Shot on net, save right there by Jenner as Ryan Smith, who has the AC goal, right on the doorstep looking for a loose puck, but Jenner covers up.
Coach Danny Conley down in Marshfield getting his troops ready for that game.
And that's a tall order today.
That's a tall order.
MC.
It sure is. MC head full of steam, and CM losing today.
Jenner went hard to the right, our left post, his right post, and the backside was open, but AC not able to convert on that. And now McGovern is out there with Smith and Somerville. Good support at the point, and the puck is loose and goes right by Somerville, who had an open net. If he could have found the handle there, John Luke D with a nice support at the line and shot in deep. And here's Kyle Leonard skating away for Archbishop Williams. Can't get it by McGovern, and now Sereni able to get it to center ice for the Bishops. Jessman, who has 2 goals this period, will wrist it in deep to the left corner.
Yeah, Somerville, a couple of good shifts there for him as he's seeing a lot of ice time now for Coach Shine as they bring some energy to the ice here.
Here comes Craig Needham on the go, 1-on-3. He's bumped by Davis from behind. And Davis will play it in the corner. Bounce pass over to Lofstrom. Lofstrom, long pass up intended for Sereni. Sereni on the go. Sereni in. Saved by Richard. What a burst of speed by Mike Sereni, and he's hurt.
Absolutely.
And an AC player is hurt too as well. That's Brendan Regan.
3-player collision into the net there with 5:05 remaining in the game. But Sereni with just a head full of steam. We've seen that from a couple of Bishop players here today as they get going and look out.
Richard standing his ground tall there.
Looks like he's up and all right. Nobody coming from the bench as he'll gather himself. Looks like he might be holding his wrist, Paul.
Yeah, that was it's one of those collisions where it could have been a number of things that they are calling the faceoff outside, so they're going to call the initiation of the whistle on Sorrenti.
Yeah, there wasn't any way he was going to be able to hold up that momentum he had going towards the net, so...
Goggin hit by O'Brien, and O'Brien takes it away back to Boyle, over to Lofstrom, trying to find Foley, can't connect on that one. And they send it the other way, and icing is the call.
You know, good look there, 14, Mike DeSulo looking up ice and seeing a streaking Cougar player, but...
In the corner, Goggin trying to skate away from Ryan Dunn, kicks it out to Rogers. Rogers sends it up, intended for McGovern, goes by him. Icing is waved off here, and play will go on. Now Rogers with a bump there, trying to keep it in the zone, and skating back on it is McGovern over to Somerville. Somerville has to wait for Ryan Smith to clear, dumps it in deep. A couple of number 3s over there, Smith and Lofstrom, and now Boyle skates out for Archbishop Williams up to Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn into the middle, a little bit of speed. We'll leave it back for Menzel. Menzel's shot goes in wide, and Goggin able to clear it up for Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith into the middle to Somerville. Somerville on the go. Andy Somerville down the right wing, trying to get around Boyle. Loses behind the net to Menzel. He can't get it by Piggott at the left point. Piggott trying to get it deep, intercepted by Menzel, and now dumped deep, and they have to
Cougars
clear
will
with
go for a change here, so some open ice.
3:45 to go.
I got to start looking at that clock and looking at the net. Down by 2 goals. We'll see what Coach Sign decides if and when to pull the goaltender.
Here comes Craig Needham. He's played a good game on wing. He gives it to Spagnoli in the middle with a little bit of speed.
Yeah, Needham and Spagnoli have had 2 good shifts in a row here, and they're trying to cut this lead to 1.
O'Brien now will send Foley away, but they can't connect, and O'Brien gets it back on his stick. A little bit of Velcro there for the moment. Long
nice
pass up by Leonard,
there,
right onto the stick of O'Brien, and he sends it in, and Richard makes the save. Richard's played a good game today, too.
Richard's played well. Both goaltenders, Steve Jenner and Richard. I mean, obviously Richard had a shutout coming into the 3rd period here, so 3 quick goals for the Bishops, and 3:05 remaining in the 3rd period. The Bishops up 3-1.
Goggin now puts it right up into the netting.
He did that for you, Paul. He said he pointed right up here and said, "Look at this, Mr. McNamara. I'm going to put it right into that netting." So away we go again, right?
Off the face-off comes onto the stick of Ed Riley. He'll bounce it off the clear plastic over there. clear plastic glass.
We're going to talk about wooden sticks and plastic now, are we? How about some cage?
Wooden ships on the water. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And later, Young.
For your
Leonard
friends
now,
down in Florida again, right, Paul? As they're on about their 6th cocktail, maybe.
Ryan Smith looking for help up here. Stolen by Somerville. That's going to be,
would be a
delayed
offside.
Sorrenti now trying to skate around McGovern. Plays a little catch with himself. Now he sends it over to Riley. Riley up for Jessman. Jessman can't get it to Sorrenti on the break. Here's a play in close. Spagnoli, a shot with Somerville on the doorstep. And Somerville gets a little mouthful of glove there.
Yeah, boy, Spagnoli and Spagnoli coming down that line and having a real good opportunity there. And again, Steve Jenner hasn't given up a goal since the first period, early in the first period. So Jenner doing a good job holding his own. Just over 2 minutes remaining, so got to keep an eye on that goaltender, Paul.
Here's
2-goal
Keefe
lead.
on the long breakout. Rogers does a nice job to neutralize him, and Tierney back to pick it up for AC. Stolen by Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn in the corner, 23 on 23, trying to go on John-Luke D. And finally skated out of there by Craig Needham. Needham stick handling through center ice. He's got help with Spagnoli. Craig Needham deep into the corner, trying to go around Twombly. Now Spagnoli loses the handle over there, and Ryan Dunn will come the other way for the Bishops.
Boy, only 1:36 remaining in this game, Paul. So AC's got to get control of this puck and try to get the goaltender out of the pipes.
Yeah, they've already used their timeout.
Here
Here
they
comes
come
Ryan
now.
Tierney.
Let's see if Coach Shine starts waving him over. Or
Tierney deep into the corner. Circles, looking for help. Centering pass.
Coach Shine's
Broken
got the
over
hand
there
up. But
is Somerville.
interesting
and-
that Dunn is floating here at center ice.
Yeah, right. Ryan Dunn now dumps it deep, and he'll head to the benches. He's out of gas. And Cullen Line, they've got the third line out there for Archbishop Williams. Goggin trying to go coast to coast here.
I'm
Runs
watching
into Big
Richard
Leonard.
behind the play, and I'm not understanding why he's still on the ice here.
Centering pass knocked down at the post is Ryan Smith over there by Leonard. And icing is called on Archbishop Williams with 51 seconds to go.
Yeah, 51.3, and you got to believe the goaltender is going to come to the bench here now, and an extra skater will come on the ice down by 2 goals. And
yeah, they're going to have Ryan Tierney up front. Bernie McGovern is out there. Now he's being called over. It's going to be Somerville, Ryan Smith, Ryan Tierney, Ryan Spagnoli, Brian Goggin, and Cam Geary for Arlington Catholic. Foley can't get it by Geary on the far point. Geary down low to Tierney, back to Geary, sends it toward the net. Stopped by the Williams defense, skating out of Sorrenti. Can't get through center ice.
AC's got to get some bodies in front of the goaltender there and put the puck on net. Keeping the puck wide is not going to do him any good down by 2 goals.
Saved by Jenner. He wants to keep the puck in motion. Goggins' pass over on the far side is intercepted, and a shot and a goal by Kyle Leonard on the 160-foot shot.
Yeah, Kyle Leonard, we spoke about him earlier, worked hard all game, gets a nice little trophy there for himself, putting him up 4-1 with 25 seconds left. And, that obviously is certainly going to be a clincher here, but Leonard playing a very good game.
We'll see if they give an assist to Kyle Leonard's bullseye shot there. AC dumps it in, but it's down to 18 seconds left in the game. Now trailing by a field goal, 4-1. Shot by Needham goes wide. They give an assist to O'Brien on that one.
Yeah, last remaining seconds here, 2 seconds
Down
remaining,
to 2,
and
down
that's
to
going to
1 as
about do it.
McGovern touches it, and the buzzer will go. And some conversations here between Menzel and Amato. Not exactly on the same page politically, but they'll maybe see each other again as well. And the buzzer goes ending it, and Archbishop Williams comes out on top in this one. And I think the players of the game from this standpoint would be Jessman for.
Yeah, you got to go with number 15, Mike
for
Jessman for Archbishop Williams, certainly. And all right. Well, we're gonna
Well,
go
Ryan Smith, who had the only goal in the game and
Yeah,
played a strong game, and
Steve Jenner,
who kept AC down to 1 goal and did a real good job.
Sure,
so.
absolutely, yeah. And you can look up and down Menzel and Jessman obviously playing very well. Jessman, big game out of him, and certainly across the way, Arlington Catholic. In net was Richard, who played very well. Richard giving up the 3 goals, but again, pitching the shutout until the beginning of the third period there for goalie John Richard. So,
yeah, as we said, familiar teams, familiar coaches. The kids know each other and know how each other plays, and how each team plays against each other, and league foes who may match up in the tournament. You never know. So
right. So the Arlington Catholic will next play on Wednesday at 5 p.m. and
Archbishop Williams Thursday at 5.
Thursday at 5. Yep, Thursday at 5. So opponents to be determined as we round out the last 2 games of the 4-game stretch here today, coming down from the Buddy Ferreira Classic here in Falmouth.
And I think this might be a good time to take a break, Mark. We'll take a break between Game 2 and Game 3 here.
Terrific.
As we get set for Hingham and Duxbury. And thank again Serio Video and, of course, Sullivan Tire and RB Hockey. And we'll talk more about them as we get into Game 3.
Excellent. Thanks, Pat. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Buddy Ferreira Classic down here in Falmouth, Massachusetts. As we get ready for the start of game number 3 today, the Duxbury Dragons will face off against the Hingham Harbormen here to start game number 3. A big game for both teams. As you saw, we had Coach Blake up here earlier from Duxbury talking a little bit about the challenge in front of him and how his team has come down here to make a statement in hopes that they'll find their way into the Super 8. And the Hingham Harbormen, we had Coach Mahoney on the other day, and a couple of their players today with senior captain John Carlson and Gerard Colpoys. And, this is a rivalry game for them, and there's going to be no let-up for either team here, but certainly Hingham fighting for their lives to try to stay relevant and try to make their way into the MIA tournament as a whole, which is a little bit strange for the folks from Hingham, as they're used to Super 8 contenders, and due to the strength of their schedule and the difficulty of their schedule, they're going to have a difficult time making the tournament altogether. Needing 3 wins, getting 1 win yesterday, so they'll be 2/3 of the way here if they can find a way to beat this Duxbury team. The Duxbury Dragons coming in after a strong performance the other day against Arlington Catholic. Duxbury stands at 13 wins, 2 losses, and 3 ties, and certainly getting a lot of offense out of their scrappy line with Trevor O'Brien, Mike Doyle, and Matt Murphy, 3 of the captains. Doyle, our play of the game the other day, doing a fine job for the Duxbury Dragons. So we'll be back in about 1 minute and 26 seconds. Boy, what a treat it was, Paul, to have both John Carlson and Cole Poise up here to meet with us in between periods of the last game, and certainly Hingham looking forward to this one against the Duxbury Dragons.
Yeah, we'll see if this is indeed a lucky platform up here, because BC High will be sending players back up here after the interview we had with those guys, and we'll see if Hingham works the same way. If not, Coach Messina will be blowing the booth up.
Yeah, that's right. We take full credit for the play of Connor Noonan and Patrick Kramer after their big interviews here with us yesterday, and now obviously Gerard Colpoys and John Carlson expected to net a couple of goals here for us, as we planned previously, and told Coach Messina to make sure that that happened. So the Duxbury Dragons now skating over to their bench. We did have Coach Blake up here too, so now we're torn, right? Because we're a little luck his way.
This is the big one. We're neutral, even though some people have a closer connection to Hingham than I do in this booth. But anyway, we hope all the establishments in both Duxbury and Hingham have good internet access, and they've got us up on the big screen here for the South Shore battle today between the Hingham Harbormen and the Duxbury Dragons, and we're set to go. Face-off between Colpoys and O'Brien. controlled momentarily by nobody, and now Trevor O'Brien sends it over on the right wing for Doyle on the go. McGinnis with the puck on his stick, as it usually is. Over to Personini on the far side. Personini trying to bang it off the boards. It's kept in by number 12 Powers for Duxbury. Duxbury in the white, skating left to right. Hingham, of course, clad in almost entirely red with the white numbers and stripes. This is Luke McGinnis.
Yeah, Luke McGinnis, we talked about him a little bit in the pregame. He's certainly one that logs a lot of ice time for Coach Messina.
Good rush Coach by Mahoney. Carlson here. Carlson trying to find Patrick Colpoys behind the net. Personini fights there with the Duxbury defense, Arasti.
Yeah, a little more WWE happening behind the net there, Paul, for your benefit.
Now Shane O'Brien able to get it into the zone, on to Saya, over to Murphy. This line had a strong game the other day for Duxbury, and puck loose right in front. Covered up by Bond, not covered up by Bond, but knocked away by Bond. And there's Gerard Colpoys over skating. Matt Saya gets it over in the corner. Saya gloves it down. Picked up by Billy McNally now. McNally around trying to find Demelis, who's caught out there on a long shift. Gerard Colpoys now up to Demelis. Demelis can't get it by
Demelis, the big hero the other night, scoring that overtime goal. Freshman for Hingham is skating over to the bench now, and as you said, Paul, on these icings, you're allowed to change up in high school hockey, but as they move up a level to college hockey, they will not be able to make those changes.
Now Duxbury's third line out here, and they had a real good game the other day as well. Griffin, Corcoran, and Ware. Ware with a goal. Now they're shot in by Goldner, never makes it all the way through, and Colpoys backhands it up the boards, trying to find Iaria. It's loose and fought for Griffin now. Corcoran, a backhander and a goal!
Good play out front there. Unfortunately, Alex Bond, the goaltender for Hingham, never really saw that shot. And good little backhanded play, a little turnaround.
few Irish bodies in the corner there. And Powers turns around and gives it up on the wing to number 17, Morocco. Trevor O'Brien dumps it in deep where Selesky is first back on it there, around to Shea. Shea can't control it. Morocco sends it in. It's loose in front. Puck laying lonely. Doyle with the follow-up, shoots wide. Bond is down. He can't cover up, and now bounces over. Golder stick at the line.
Sliding in to try to get a shot off there. So we've seen Doyle do that before from his knees, trying to get the puck into the back of the net, and Hingham firing it back in. Shot on net there that kind of handcuffed Tucker Kelly a little bit.
Boy, the guys have to keep their heads up here. Golder made a good play and then looked up just to make sure he was going to take a hit there. Colpoy's now hit from behind there by Shane O'Brien, but keeps his skates and sends away.
I think Coach Blake and Coach Messina have the same
Forbes.
game plan here, and there's going to be a penalty coming here on number 20 for the Duxbury Dragons as we'll get
Murphy.
our first power play. Matt Murphy, captain for Duxbury, behind the play.
I think he called holding.
Yeah, it looked like they might be calling a hold. 8:20 remaining in the first period. The Harbormen down 1-0 here as Duxbury will go on the PK, and Hingham will have their first power play of the game.
Did not hear the announcement on that goal. We'll check on that a little later. McGinnis on the power play point here. He's got Carlson on this side. They are on their strong forehand opposite sides. Colpoy's now a shot right on and a save by Kelly, and Powers knocks down Gerard Colpoy's in front.
Yeah, nice puck movement as Patrick Colpoys comes in and takes a nice shot there, a nice quick wrist shot. And again, Tucker Kelly seeing that all the way in, able to control the rebound.
Face-off between O'Brien and Colpoys, controlled by Erasti for Duxbury, trying to catch up to Doyle, and McGinnis takes the puck off Doyle's stick. McGinnis in the middle to Gerard Colpoys, intercepted by Trevor O'Brien, who clears.
Yeah, nice play by Trevor O'Brien to step up there. Looked like McGinnis had a little more room than he actually did. There's a good play there again by number 4.
Trevor O'Brien.
Yeah, Trevor O'Brien, captain of this team, helping on the PK here, and Hingham trying to wind up now with 50 seconds remaining in the power play.
Carlson's pass goes astray here, and Shane O'Brien turns and fires it in for Duxbury, trying to kill off the penalty. 40 seconds to go now on Hingham's man advantage, and Carlson starts the rush up the right side, head of steam. John Carlson, the defenseman in the middle for Personini, can't control. They had a chance there. McGinnis intercepts at the red line, over to Carlson. McGinnis open, he'll get it back here. 22 to go on the power play.
Yeah,
Shane O'Brien pokes it by McGinnis. He is knocked down, no call.
Yeah, good play there by Max Goldner down in his own defensive end as number 28 was able to lay out and keep that puck from passing across the front of the crease.
They come up, trip up there with 4 seconds to go, and there's going to be another call.
Goal! Hingham scores on a dump-in. A penalty about to be called for the Dragons, and Hingham's going to knock this thing up at 1 with 6:51 remaining in the first period. Again, another play that seemed innocent enough, Paul, and I think Gerard Colpoys is going to get that goal on the dump-in. Yet seems to be some discussion with the officials here in regards to the penalty, because there was 1 second left on the power play. Assuming it's a power play goal here for Hingham. Coach Mahoney quickly pointing up to the clock to see if this will still remain a power play for Hingham as they knot it up at 1.
It's definitely a power play goal because there was 1 second left. So the first penalty gets wiped out, and the second penalty will start. They've got another minute and a half on the power play, now tied at 1. Colpoys over the line, lays it back for Carlson, tips it back to Colpoys. Cross side of the ice intended for McGinnis.
So it's
McGinnis gets an assist on the Colpoys
from McGinnis on that one, Paul.
They jam in close. Colpoys now, back to Carlson.
It was a broken stick by McGinnis. Tough break there. Nice feed by Carlson across. McGinnis breaks his stick and goes back to the bench to get a new one. And that is a tripping call, Paul, that goes against Shane O'Brien. 45 seconds remaining on the power play.
And that was good timing by Hingham. There was 1 second left, so that wiped that penalty out. And they got another minute and a half. Trevor O'Brien now to center, onto the stick of Carlson. Carlson with a cutting McNally right off the bench, and not a lot clicking on this power play for Hingham here with 23 seconds to go.
5:42 remaining in the first, and the Harbormen on the power play here.
O'Rourke out there now with Selesky on the back line, and Selesky's pass is going to go for icing here, as Iaria was 3 feet behind that one, and not a good connection there between those two, and the face-off
Coach Messina reminds him that he's got to get to that center ice line, Paul, to get it across. Not happy about that play. Obviously, you're on a power play. Last thing you want to do is take icing.
11 seconds to go on the penalty. 5:32 left in the first period. We're tied at 1 here. Duxbury and Hingham. Trevor O'Brien on the short hand. Can't steal it away from Big Selesky. Selesky to center ice off the boards for Shea. Shea into the zone, but can't find the handle, and Trevor O'Brien skates it away for Duxbury.
Yeah, Shea found that puck in his skates as it got to the blue line. He didn't want to be offsides and lost control of it.
Penalty time is over. Duxbury back at full strength, and they've got the line out there of Morocco and Trevor O'Brien in the middle. Now Doyle will change. Morocco fighting over there on the far side. They wrestle with O'Rourke, and muscling it into the zone is Shea for McNally, and Shea goes to change. Maroka behind the net, skates away from the forecheck of Dan Shea and gets it up to Murphy. Murphy on the go down the right wing, trying to get around Droster. Droster pins Murphy into the boards.
Yeah, big hit there into the corner, and
Murphy has those legs going though. Gives chase again, but loses now behind the net, and Hingham tries to come out the far side. Lugging to center is Henry Smith, the senior. Smith like a wrecking ball trying to get through, but loses the puck, and Shane O'Brien sends it to center, and Droster will send it right back in for Hingham.
Yeah, physicality picking up for both teams here, Paul, as we got a 1-1 tie, and both teams very much into this game.
Here comes Duxbury, poked at center ice. Nice play there by...
Yeah, he's going to get Smith for closing his hand on the puck here, so the faceoff's going to come outside the zone. Smith trying to bat it in, but unfortunately closed his hand on the puck. And
good play by Will Jones, 21. The defenseman, he doesn't get as much ice time as, say, Carlson and McGinnis, but does a good job when he's out there, and that was a good shift for Will Jones.
Yeah, Will Jones only a sophomore, too. So as you said, Carlson a senior, logging some time behind senior captain John Carlson, but Will Jones doing a nice job for a sophomore defenseman, and your boy McGinnis back on the ice again.
And the line for Hingham out there, I think it's their first shift, is Karam's right in front. Onto the stick of Griffin. Griffin lost it, but kept in by Ware. Good play by Scott Ware. And now Griffin tries to run into Giblin.
Jake Griffin just couldn't quite find the handle on that pass back to him, and the puck came loose, and now Hingham takes it back into the Duxbury zone.
Yeah, this line out here is LeBlanc on the left, Giblin in the middle, and 29 Matt Egan.
This one, Paul, with 3:33 remaining in the first period, and one's across the bottom of the board here. So 3:33 remaining, 1-1 tie. Face-off coming down in the Duxbury zone, just to the left of their goaltender Tucker Kelly, senior goaltender who's played very well.
Starting lines out there again. Colpoys wins the draw back to brother Gerard Colpoys. The shot never makes it through. Now the follow-up by Personini goes wide. Doyle gets a hit from Personini, and now Trevor O'Brien will circle back right through his own crease area. Trevor O'Brien starts up the left side. Trying to find Nick Morocco over there, but Gerard Colpoys plays it around for Selesky. Selesky out the left side for Hingham, up for Iaria. Can't find the handle. Now Iaria is out there with, the line's changing, and McNally and Shea will join him.
Yeah, Selesky dumps it in. Sure, get a whistle here.
Kelly will stop play here. And Duxbury will send out the line of Saya with Shane O'Brien and Matt Murphy.
3:02 remaining in the first period here, Paul. A good first period by both teams.
Up and down. A couple of crazy bounces.
Yeah, a couple of crazy bounces, a couple of penalties there for Duxbury that I'm sure Coach Blake would like to have back.
Yeah, little to choose. Pretty even game. Goes off O'Brien's skate, and Murphy will follow up. Murphy with a check attempt by Colpoys. He misses, and now Erasti way down low runs into Selesky. There's a couple of of heavyweights. A freakish hit there.
Yeah, I think the fans are looking for a slash on Colpoys, but the refs aren't going to give him that one.
Aristide cross point for Powers. Powers up over the red line, dumps it deep into the right wing corner, and Gerard Colpoys back on it there. Up for Duff. Duff banks it off the boards, intended for McNally. Can't find the handle there. And circling is McGinnis, up for Kevin Duff. Duff redirects, but onto the stick of Goldner. His pass intercepted by Forbes. Bouncing puck saved by Kelly.
Yeah, nice play there again. A bouncing puck. Tucker Kelly really not seeing that until the last minute either, and that probably took 2 or 3 hops before it got to him. So
good position though. He was right where he was supposed to be.
Absolutely, square to the puck, right up on top of the
we're down
the crease
to
and making a good play there.
2:01 to go. First period of play in a tie hockey game. Forbes on the draw, can't control, and skating it away is Corcoran. He's got the Duxbury goal. He sends it into the left wing corner where first on it is Griffin for Duxbury. Griffin circles but loses the puck to Smith. Now Griffin gets it back. Can't get through the area guarded by McGinnis, and McGinnis picks it up quickly out to Duff, off his stick onto the stick of Ware. Scott Ware.
Boy, a real good forecheck here by number 15, Jack Griffin. He's doing everything out there to keep that puck in the Hingham zone. Of course, as soon as I say that, it comes out, right? But good forecheck in there by number 15, Jack Griffin.
Griffin back to Maroka. Maroka's pass up for Ware. Scott Ware can't get it in deep, and McGinnis has it for Hingham. McGinnis, long pass up for Smith. This will be icing with 1:14 to go in the first period of play.
Yeah, tough pass there on the outlet to hit that home run pass up the boards, out in front of Smith, going all the way down. So face-off coming here in the Hingham zone with 1:14 remaining in the first period. Again, we're all knotted at 1.
Face-off comes back to Erasti. Erasti with a long slapper does not get through. And now wrist shot by Nick Morocco and a glove save by Alex Bond.
Yeah, Alex Bond flashing out the leather there. Big glove coming out to make that save. Again, with 1:07 remaining, a good opportunity there for the Dragons.
Colpoys able to win it. Patrick Colpoys back to Gerard Colpoys. Comes back to Erasti again. This time he keeps it on the ice. And Colpoys blocks it with his skate, but that hurt. And Patrick Colpoys heads to the bench. He's going to feel that one. He needs an ice pack right away.
I like what Sean Erasti's doing, though, number 5, trying to get the puck to the net, throw it to the goal, and see what can happen.
Doyle over to Trevor O'Brien. The big slapper goes wide. Erasti with it again. Can't get it down deep onto the net. And skating away is Billy McNally. McNally runs into Erasti. And Iarea, good job to follow up. And they're just banging away here on the near boards. And Duxbury able to get it deep into the Hingham end with 25
seconds remaining in the period. And good low hard shot there by O'Brien earlier in the shift. And here comes Hingham.
The puck pops loose for Iarea. Iarea will send it deep. Powers wins the race there from Shea and gets it over to O'Brien. O'Brien and
away
Shea
here under 10 seconds.
Fight for it. 6 seconds to go now. First period of play. Quick opportunity here. Shot by Gerard. Colpoys goes just wide with only seconds remaining. A little flurry there, but Kelly able to keep them at bay and keep the game at 1-1.
Yeah, boy, Colpoys got a good look there. I was surprised. I thought the clock was going to run out on him, and there he is, standing in good position. Getting off a good snapshot there, Paul, and real good first period. Both teams, a lot of intensity, as we expected. These two teams know each other very well, so we'll take a look at your scoring ledger here.
Yeah, excellent first period, as you said, Mark. Duxbury broke on top first. Kevin Corcoran at 1:44. We did not pick up the assists on that. We'll have to check the scoring on that, but that made it 1-0 Duxbury, and then at 8:09, Hingham tied it up. Gerard Colpoys, and really almost a broken play. It'll go as a power play goal. There was 1 second to go on a penalty to Duxbury. That was to Murphy for holding, and at the same time there was a delayed call underway, and Colpoys just threw it at the net, took a crazy bounce and went in.
Absolutely. Everybody was looking at the Shane O'Brien penalty call, thinking, all right, this guy's going to go to the box. Next thing you know, the puck's in the back of the net, and we're tied at 1.
Yeah, Gerard Colpoys from McGinnis at 8:09, and as we said, a power play goal. They went on another power play on the penalty that was called on O'Brien, and Duxbury was able to kill that off, and that was all the information for the stat sheet in the first period. But I'll tell you, if we were scoring hits, they'd be well into double figures for each team.
Yeah, for both teams, good physical, good clean play. A couple of penalties there by Duxbury, but really away from the play on both of those calls. The hold actually was down the other end of the ice almost. So
very, very physical both ways, and excellent goaltending both ways, and that's sort of the story of the first period.
Yeah, that's going to about do it. I know we had a couple of people lined up for interviews, so right now we're going to take a little break with 12 minutes remaining in between periods. We'll come back with the start of the second period or an interview.
They beat us early on. It was like early January, something like that, I think, in our rink. And then, yeah.
Good.
Okay.
All right, well, hey, like I said, we were hoping to have a couple of coaches jump in here, so we got Coach Curtis literally jumping right over the pole here for us to jump in, but changing on the fly as always. But great win there. Obviously, you boys needed that coming off the heels of the loss the other day, but great effort by everyone. And why don't you tell us a little bit about the play of the team?
Well, yesterday at the Hingham game, I thought that we had the game in hand. I mean, we were winning. We were playing well, not great, but good enough. And then we just didn't have a very good third period. We just sat around, did a lot of puck watching, ultimately lost in overtime. And today I think we had a little bit of a hangover. But in the third period, we were able to come back, put our game together, simplify things, get pucks in deep, get a little more traffic in front of the net, get some guys driving hard to the net, put more pucks on net. I don't think we had many shots in the first two periods. We were playing a lot of perimeter hockey and doing a lot of watching.
Well, just to go back to the Hingham game for a moment, you guys are up 4-2, and it's the last 10 seconds of the second period, and Ryan Dunn, a short-handed guy, goes in, makes a great move, short-handed, beats the goalie and hits the crossbar.
Yeah, well, what are you
that makes it a 5-2 game.
I know, but what are you going to do?
Right? You can't do anything, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Psychologically.
In hindsight, Ryan puts that in there. We don't think we lose the game or whatever.
It's a 7-3 final.
But that happens sometimes. You get in there, you beat a guy clean, and you get unfortunate. So. We can't dwell on that. I mean,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying mentally.
Rotating the goalies a little bit, and Steve Jenner certainly coming up big today. So what guy? I mean, both goalies I thought played well yesterday, but Jenner certainly got the nod today. Any reasoning behind that, or was it just his turn?
Well, Steve's either real hot, or he can be off. And he had the last game we played against AC. He played that game. He played outstanding, and so we just felt we go with the hot hand right now. And he's a senior, so you'd like to see him get hot at the right time, and see if he can carry the team on his back. He did good. He did real well today. You
got good play right all the way through. Good depth. I mean, all your lines seem to be playing pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's mistakes, I'm sure. In your four walls you're going to talk about, but I'm just saying they all contributed.
This group on paper is as skilled as any group I've ever had. I mean, top to bottom, you got speed, you got good defensemen, you have good checkers, and I mean we have a good team. but we don't necessarily play as a team all the time. And when we do, we knock off Springfield Cathedral. We have Austin Prep 3-1 in their building with 5 minutes left. But we can have, lapses in their game plan, play a little bit more selfish than we need to play, not get pucks in deep, not play to the basics, not play to win. And I think tonight, one of the things that we did was we got back in the game in the third period. And when we scored 2 quick goals, and I think the boys finally, they tasted a little bit of blood and they wanted to really put the finishing touches on the game, and they kept coming and we were able to do that. Sometimes it's very difficult to do that, especially with youngsters or, high school kids. I mean, one bounce changes the whole complexity of the game. And sometimes, these kids, they can get themselves mentally, take themselves out of the game, and
I agree 100%. And we said, especially the way you guys came back, you got to get gritty goals. I mean, that's the game. It's not polo out here, it's hockey. And some kids lose that, they forget that.
When we saw Nick Mansell, sacrificing the body a couple of times there and grinding it out, and we did say in between periods when it was 1-0, it's going to take a couple of dirty goals maybe to win this thing, and the hard work paid off in the corners.
Yeah, right. You can't always I think the kids always want to have those beautiful goals, backdoor goals, the tic-tac-toe plays down low. I mean, the third goal we scored was a grenade from the point, bouncing around, and Menzel gets that goal, Those are the goals that count. Those are usually the goals that win championships or win big games, or the dirty goals and the gritty goals. They're the hard-working goals. Not everybody wants to do that, so that's the challenge.
Yeah,
really.
For that tic-tac-toe plays,
Well,
whatever.
Early on in the first period, you had 4 or 5 rushes that you had a little ice, you had a little skating, and guys were directly in front 20 to 30 feet, and they tried to pass off in the first period, and that changed.
Yeah, well, giving up shots, right? I mean, not giving them up on you, but giving away shots that you could take on net or whatever.
Yeah, you got to get pucks.
We give up too many shots. So we try and be too fancy, instead of putting the puck on net, having guys go hard to the net looking for rebounds or generate more offense that way. We try and be too fancy, and a lot of times that comes back to bite you too, because the puck might only be 6-7 feet inside the blue line, and you cause a turnover and they're going the other way, and you play really good teams, BC Highs and the Malden Catholics of the world. They turn it around and they put it in the back of your net.
They take advantage of it.
You got to be conscious of those things. You got to be ready to play.
So the Buddy Ferreira Classic, I know you've been down there a couple of years now, but you and Buddy go way back. We get some stories here and there, the clean ones, of course.
But,
right, But what does this tournament mean to you and Coach Ferreira and his legacy?
Well, he was one of the first coaches I ever met when I started coaching high school hockey in Mass 10 years ago with Sandwich, and him and I became good buddies. I have a lot of respect for Buddy, so. He did a great job with the tournament when it was in the old barn there, and now that we've moved over here, it's just a beautiful location, and we love being part of it. It's a good tournament, all good players, all good teams and good players, and it's good to support Buddy. And he's been through a tough time, and he's been around a lot. The guy's a legend, right? He's a legend. So.
Yeah, a lot of great coaches in this. I know you want to be a humble guy or whatever, but every coach that we see come through here during this weekend has been amazing. It's just I'm sure Buddy's proud of that. A lot of the younger guys coming up, might have been an understudy or played for him even in some instances. So the legacy will continue, and we'll hopefully see Buddy back up here again this afternoon or during the week. But good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Mark.
I know you're back Thursday night. Now you get a couple of days off from here. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, we got 2 days off. We'll process the game film on probably Wednesday. Look at some of the things we're doing well and some of the opportunities we have to get better, and be up here for the 5 o'clock game on Thursday night. And it's
get ready for the postseason.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We just got to get hot and roll into the postseason and take your lumps and take your chances where they fall. That's the key, right?
Well, it's a great time for the kids and the coaches. So, congrats and keep it rolling.
Thank you.
All that hard work paying off. So good luck on Thursday night. We'll see you around. Thanks again, Coach Curtis.
Coach Curtis.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
From the Bishops.
All right.
And we'll take a break here. We're between periods 1 and 2 between the Duxbury Dragons and the Hingham Harbor people. And it is 1-1 after 1.
All right. Thank you. Rick just texted.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Let's see if
Test
we're
1,
on.
2, 3, 4. Hey,
Rick Comfort, text us if we're on.
there's the face-off to start the second period.
Colpoys can't get it by the big body of Marasco, and Duxbury tries to send it in the Hingham end. They can't do so. McGinnis bounces it off the far boards onto the stick of Arasti. Arasti over to Powers to Doyle. Overskated center ice. DeMellis can't find the handle. The ice must be really slippery out there because nobody can grab the puck and hang on to it. Now Powers sends one in, deflected. Tough chance there. Bond is to be alert to make the save. 2-on-1 possibility here for Hingham. The trailer coming is Personini. The backhand saved by Kelly.
Up and down we go. They wave off the icing here as McGinnis picks up the puck, but good save there early on here in the second period.
McGinnis skating room has McNally on the far side. Now it's loose in the Duxbury end. Shane O'Brien can't find the handle. And now Goldner will send it up to Murphy. Saya can't find the handle. I'm repeating that, but nobody can find the handle here.
Yeah, I know, Paul. Looks like the puck's a little jumpy maybe on the new ice, but
all we can hear are the sticks hitting each other. Maroka overskates. McNally picks it up for Hingham. The wrister goes wide.
Yeah, good deflection. Getting in front of that puck was Buddy Maroka for Duxbury. Good job.
Centering pass intended for Duff. Good look there by McNally. And now Shea muscles Saya off the puck, but Murphy comes up with it for Duxbury. Maroka on the rush. Can't catch up to it. Murphy plays it at center ice, leaves it back for Goldner. Goldner cross ice for Griffin just off the bench. And both teams will try to change here. Maroka intercepts it at the point. Maroka down the lane, loses it to Smith. Smith has a man breaking. That's Forbes. Forbes over the line, trying to get around Powers. Centering pass.
Nice centering pass, but nobody there.
Good back check by Ware. And now they get it back to the point. Gerard Colpoys, long shot in, goes wide.
Good shift here for Jack Forbes, Paul. He's certainly taking the body in, moving the puck around pretty well here.
Maroka up for Ware, looking for the long pass for Corcoran. Now his second chance at it, and it goes for icing. We wanted to mention Gerard Colpoys got the goal for Hingham in the first period. That's his first of the year.
His first of the year. And,
at least by our stats,
we
and we
are
apologize.
more than happy to take full credit for that goal, Paul, as we told him we would. So, again, Gerard Colpoys.
Anybody that wants to have a good game, just come up and
just
have
come
an
up
interview.
and say hello to us and a little bit of the Irish luck. And speaking of the Irish luck, I'll cover half the town of Hingham as I got a text from Walter Sullivan and family in Hingham watching the game. So thank you for letting us know you're watching the game.
Ware on it now for Duxbury, sends it back to Arasti. Arasti over on the far side to Corcoran. Long pass up for Ware. Ware trying to catch up to it, trying to get around O'Rourke. O'Rourke bumps Ware into the corner. And Griffin and Gilpin join the fray. Right in front now to Doyle. Doyle shot saved by Bond right there in tight. And Hingham comes the other way. Things opening up here. O'Rourke up to Egan. Back to O'Rourke. In close, and Doyle dives and takes down O'Rourke. And Doyle's going to be called here for tripping.
Duxbury's got to be careful here as Sean Aresti getting a little emotional in the back of the net here. Don't want to take a second penalty as Hingham's going to go on the power play. But boy, Paul, there was a missed call in front of the Hingham net there on a stick hold that almost led to a Duxbury goal as the defender for Hingham. His stick was being held by two hands, and boy, I don't know how they missed that one, but that.
Yeah, Doyle was right there in the crease and was charging into the net, as he always does.
Right.
And then he comes back the other way, and on the back check loses his feet and takes down the Hingham player and gets called for the trip. That was O'Rourke.
The way Doyle plays the game, but he took a tough penalty there. And
Mark O'Rourke in from the point nearly had a go-ahead goal for Hingham. Carlson now with McGinnis on the point in the power play. Colpoys walks it in. Nice block there by Goldner.
A nice
and
play
a
there.
diving play.
There's
Trevor
the gritty
O'Brien.
effort we talked about with Coach Blake earlier. O'Brien sacrificing everything, body, glove. There's
Gerard
a turnover.
Colpoys now. It's and Trevor O'Brien with the stick up high on McGinnis, and O'Brien takes the worst of that hit.
Well,
and
now
Marasco
how
decided.
do you do?
Marasco bumping every Hingham player he goes by here. He hit McGinnis and he hit Colpoys, and now he'll go over the other side.
Yeah,
and
Morocco wants to say hello to just about everybody on this shift, Paul. So
58 to go on the penalty.
11:21 remaining in the period, and they're going to get a penalty.
Colpoys waved out, and now a misconduct is called on Patrick Colpoys after he was waved out.
Got to get that delay again. We had that the other night, Paul. That's the second time we've seen it in the tournament. Taking his time, delay a game, and
that's not a minor. That's a misconduct.
That's a misconduct, and so they'll stay on the power play. 5-on-4 here for, no.
No, they keep the man advantage,
they
but
keep
they're going
the
to
man
lose
advantage,
Patrick
yeah,
Colpoys for I think it's
just
for
about the whole
7.5
period.
minutes.
Yeah.
Here comes McGinnis leading the charge. They've got almost a minute left on the power play. Gerard Colpoys over the line now trying to find Personini. Does find him in the corner. Personini walks to the slot. Jamming there is Gerard Colpoys in from the point. Can't get it by Kelly. And now Bond will leave it for McGinnis as there are 33 seconds to go on the Hingham power play, and Carlson will start up the center with a head of steam. John Carlson on the go, 1-on-3, lets it fly, saved by Kelly. Carlson follows up, trying to bang in the corner over Goldner, and circling is McNally, gets it back to Carlson, tees up a long slapper, it's deflected
big
wide by
deflection out front as
Personini.
it bounces behind the net, Paul, and they're looking for Carlson again.
The wrister saved by Kelly off the stick of McNally. It's tied up in the corner now. It pops loose. McNally now has McGinnis and Carlson open. Penalty over.
Out of the box, yeah. Got to be careful here.
Duxbury back to full strength. McGinnis up high to Carlson. Long high. Wrister goes wide. McNally trying to follow the rebound. McNally and Colpoys trying to tie up
Duxbury,
Golder there.
Trying to get a whistle here any way they can. They're going to carry it out and dump it in hopefully here and get a change.
Doyle to Murphy. Doyle out of the box. He's back checked by Shea there, and now coming up is McGinnis. McGinnis bounces it off the boards. That's going to go for icing, and
there, sure.
that's probably not a bad thing for either coach.
Yeah, probably both coaches looking for a change there. A lot of pressure there for the Harbormen on that power play, and then extended after the power play with a lot of pressure on the Duxbury defense there and the Duxbury goaltender.
9:49 to go, second period of play.
Tucker Kelly coming up big there.
A little bit of a makeshift line here for Hingham. They're going to have to restructure here with Colpoys sitting out of misconduct, the top center. And Shea stays out here with Ioria and Forbes in the middle now. Their regular center, McNally, was out on the power play, so he needs a rest. And now Duxbury will come the other way. Matt Saya with Shane O'Brien flying down the right wing. Saya gets it in deep. O'Rourke chases, but first on it is Shane O'Brien. Saya now.
Yeah, Saya trying to send it to the front of the net. Again, nobody out
Back
front,
to
but a
Shane
good idea.
O'Brien lets it fly. It goes wide to the right. Duxbury now has Drew Hadley out there on this line.
Oh,
And
it's going to be
penalty.
a hold coming up on number 6 for Hingham. Lost his stick a little earlier in the play, and O'Rourke is going to go for the hold. 9:07 remaining in the second period, and Duxbury, I believe, Paul, that's going to be their first power play, right?
It is.
So Duxbury going on the power play with 9:07 remaining in the second period. A hold.
I think they're calling like a hit to the head.
Okay, I get. Well,
And they just gave him a misconduct.
yeah.
Wow.
Boy, that's a major blow to Coach Messina. Coach Mahoney looking for an explanation, but looks like, as you said, Mark O'Rourke, freshman defenseman, is going to get a major. Or misconduct, anyway, sorry.
He's going to get the minor for the hit to the head, and then he's going to get a misconduct as well. And I think they'll send number 12, Paul LeBlanc's going to sit on that one for O'Rourke. But O'Rourke and Colpoys, two guys they can't afford to lose.
Yeah, 3 bodies in that penalty box right now, and you got a big
O'Brien
power
over to
play here.
Arasti down low to Shane O'Brien, far side. Trevor O'Brien on the point. Arasti with an open net. The shot, nice save by Bond to recover. It's loose in front, knocked to the wall by McGinnis. Arasti now trying to send it down the left wing, and McGinnis starts out shorthanded. They've got numbers here, 3-on-2 shorthanded. Now it's a 3-on-1 as O'Brien fell down, but
O'Brien lost an edge, Paul. He's got a bad blade there and skating off with one skate. So tough break there for Duxbury.
So much going on here all of a sudden.
A little bit of a circus act all of a sudden, Paul.
Trevor O'Brien, normally a center, plays the point on the power play, and he fell down, and they're going to have to look at his blade, and they'll lose him for the 1:02 remaining of the power play. Powers comes out to play the point, and Doyle, Ware, and Murphy up front. Maroka and Powers, the power play defenseman here for the Duxbury Dragons. Maroka up the right side for Murphy. Forecheck there by Shea. A couple of number 20s.
Very aggressive on the PK, Paul. We talked about that in the last game, too. Coach Messina likes them to jump up into the play and try to create some offense on the PK.
Buddy Maroka deep into the corner, sends it around for Scott Ware. Ware back on the point for Powers, back to Ware. Ware had a goal in the game the other day. Sends it down to Doyle. He's hit by Gerard Colpoys. They get it to the line, but not out. The centering pass down low, intercepted by Dan Shea, picked off by Scott Ware.
Scott Ware making two fabulous plays there and keeping that puck alive in the offensive zone, and Ware still trying to have at it as the puck gets cleared into the Duxbury bench there. But, real good forechecking there by Scott Ware, senior forward, and we liked what we saw out of him yesterday, Paul.
Yeah, he's had a good tournament down here, and he's getting an opportunity on the power play here with Doyle and Murphy. It's like one guy from each line out there. So Coach Blake trying to take advantage of the power play opportunity here, but off the faceoff, it's skated away by Carlson for Hingham, trying to get by Powers. Good job by Powers to negate that rush by Carlson, and behind the net is Murphy over to Powers. Loses to Personini, but Murphy able to get it back. Now his pass off the skates of Dan Shea for Hingham, and finally they get up to Maroka to Ware. Nice move to get through Selesky, but loses it as he goes to pick it up. Centering pass goes through the slot area. Powers a backhander down low. Carlson hits the deck.
Oh, boy. Good
Murphy
play there by Murphy.
Intercepted by Selesky, who sends it over to the right wing boards. Penalty is over. Hingham back at full strength, so they withstand the power play. Personini now chips it over to Shea. Shea deep into the Duxbury end, turns around
Hingham
now.
Changing up. Good play by Personini to hold on to that puck.
Over to Jones. He'll send it in deep. Hingham's going to have to extend the bench a little here with two misconducts being served.
Still 6:50 remaining in this period too, Paul, so a lot of time to be played here.
Forbes now, who's getting some extra time out there, bangs away, and now Jones sends it in. Delay call, but they clear and play continues. Maroka up the middle to Griffin. Griffin looks for left wing, but nobody there.
Yeah, dumped in nicely there by number 21, Will Jones.
Powers now up the middle, intercepted by Forbes. It goes off his shin pads, and it goes as a shot on net. Saved by Kelly.
Yeah, Tucker Kelly staying alert there in the crease. Saw that bouncing puck come into him and was wise to tie that up as there were a couple of Hingham players standing on the doorstep.
Hamill out there on defense now for Duxbury, along with Goldner. And Giblin is knocked down by Goldner.
Yeah, nice big physical play by Goldner, taking him off of the puck, and like to see that clear out the front of the net. Nice play by Max Goldner, another senior.
And Carlson is got an injury over here momentarily, and
we got a high stick.
I think we're going to get a high stick on Griffin.
Yeah, face-off coming down. Carlson adjusting his helmet accordingly as he took a stick to the head. And number 15, Jack Griffin, who has been skating very well and playing a good game. It's going to take a penalty there, so 6:06 remaining in the second period. All knotted up at 1, and Hingham's going to go on another power play.
They've got McNally in the middle. We'll see who else is up front. Usually that's Colpoys' spot. Gerard Colpoys will play up front on this power play with Personini and McNally. And Carlson and McGinnis, the regular defense pairing on the Hingham power play out there. Arasti for
Hingham was looking to utilize their defensemen, their points. There's a takedown.
Arasti wrestling with Personini. And now Trevor O'Brien doing yeoman's work. He's got two Hingham players in the corner.
O'Brien obviously must have gotten a new skate or fixed his skate or something there.
Personini can't come up with it, and a good clear by number 12, Trevor Powers. Tyler Powers, rather.
Yeah, both. Oh, boy.
McNally runs into his own man, Gerard Colpoys. Doyle with a shot. Bond can't hang on. He makes the save, but can't hang on. And
yeah,
finally,
both teams very aggressive on the PK, Paul, and waving off the icing as it deflected off of O'Brien's stick. And
now an official
referee
hits a
falling
rut
down
over
now,
here.
and
McGinnis can't keep it in, and a penalty call here.
Yeah, that was a lazy penalty by McGinnis, tripping up Tyler Powers right in front of the official, so that's an automatic. And now Hingham again has 3 men in the penalty box. We got 2 guys still serving the misconducts, and 26 remaining on the Duxbury penalty. So Duxbury's going to go on a power play. Probably have just a minute and 4 power play once we finish skating all even 4 on 4.
It's gotten a little choppy here in the middle of the second period. 5:02 to go, and both teams will skate 4 in front of their goalies right now. Trevor O'Brien out there up front on the draw, along with Shane O'Brien. Arasti and Maroka are the point men, and for Hingham it's Carlson and Selesky, along with Personini and DeMellis.
Yeah, right into the referee's skates there as Carlson's clear around, and here come the Harbormen 2-on-1.
Personini has DeMellis headed to the net. DeMellis gets a backhand off as he was weathering the back check of Shane O'Brien, and now Arasti has his stick right in the midsection of Personini, and they're going to call both of them.
Boy, I tell you, I know it's getting a little chippy, Paul, but, sometimes you got to let the boys sort things out, and I thought that would have been a better no call than making a call there, but 4:40 remaining in the second period. And
Arasti had his stick right in the midsection of Personini, and I think now Patrick Colpoys has served his misconduct, and he's out on the ice.
Yeah, he's on the ice, and
there's 4 seconds to go on the first penalty to Duxbury, so they're going to go on the power play.
Yeah, Hingham's got to be
for
careful here on the
1:04.
face-off. Watch the
Gerard
guy coming out of
Colpoys now, long shot in, deflected a couple of times.
Yeah, the puck trickling in there to Tucker Kelly. And Kelly able to hold on to that puck, and now Duxbury will go on the power play with 1:03 remaining in the penalty.
Face-off controlled by Duxbury to Tyler Powers. Powers now will start the power play breakout here to Trevor O'Brien, cross ice to number 11, Saya. Saya goes down the wing, sends it around the boards, intended for Marasco. Marasco fighting there with Billy McNally. Man up, they got to double team that puck. Selesky behind the net, now has room and clears it.
Nice
with
job.
38 seconds to go on the power play for Duxbury.
Yeah, Nick Morocco right there, Paul, as you said, had an opportunity to maybe get a shot off.
I apologize, called him Marasco. It's
That's
Morocco.
all right.
Tyler
His
Powers
parents were at the game anyway. So
over
you're
to
all
Trevor
set.
O'Brien. Back to Powers. Long pass up to Shane O'Brien. Shane O'Brien lugs it over the line. Fakes the shot in the middle to Morocco. They battle there. Saya comes up with it. Leaves it back to Trevor O'Brien. Cross point to Powers.
Boy,
5 seconds on the man up. And it trickles in! The shot was deflected and went in.
Tyler Powers just letting it rip from the point, and it caught a stick. Not a high stick, although Hingham's coach Messina's.
I don't think
they're talking about this one. They're talking about this one.
They're saying it went off a Hingham stick, so if that's the case, then Powers should get the goal.
Yeah, a lot of bodies out in front of that net, and they are going to say it hit a Hingham stick, and it's a good goal. So Duxbury's going to go up 2-1 with 3:34 remaining in the second period. There were 2 seconds on the power play, which should be wiped off the board here.
Yeah, it's
so
a power
they're trying
play
to
goal.
figure out probably the.
And McGinnis has to sit his minute and a half anyway, so next whistle he can come out. McNally will take the draw with Griffin, and
it looks like they're tending to a player in the penalty box, so he might be set to come out, but yeah, they're putting some tape on McGinnis's left wrist, and so he will I don't know what he'll do. I don't know if they're going to. Well, looks like they're going to drop the puck and let him get tended to and then let him out.
Whatever the case, Duxbury takes the lead 2-1 here with 3.5 to go in the second period. Now Danny Shea for Hingham dumps it in deep. Back to play it is Goldner. Goldner trying to find help up the left wing. Scott Ware will skate it out. That long rangy reach. Ware loses, now gets it back, now gets it to Buddy Maroka. Maroka over the line. I thought Griffin might have stepped offside there, but play goes on. Iaria in the middle to McNally. McNally has Shea. McNally the wrister, saved by Kelly. Kicked into the corner on the rebound. They fight for it over there, and Scott Ware comes up with it.
Nice play by McNally to draw that defender out and then get the defender down. He went around him and got off a wrist shot, but again, good save there.
Here comes Corcoran. Corcoran had the first goal for Duxbury. His pass goes wide into the corner. We just got a...
Well, there's a big hit there as Carlson felt him coming and was able to lay him out. And gets a little chippy behind the play, but good clean hit there initially.
Henry Smith backhands it in deep for Hingham. He and Goldner chase it. McNally first on it for the Harbormen. Looking. Sends it in front. Tough angle, and Kelly right there to make the save.
Boy, why not take that shot, though, Paul? The way we've seen the puck bouncing around, Tucker Kelly having to make a real good save from an off-angle shot there from the corner. But, we've seen a couple of weird goals tonight.
Out-of-town final from Pembroke. It was Malden Catholic 8 and Marshfield 2.
So Malden Catholic, Central Catholic, and BC High all winning today.
McGinnis charges past Doyle. Arasti now will swing it back towards Doyle. Doyle cross ice for 17, Morocco. Nick Morocco trying to get by the check of Colpoise. Loses control but gives chase in the corner. Now Powers steps to the middle and knocks it deep into the right wing corner. Trevor O'Brien loses a stick. He's had skate problems. He's got stick problems. Now Powers dumps it in deep, but it caroms up into the netting.
Yeah, Duxbury carrying the play here all of a sudden, but I've noticed the Hingham players are really crashing down on the net here in their defensive zone, so leaving the defenseman wide open. Obviously, Powers took advantage of that with the slap shot from the point and deflecting off a Hingham player's stick, so Hingham's got to be careful that they don't leave that point all alone.
1:44 to go, second period. It's 2-1 Duxbury. Colpoise takes a hit from Shane O'Brien. They battle along the boards. McGinnis back to cover up for the Harbormen. Over to his partner, Colpoise. Colpoise up the middle, long pass onto the stick of Damelis. It comes off, it's knocked off his stick, and now
the freshman might have been wise to dump that one in, Paul. They did have numbers, but, trying to carry that across was not going to be effective.
Matt Saya back to Powers, intercepted by Colpoise. Patrick Colpoise over the line. That looked like it was offside, but play continues. Saved by Kelly, leaves it for Arasti. And now Saya will circle back onto the stick of Powers.
Final minute of the period here, Paul. 2-1.
Last minute of play in the second period. Saya on the go.
Skating
looks
through
like
that
a freight
check.
train
there.
there.
Boy, he had Colpoise lining him up, and he was able to skate right through that.
Iaria gets it to center. Patrick Colpoise trying to follow up, can't come up with it. Gerard Colpoise now bounces it off the boards for McGinnis. McGinnis deep into the zone. He's tripped up. Puck goes behind the net. Patrick Colpoise battles there with Goldner. And now McGinnis' stick comes up. Patrick Colpoise, a shot saved by Kelly. Iaria high in the slot, leaves it for Gerard Colpoise.
Yeah, we're going to get a hold coming up here on Duxbury. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. We're going to get a hold on Duxbury.
Gerard Colpoise runs into Nick Morocco.
Yeah.
Trevor
Patrick
O'Brien.
Colpoise had his stick held.
Trevor O'Brien limping off the ice here. He was nicked up.
He might be going to the penalty box.
It is a holding call, like you said, Mark. And
number 24, Colpoise, was being held, and looks like it's going to be Mike Doyle going to the box. Mike Doyle going to the penalty box to serve this one with 20.4 seconds remaining in the second period. So the Harbormen are going to go up on a power play here, which will obviously carry over into the third period if they don't score.
Colpoise back out there after the misconduct, so he'll center the power play line here. McNally out there with Personini and, of course, Carlson and McGinnis
Boy, poor Trevor O'Brien. He had a skate issue earlier, and now it looks like he might have an injury here. So,
and he's one of the key penalty killers, so they're missing him on this one, and Matt Murphy takes his place.
Yeah, Doyle and O'Brien, two of the better PK players on the Duxbury Dragons, and both off the ice here.
Carlson tees it up right off the draw, and Kelly right on that one. Kelly down on his knees, but saw that one all the way.
Yeah, again, another bouncing puck, deflection coming off of Carlson's stick there, rolling in, and
now Shane O'Brien will replace Matt Murphy out there, and Shane O'Brien will take the draw with Colpoys.
Just 16.4 seconds remaining in the period.
Personini able to pick it out of there, get it back to McGinnis, over to Carlson. He'll walk to the middle. He's got McNally open. McNally looks down to 6 seconds. Carlson, the long shot off the stick of Shane O'Brien. 1 second, no seconds now as the buzzer goes. And they can't get another shot on that. They'll have a minute 10 of time to work with starting the third period on the power play, trailing it 2-1.
Yeah, good aggressive play by both teams. Up and down the ice they went. Duxbury obviously the only team able to put one in the back of the net on a kind of a fluky goal, I guess we'd call it. But
a couple of the goals have been not the highlight reel version. I mean, the Colpoys goal for Hingham in the first period was kind of a weird one, and that one by Duxbury, we got to check the announcement there, but Tyler Powers sent it in from the point, and as they ruled, it was a high stick off Hingham, so they ruled the goal. So Tyler Powers probably got that goal.
Yeah, I think Powers is going to get that goal to put the Dragons ahead 2-1, and certainly a fair amount of penalties in that period, Paul. So if you want to recap that as we get our next guest aligned here, I'll go
Duxbury
take
care of the only goal of the period. We'll give it to Tyler Powers until we hear differently. A power play goal at 11:26. That made it 2-1. That's where we stand right now. There were many trips to the penalty box in that period. At 3:07, Doyle for Duxbury for tripping. At 3:39, Colpoys for Hingham. He was waved out of the faceoff circle, and he said something on the way and received a misconduct for saying that. And then at 5:53, O'Rourke called for Hingham for a minor on a hit to the head. And as he went to the box, he was assessed a misconduct in addition to that at 5:53. At 8:54, number 15, Griffin for Duxbury was called for high sticking. At 9:58, McGinnis went for tripping. At 10:20, Arasti for Duxbury for holding, and Personini for roughing. Those were coincidental minors. And then at 14:40, Duxbury, Doyle was called for holding, and he will be there when the third period starts as well. So after 2, it is 2-1 Duxbury, and we'll be back right now with an interview momentarily.
So, Paul, Ivan Polipus here from Waltham High. Ivan, senior.
Ivan Polipus stepping in from Waltham, and Ivan, welcome to the booth. Anybody that's been up here scored a goal in the next game. So.
Oh, really? Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah,
we appreciate you coming up, and we know, Coach McGuire's not always too lenient with letting his boys out before the start of a game, but we're glad you were able to join us. You skated hard yesterday, tough game, but
Osterup's a good team.
Yeah, they're a good team, and you certainly, you were one of the guys we had circled during the game. So we do expect a goal out of you today, though, right?
I'll try. Yeah, just gotta get to the puck, get to the grimy areas and put it to the net.
Let's talk about your season so far. I mean, it's you guys are playing a lot of younger guys, and it's you're in a tough league, and it's a battle every night.
Yeah. I mean, we have Jake Miller. He's a freshman. He steps in, plays a lot of minutes.
He played very well yesterday.
Oh, yeah. He's a good defenseman, very offensive. Puts the puck to the net a lot of times. We have a lot of forwards, too, playing for the first time. Trelly Gaines on my line. He's very good. My lines are usually very, we're kind of grinders. So we just kind of try to dump the puck in, cycle it around a lot, We're maybe not, like, the most high-scoring line, but we just try to, role players. That's what we are.
It's a team game,
Yeah. So everybody's got a role, So that's what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, we've been talking about grinders all day today. I mean, both these games, the Hingham-Duxbury game, I know you've been watching, a couple of scrappy goals. I mean, that's how the puck got in the back of the net. And we had Coach Curtis up from Archie's here earlier talking about how they won the game on grinder-type line, so maybe that's what your Falmouth game will come down to, is your line grinding one out and putting one in the back of the net.
Oh yeah, definitely 2 public school teams, 2 very good grinding schools, so should be a good game. Yeah, I'm very looking forward to it.
Ivan, tell us a little bit about yesterday. It was like you guys just stepped off the bus and it was 3-0 Austin Prep, but you guys woke up. Coach McGuire called the timeout. Can you give us a little bit about what he said during the timeout?
Oh yeah, we had a lot of trouble, especially against Central Catholic. They came out in the first 5 minutes, scored 5 goals on us. The game right before this, so yeah, he tore into us pretty good in the intermission, but yeah, then we came out. And I think we played pretty well.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought the team settled down nicely. Goaltender settled down nicely, and you were able to skate with them for the rest of the way out. I thought. This is your senior year, so you've been down here before. Any good memories you want to share with us during the Falmouth tournament?
Yeah, I remember my sophomore year we got to a shootout against Archbishop Williams, and then we lost that, but that was a really good game. It was a 1-1 close game. We were huge underdogs that game too, because we had kind of a struggle that year, but
it's always nice to be playing that underdog spoiler role every once in a while coming in, but you guys are 500 right now. I know we just chatted before you came on that you need to find a way to get 3 points out of the rest of the games. I think you said you had 3 games remaining?
3 games remaining, yeah. 6 possible points, 3 points on the line, so.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you get at least 3, if not more, right?
Of course, yeah.
Take yourself into the MIA tournament. Have you had some experience in the MIA tournament over the years?
Oh yeah, it's getting to the tournament. That's huge for us. I remember last year we played Winchester. I was a lot of fans. It was loud. It was a great experience. I really want to get back there, especially my senior year. So.
Best time of year, Ivan.
Oh yeah, best time of the year, definitely.
Winchester's a tough draw for a first-round game too, but hopefully you guys do skate your way into the MIA tournament, and good luck tonight against Falmouth. I know you've got certainly Kevin Snow and Ben McEwen, some heavy point go-getters. Talk about their offensive prowess.
Yeah, Benny's very good hands. He gets the puck to the net. He has a lot of assists too, so you can dish the puck out. Snow Dog, he's got a very nice shot. I mean, snap shot, comes down the side and shoots it on net. Very good. So I feel we have a very well-rounded team overall.
Good. Yeah, it's there's some younger players on the team, as you said, but also a good mix of seniors in there. So seems like a good blend, and hopefully we keep our streak alive. Paul and I, as I said, we had 2 players from BC High up here yesterday. They both scored a couple of goals. Hingham, first goal of the year, I think, for one of the kids that came up earlier. So maybe we'll see a hat trick out of you tonight.
Yeah, I'll try.
And you can let Coach McGuire know that Mr. McNamara and Mr. Igo the reasons behind that, right?
Yeah, I'll tell Johnny Hockey.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
Well, Ivan Paulapas with us,
Thank you so much for coming
the winger
on.
for
Awesome.
Waltham.
Good
They'll
luck.
be facing Falmouth tonight, and good luck, and hope to see you in the tournament.
All right, thanks, Ivan. Take care. Yeah, so another great kid to come up here and jump in. Coach McGuire sending him up our way, and we have had a little bit of luck, so we'll take some credit.
We'll keep it rolling.
What little credit we get, I'm sure. Rick Comfort's fielding all sorts of tweets right now, telling them to stop taking credit for all the goodness that's happening in this tournament. But
well, we want to give credit where it's due. Serio Video, Pat Serio, doing a great job for us here, and Sullivan Tire and RB Hockey, Rob Barletta. We wouldn't be here without those guys, so that's where the credit is deserved.
Absolutely. So we've got about 6:45 remaining in between periods, so we'll be back with the start of what should be a very exciting third period as the Dragons lead the Harbormen 2-1 here, and a great game as
advertised.
Yeah, as advertised. We'll see you shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone, as both teams getting ready to jump on the ice here to start the third period down in the Buddy Ferreira Classic here in Waltham. Hingham is going to have a 1 minute and 10-second power play to start the third period as they trail the Duxbury Dragons 2-1. Very scrappy game, a game that Paul and I both thought was going to have a lot of hard hitting and a lot of scrappy play, and some solid goaltending. Both the Duxbury Dragons getting a very good goaltending to start this game. Only giving up one goal is Tucker Kelly, and certainly Hingham High also happy with the play of Alex Bond here as they'll come into the third period trailing 2-1, but again going on the power play with 1:10 remaining in that power play. And Paul, again, everything we expected, and certainly looking forward to what should be a very exciting third period here.
Absolutely. I mean, these two teams are, you knew it wasn't going to be a blowout either way. I think it was 5-3 the first time, and Hingham was missing a couple of players that game. Not an excuse, but just an opportunity for some of those guys to play against their rivals here from, the same neck of the woods on the South Shore. And it's a little bit of bragging rights, but obviously for Hingham, it's kind of do or die here because the state tournament opportunity is hanging in the balance.
Yeah, sure is. They need 3 victories. They got 1, so they got to find a way to try to win this one. Last year, these two teams met in the same round, and they went into overtime. So I'm going to put the curse on us early here, Paul, before we start the third period, thinking that if I say overtime now, it won't come true. And
just as a follow-up to some of that parade to the penalty box, I was able to find out a couple of little tidbits of information. Patrick Colpoys received the misconduct. He was waved out of the face-off circle, and he was actually talking to one of his teammates to get in a position, and might have used high school language towards his teammate, and the official thought it was towards the official, but he had made the call. The official made the call on the misconduct, and that had to stand. The misconduct that went to Mark O'Rourke was part of the call itself. It was a hit to the head, which calls for a minor and a misconduct. So it wasn't anything Mark O'Rourke said.
Okay.
And one other tidbit of information, the Duxbury go-ahead goal does go to Tyler Powers with an assist to Trevor O'Brien. So that's the way they scored it. We'll go with that.
9 total penalties then in that second period.
Aristi sends it in deep, left wing corner on the penalty kill for Duxbury. Again, Hingham with about 56 seconds to go on the man advantage. Carlson sends it up the wing. Selesky in deep on the, Gerard Colpoys with a wrist shot from the sideboards, and Kelly makes a save and hangs on.
Yeah, Kelly making a nice save there. Again, an off-angle shot, throw the puck at the net, hope that there's going to be a rebound, and Kelly made sure there was not a rebound there. So very nice play by Tucker Kelly.
But they've got the face-off in the offensive zone. They're trying to set something up. Instead, McGinnis takes the shot, and Trevor O'Brien, who's been everywhere, gets in the way.
Oh, boy, I think Trevor O'Brien's already changed his skates once. He's taken a puck off the leg. He's limping back to the bench now.
He's got his second injury of the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I tell you, this kid, if Duxbury holds on, he's got to be considered as the player of the game. Just a real gritty effort. Love to talk to Coach Blake about that earlier in the day today.
Here comes Patrick Colpoys on the go. They've got 18 seconds left of man advantage here, and Colpoys can't get it back to Carlson, and Morocco can't get it in deep to Murphy. But they kill enough. They kill time,
and that should do it on the power play here as Hingham brings it up ice. Looking for the long stretch pass, not to be, but good play here at center ice.
Colpoys hit from the side by Murphy, and goes down. And Colpoys felt that one. That might be a little Charlie horse there. And here comes Murphy through center ice. Murphy on the go. His shot blocked by McGinnis. Trying to find a teammate, can't do so. McNally now with a head of steam through center ice. McGinnis offsides, but he circles back. Shea follows, can't get the shot off, and Golder up high on Shea.
Yeah, well, Golder might have saved a goal there. Max Golder, again, up a little high, but, if he doesn't get in and get physical, that shot's going to be a lot different. So good step-up play there, and taking the player off the puck and allowing his goalie to see everything.
Face-off control by nobody. Now Shea gets it back to the point to Drosser. Nick Drosser, a long shot through.
There. Sure, good low shot. A lot of bodies out in front of the net, and Kelly again making a nice save there.
First shift in a long time for big number 5, Drosser, but nearly tied the game up with a low wrister. Now on the far side, Maroka can't get it out. Iaria overskates it, and it comes back to Droster in the zone, overskated. Hadley now to Corcoran, a shot and a save by Bond.
Boy, Corcoran looking for his second goal there on the turnover. Puck bounced right onto his stick, and he didn't waste any time letting a wrist shot go up high. And, real nice. Again, in the right position. We've seen a lot of good goaltending here, Paul, over the tournament. But Alex Bond standing square to the puck and taking that puck in.
Good save by Bond, and he's got to make another one here off the stick of Doyle. Forbes now bangs it around.
Post might have come off again, Paul.
No, not that net.
I don't think they noticed, but I saw it.
McGinnis to the left, down low. Takes an elbow on the back check from Morocco. Morocco still watching McGinnis. Gets it in the middle to Smith, and this net is off.
Yeah, I think both nets have come off, and looks like Bond fixed his own net down this end, and the officials are going to fix the net here for goaltender Kelly down in the Duxbury zone, and face-off coming to Kelly's left with 12:22 remaining here in the third period of a 2-1 Duxbury Dragon lead.
Hingham has Forbes out there between Smith and Duff. Kicks back to Carlson, deflects a couple of times on the way in. Murphy first on it for Duxbury. Murphy behind his own net to Powers, who has the go-ahead goal. Now Powers takes a hit from Smith.
Dangerous play there as Powers was kind of going down to the ice and Smith right over the top of him, but not much you can do there when the other player's legs give out.
Chipped out now by Shane O'Brien. McGinnis back on it for Hingham. McGinnis over to his partner Carlson. Carlson turns and fires it up ice onto the stick of Maroka. Right wing to Murphy, who dumps it in deep. Murphy.
Good job there by Matt Saye to get onside as he was coming out of the blue line.
Ware overskates it. Now Maroka throws it towards the net onto the stick of Ware. Maroka swings and pops it up. Forbes knocked right into the bench by Saya, but he was changing anyway. He did him a favor.
Good shift there for Saya, though. He did a nice job on that onside play, and here's a little
can't
battle
get it
on the
in
wall.
deep as a fourth line out here. This is Egan. Egan down the left wing. Shot saved by Kelly. Karam's off to Ware.
Yeah, good left pad save, clearing it over into the corner, and you're right, a little extra line here for the Harbormen.
Egan and Giblin and LeBlanc out here. Now Colpoy's good job. LeBlanc on the go, trying to get by Griffin.
Nice stick check there by number 15, Griffin. Just playing the stick and batting the puck onto his own stick.
Hingham trying to get more bodies out there, more depth, and just get out for 40 seconds and work your tail off and give the other lines a chance. Corcoran now circles for Duxbury over to Ware. Ware can't find the handle. Corcoran now finally does and backhands it to center.
Yeah.
Corcoran with the first goal of the game
I think
for
both
Duxbury.
teams want to whistle or a change here as both lines have been out here for a while.
Goldner a hit on LeBlanc, and it gets sent in deep. Buddy Maroka back on it there. He takes a hit from Egan, and now it's sent the length of the ice, and this will be called for icing.
Yeah, tough break there. Maroka doing the right thing, getting it out from his own zone, looking for the big number 15, Jack Griffin, out at center ice, but unfortunately Griffin unable to collect the pass as it goes down the Hingham zone for an icing with 10:13 remaining in this third period.
Once again, it's 2-1. Little over 10 minutes to go in the third period. The go-ahead goal was a long wrister in by Tyler Powers. That made it 2-1. Here comes Nick Morocco. Morocco sends it in. Doyle first on it there. The little pepper pot centering, teed up by O'Brien, and it goes wide.
Well, there's a kid that deserves a goal, Trevor O'Brien, right? We've been...
Aristide now keeps it in deep. Down low to Morocco. Onto the stick of McGinnis for Hingham. McGinnis can't find a teammate. Long shot in. Bond lost it. The whistle goes. Morocco put it in on the rebound, but the whistle had blown.
Well, obviously the fans behind us felt it was a quick whistle, but I think he lost sight of it. Bond did make the initial save, and there was a Duxbury player in the crease while Bond was trying to regain the puck, and the post also off the mooring, so faceoff's going to come to the left of Alex Bond here with 9:39 remaining in the third period.
This line has come to life for Duxbury. O'Brien and Morocco and Doyle. Now it's back to Arasti, who's had a good tournament. He'll send it in again, and they battle in front.
Yeah,
Carlson.
Morocco just going to the net, doing his job, looking for a rebound, and Bond not giving up the rebound. So, good shot in by Sean Aresti, the junior defenseman for Duxbury, trying to make something happen, put the puck on the net.
He'll have
Arasti
another
again.
chance. He'll rip it. Tipped by O'Brien. Oh, and Carlson makes O'Brien pay for that. Doyle with it. He'll turn and hit the post. Near side. Back to Arasti again. He's got an open man. That's Powers. Powers tees it up. It deflects and never makes it through. And Hingham with a
got
chance.
a 4-on-2 if they can get the puck up ice. But here's a breakaway.
Doyle with a breakaway. He stops. He fires and sends it high and into the netting.
Yeah,
Doyle.
I almost wonder if Bond didn't get a piece of that. But, a scramble, rolling puck outside by out by center ice. And Duxbury, Mike Doyle taking advantage of that.
And Bond did get a piece of it. The faceoff's going to be to his left in the Hingham
Yeah, it
end.
looked like it caught Bond's shoulder trying to go high on that shot.
Great move by Doyle, though. The defenseman was sliding, and he stopped and pulled it back and gave himself another chance.
Yeah, allowed himself to get into position and get square to the net to take that shot, and the physicality behind the net continues here.
Selesky trying to get it up to Duff.
We got an injured Hingham player going to the bench.
That's Jack Forbes.
Jack Forbes looks like might be holding his shoulder here. Hingham's got a
Gerard Colpoy sends it in, but Patrick Colpoy is well over the line, and now the brothers talking to each other trying to figure out.
Well, Gerard Colpoy, we had the pleasure of interviewing him earlier in the day here, and a nice kid. Right idea, but again, just indirect pass that went down in the Duxbury zone for an icing. So 8:38 remaining in the third period here, and a tight one, of course.
And Saya has to go into the net and retrieve his mouth guard that was put in there by Colpoy.
Well, let's hope it's his. His mother hopes so.
His dentist hopes so. Saya wins it right back to Murphy, fires
Boy,
it wide.
what a nice setup that was for Murphy, and like you said, he shot the puck wide. Got to put that one on net. Beautiful face-off win.
Selesky up to DeMellis. He's got Personini. They go 2-on-3. Good back check by Matt Murphy here. Murphy sends it around for Goldner, who decides to go the other way, and it goes right onto the stick of DeMellis.
DeMellis needed to put a little bit more on that pass, but obviously the hero of the game the other night was the freshman DeMellis, so he's getting plenty of ice time for Coach Messina.
Gerard Colpoy knocks it into the Duxbury end right onto the stick of Goldner. Goldner over to Maroka, back to Goldner. Goldner bounces it off the boards. And
it's going to be a nice sight. Not quite sure what he was doing with that one other than maybe wanting to get a change, Paul, but Goldner clearing it all the way down the other end, and 7:56 remaining in the third. A 2-1 game, a good game.
Excellent game. The balance way still, the outcome way still in the balance here.
Yeah, both teams, we spoke to both coaches during the tournament here, and they both know they need this one, so it should be interesting.
Shea waved in there after McNally was waved out, and Duxbury able to win it, and Aristide's long wing-to-wing pass intended for Ware misses connection, and icing called again.
Again, that was a good idea, just not good execution. Ware was off all by himself on that left-hand wing, and a long cross-ice pass. Hard to connect on those, It's a good idea.
When they connect, they're great plays, but Powers can't handle the wraparound pass, and now he sends it back to Ware, but misses connection, and Carlson's shot never makes it all the way to the net.
Yeah.
Arasti sends it up for Corcoran, who takes a hit from Shea, who takes a hit in return from Griffin.
I think Carlson's going for that record that we set yesterday from shots from the point. He's got quite a few here now, but a lot of blocks for Duxbury.
Griffin, good job to lug it through center ice for the Dragons. This is offsides here. That's a good call, actually. I think the puck was out, and he brought it back in. And
as Mr. McNamara tries to explain the offside call to the Duxbury fans behind us.
I think they were just saying, what are they doing?
A double blue line.
Trevor O'Brien out there on the faceoff with McNally. Controlled by Hingham. Carlson looking in his own end. Long pass up for Shea. Misses connections. Powers can't get it in deep, but Doyle follows up for Duxbury. Puck loose at center ice and now poked ahead by Shea. Shea will chase with Powers. McGinnis, a long shot in.
Nice save. A little bit of a screen there,
Loose
too.
centering pass by McNally, and whistle goes.
I'm not sure what we're getting here. We got a hold on somebody. We got a Duxbury penalty here.
I think it's
12
one each.
is Tyler Powers going to the box.
Interference is the call.
Yeah. Kind of weird that he made that call when he did, though, Paul. I thought Hingham had the puck, but penalty anyway. 6:52 remaining in the third period, and Hingham's going to go on the power play here. So big opportunity for the Harbormen to try to tie this thing up.
Excellent opportunity here. Personini can't catch up with it, and Maroka is able to send it.
Yeah, nice play by Maroka, able to get that puck out of the zone, and no reason to get cute with it, but. Again, just like we said earlier, Duxbury not afraid to go on the offensive when killing penalties.
Great play by Trevor O'Brien right there. Heads up, stole the puck. Good forecheck, stole the puck, and nearly created a scoring chance there. Patrick Colpoy's now the other way. He'll send a wrister that goes off the shin pads of
another block
Goldner,
shot.
followed by Personini, goes off the back of Goldner. McGinnis in tight, takes a high stick from Trevor O'Brien. They send it up the boards, but Patrick Colpoy's on it there. Cross ice to Carlson. Carlson sends it down low for Personini. Comes to Gerard Colpoy's centering pass from Patrick Colpoy's off his skate.
All alone by himself.
McGinnis now looks, sends it in, puck loose. Good save by Kelly. Carlson open net for the moment. His wrister goes high over the net. Patrick Colpoy.
Firing gallery here now, Paul. But the puck, like you said, Carlson just couldn't quite control that bouncing puck.
20 seconds to go. Man advantage for Hingham. Personini can't gather in the long outlet pass from goaltender Bond. Selesky can't keep it in. It's over the line. Duxbury skates it out. And Powers takes a hit over there from Gerard Colpoys.
What are we getting here? I have no idea. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're calling somebody off the bench, I think, on a slash. No, it's going to be Patrick Colpoys on the slash.
Wow. Okay, so Colpoys is going to go to the penalty box with 5:25 remaining in the game, 3 seconds remaining on the Duxbury penalty. So Duxbury's going to have a minute 27 power play. Big face-off here coming in the Hingham zone. Duxbury wins this face-off. They'll have their player coming out of the box and having a man advantage.
Great job by Trevor O'Brien on that penalty kill, number 4 for Duxbury. He's played a heck of a game.
Okay, so Duxbury now on the power play here.
Keeps it in. Power play for Duxbury here with a little over 5 minutes to go. They lead it by 1. Saya now bounces it back to Trevor O'Brien. O'Brien redirects to Morocco. Morocco sends it in. It goes off a teammate's skate, I think. O'Brien far side to Arasti in the middle for Shane O'Brien. Can't connect, and Hingham comes out shorthanded. Billy McNally now. Hingham has to be thinking offense, trailing by a goal with about 5 minutes to go. Bodies get tangled up. Shane O'Brien.
Yeah,
he's got a 2-on-2.
If he slows it up a little bit, he's going to have help coming behind him. But, boy, nice play there, keeping it in there again
Trevor
by
O'Brien.
Trevor O'Brien. Trevor O'Brien just had a
Arasti
terrific
keeps it in on the
game,
far
and,
side.
Boy, Hingham wanted the offsides and didn't get it. Bodies falling all over the place, Paul, with 4:28 remaining and 32 remaining on the power play.
McNally knocked down Shane O'Brien, no call. Now the clearing pass nearly intercepted by Personini. And Trevor O'Brien will start back for Duxbury over the line right
both
wing.
these teams very aggressive on the PK, Paul. We talked about that before the game, and no let up here at all.
Carlson now backhands it up the boards, not out. Good play by Ware to keep it in. Carlson
10
now.
seconds remaining on the power play, so Duxbury again's got to be careful of the man coming out of the box here as they try to get the puck into the Hingham zone.
Powers long wrister in, goes off the backboards. Corcoran sends it behind the net.
All right, all even here on 5-on-5, and there's the player deep at center ice, but
Colpoy's
not able to find him.
Yeah, Colpoy's out of the box. Was open for a minute, but they couldn't get the long home run pass up to him. And Hingham now with 3:39 to go, trailing by 1. Carlson sends it around
nice
behind.
hit there by Jack Griffin. He's been hitting all day. Good job, good forechecking here by Duxbury. We've seen this all tournament.
Puck loose on the far side. Corcoran skates away with it. He's got help. Corcoran, nifty move and a pass to Griffin.
What a save by Bond. And
Great save by Bond, and another one on a follow-up from the point by Maroka. And
Oh, there's a hit. Yeah, Carlson certainly got the hand up high there on Ware. And both players.
I'm not sure Ware's going to get called here. I think it's just Carlson.
Yeah, I think it's just Carlson throwing that punch. I got to believe. But
now Ware is going to get a call, too.
Well, they're going to get matching penalties here with 3:17 remaining in the third period, so we'll skate 5-on-5. But, again, the 2-1 lead there for the Dragons coming off the power play and now skating all even here.
Yeah, it'll be full 5-on-5 in front of the goalies. Carlson for Hingham, Ware for Duxbury. Not sure what the calls will be, but roughing probably to Carlson anyway. Shot a save by Bond, and right on the doorstep looking for the rebound is number 11, Matt Saya.
Boy, I tell you, Bond's made a couple of beautiful saves here late in the third period to keep this a one-goal game. A lot of bodies in front of that net, and Bond making sure there's no rebounds.
Saya now on the draw.
Yeah, slashing calls on both players there, Paul, and here's a turnover by the Dragons.
Here. They send away Shea down the right wing. Shea, the long wrister, goes wide. He had Iaria headed to the net, looking for the rebound, but coming in the other way is Murphy. Murphy and O'Brien. Murphy to O'Brien. Shane O'Brien killing time, lays it back for Powers. Tyler Powers sends it in deep. Shane O'Brien overskates it, and Selesky sends it up, and it touches the netting over there with 2:33 to go, and time for Tony and Messina behind the Hingham bench to start thinking about the TO at some point.
Yeah, I agree, Paul. He's had his big skaters out there for 2 shifts in a row, 2:33 remaining in the game, but he's going to refresh, put a new line out here, and
well, he's got the cold poise with Personini and DeMellis. That's the line that can score a goal for him.
Yep, absolutely.
And Trevor O'Brien, the guy who's done a real good job for Duxbury tonight. Now
Duxbury's just been so strong on the forecheck all day. Defenseman stepping up to keep the puck in as the puck is battled for here in the corner.
Yeah, a couple of bodies shoving each other, and finally knocked up high off the glass by Patrick Colpois. Buddy Maroka back to get it for Duxbury, up to Trevor O'Brien to Doyle.
A good outlet there to Doyle, and Doyle kind of misses on a little fan on that one.
And Morocco runs Selesky into the glass. Doyle now down low, does a good job to jam it free. It's loose in front. Good save by Bond, and skated away by Patrick Colpois.
Boy, I think he'd like to have that one back. Hingham got an awful lot of bodies on the ice, and
Hingham had
40 remaining in this game, so you got to keep an eye on the net here. And like you said, Messina may want to get a timeout somewhere along the way.
Hingham lucky they didn't get caught for too many men on the ice on that last change.
And here they come out now.
They break it out. Iaria, they'll try to get it deep and get a whistle here with 1:27 to go. They trail by 1. Iaria behind the net. Iaria looks back to the point to Gerard Colpois. Over to McGinnis. Long shot in. Tipped onto the stick of a Duxbury player. This is Hadley skating it out. Gets it to center. McGinnis will circle and try to calm it down with 1:10 to go. Up to Gerard Colpois. Gives it off to Iaria in the middle to McNally. Can't control. And Griffin lifts it up.
Yeah, goalie is out for Hingham, so they've got the extra skater on the ice here, Paul. And just Duxbury trying to control that puck.
Personini over the line, and a save.
So I think we're probably going to get a timeout here with 43.6 seconds remaining and a face-off coming in the Duxbury zone, and Coach Messina does call for the timeout here, Paul. So again, we knew coming into this that was probably going to be a one-goal game either way, and here we are, 43.6 seconds left, and the Dragons up 2-1.
Yeah, Hingham, they just can't get a sustained look going offensively, and when they do, Kelly's been equal to it. So, it's frustrating. Duxbury knows they've got a one-goal lead, and they're just going to play everything really tight to the vest, and when the rebound's there, they're going to clear it out, and that's what they've done.
Yeah, Hingham's done well to kind of hang around this game. I mean, Duxbury really, a lot of talent on the ice for Duxbury. They, no superstars really on that Hingham team. both teams play as a team. I will say that, but I think Duxbury, with those senior presence and some of those players that we continue to point out with Doyle and some of the others, O'Brien and Murphy, those guys have played a great game. Yet they're only up by a goal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to a point, they've kept the shots outside for Kelly to see and make good saves on, and he's been right where he's had to be. He's not had to be spectacular, but he's had to be steady.
Yeah, a lot of good block shots. You're right, Paul.
Six skaters out here for Hingham now with 43.6 to go. Patrick Colpoys wins it to the backboards to Personini. He's pinned by Arasti. Colpoys on it now. Back to Carlson. Carlson walks to the middle. Looks over to McGinnis. One-timer goes wide.
Boy, good setup there by Carlson to McGinnis. And,
out of the zone. Murphy, nice job to muscle it
27
out.
seconds remaining. Hingham got what they wanted there, and McGinnis shot it wide, and Carlson
trying to lug it in, but he's trying to do it all himself. And now they send it up to the line, and it bounces over McGinnis' stick with 14 seconds to go.
And here he is again, number 20. Murphy going to tie it up and try to run the clock out.
They need a shot. They need a long shot here. 3 seconds, 2 and 1, and Duxbury's going to hang on and win this one. A terrific win for Duxbury over Hingham, who played a strong game. They just couldn't find a way to get another one behind. Tucker Kelly in net for Duxbury.
Yeah, huge win for Coach Blake and his Dragons, and Kelly certainly deserving of picking up the victory there. And Duxbury will go on to play in the championship game against BC High, so certainly one that we're looking forward to. Not that we won't be covering the other games either, but I think those two teams, Duxbury putting themselves in the position that they want to be in, the ability to try to win this tournament, and again let others around the state know that they're maybe Super 8 eligible.
Yeah, and I think player of the game for Duxbury, Trevor O'Brien, had a terrific game. Scoring-wise, he only had 1 assist out of the 2 goals, but not a lot of scoring, and he was in on a lot of plays. He was struggling with broken sticks and a skate blade and some nicks that he took, and he played a great game and deservedly named the player of the game. And Alex Bond did a great job in the Hingham end between the pipes, keeping it at what it was. It doesn't downgrade the rest of the Hingham performance by any means. I forgot we were on camera here, but I thought Alex Bond played a terrific game for Hingham.
Yeah, Alex Bond stood up big, especially late in that third period, keeping it a 1-goal game. It seemed like there were going to be Duxbury sticks raised in there a couple of times there, trying to give themselves a little breathing room, and Bond was up for the task. And again, Hingham hung around. They again grinded it out as best they could, but Duxbury very deep.
Yeah, they're deep, and they played a very close checking game. Hingham didn't have a lot of time or a lot of room to make plays like they like to do. And then when they did get it in the offensive zone, Duxbury jammed up that middle pretty good on the rebounds.
They sure did, and I don't know, I lost count of the block shots by Duxbury. But like you said, I mean, Hingham was feeding the puck back to the point, getting what they wanted. But, boy, there's a Duxbury body almost in front of every shot, and Doyle certainly in front of a lot of those. And, just a huge win for Duxbury. Kudos to Coach Blake, as, I know they've worked hard all season. And we're probably really looking forward to this tournament, so they could show off the type of team they are, and the medal that they have. Especially as you said in the defensive zone. I mean, not afraid to sacrifice those bodies.
No, and the big picture is, I don't think Coach Blake wanted to say it, but the big picture is, he probably knew that to get a real serious look from the Super 8 committee, that he would have to come down here and win 3 games, and included in that was going to have to be a win over Austin Prep or BC High, and he's going to have the chance now.
Yeah, he's going to get the chance now, and 14-2-3, I believe they are after this victory. So, no matter what shakes out on Selection Saturday, Duxbury is in very good position to make a run to the Garden, either in the Super 8 or in the D1 tournament. So, certainly Coach Blake's got him peaking at the right time here.
Yeah, and a well-played game. As advertised, they went after each other a little bit in the second period. A lot of penalties in that second period. The third period, not as many and more hockey-related, not as feisty-related. And if you know what I mean by that, it was just competitive penalties. And no scoring in the third period. The winning goal came in the second period off the stick of Tyler Powers, number 12, the defenseman for Duxbury. He gets the winning goal. A very well played game, and the players of the game for Hingham, Alex Bond, their goaltender, and for Duxbury, number 4, Trevor O'Brien.
And terrific, although our legs might feel like it's the end of the day, it's not. So
No,
we do have another big game coming up between the Falmouth Clippers and the Waltham Hawks, and this should be a good one as well.
With tournament ramifications as well. So it's an important game for each of these teams. They're going to play hard. Each of them had losses yesterday to some strong D1 teams, and they'll be looking to avenge those today in the form of a win over a local rival, Falmouth and Waltham.
Yeah, I think Jake Beaton's going to be looking for a little time off tonight in this second game. As he stood on his head and was player of the game last night. But we did have the pleasure of speaking with Ivan Polipus, a senior as well.
So he'll be our spotlight player.
He will be our spotlight player. So we will be back with the call of Game 4 momentarily. And until then, enjoy Pat Serio's fabulous graphics.
Rick's like, you're getting a little diddly all of a sudden. It's a long day.
starting lineup, your hometown Falmouth Clippers on left wing, number 20, Cody Bailey. Your center, your captain, number 7, Robbie Souza. And your right wing, number 23, Bryce Landers. On defense, number 18, Andrew Parkinson. And number 22, Thomas Toby. Goal receiving for the Clippers, number 35, Jake Beaton.
All right, Wissahickon, I take full responsibility. McNamara's not even with me right now, but 12:29 remaining in the first period of this fourth game today with Waltham and Falmouth skating here. Face-off about to take place here to the right of Jake Beaton in his defensive zone, and Falmouth controlling the puck. Getting it up ice, here's a breakout. Robbie Souza coming up ice with that puck, and Souza is certainly one of the top scorers in the state with 32 points coming into this tournament. Not able to get a shot off, though, as the puck is controlled by Waltham and back out. Waltham forward, Ben McEwen with the puck and losing the puck now, trying to get back over as Falmouth dumps it in, and 11:50 remaining in the first, open for a whistle, and Mr. McNamara, welcome back.
They started early.
They did start a little bit early. I think they wanted to keep this moving, and we're going to get an interference call here on Waltham. So first power play of the game is going to go to the Falmouth Clippers. 11:41 remaining in the first period, and the Clippers are going to go on the power play as Waltham takes the first penalty of the game.
Yeah, Kevin Snow's going to sit, I believe, for interference, and Waltham will try to kill this off. Souza gets it back to the point. Poked away now by Marmion. Marmion on the go here on the penalty kill. And Toby able to bounce it off the backboards, and a collision down there between Parkinson for Falmouth and Marmion for Waltham.
Waltham dumping the puck out here in front of Jake Beaton. Here comes Falmouth up the ice here.
Number 10, Miller, we called his name a lot yesterday for Waltham, the freshman. He's got the puck right now, and he'll bang it around the boards. It goes by Sean Kelly, and McEwen over on it there for Waltham. He'll circle the net.
Yeah, good kill so far here by Waltham. 43 seconds remaining on the power play.
And Seamus Egan getting the start for Waltham in net again today after he finished things up yesterday and played well. Puck off the stick of Souza now. They can't find the handle down here, Falmouth, on the power play. They got 27 seconds to go. Intercepted by Toby. Thomas Toby turns and fires, saved by Egan. Rebound controlled by Arlen Moore, 21. He's banged by Kelly there. Now trying to jam it in at the post is number 20, Cody
Egan
Bailey.
holding tight to the post. 10 seconds remaining on the power play here, and Waltham is not able to get it out.
Rochelo intercepts at the point over to Thomas Toby. He misfires. And now McEwen knocks down Bailey. And on the breakaway pass, Snow jumps out of the penalty box. And he'll go with Rochelo down in the corner. Snow, the bigger body, able to come up with it. Circles back. Centering pass into the slot area. Gobbled up there by Jason Holzman for Falmouth, but he can't maintain possession. And now stealing the puck is Hopkins. The wrister goes high.
Boy, just over Beaton's left shoulder, and he's a tall kid, as we said. So
Brendan Hopkins, who has a goal in the tournament. And now Souza bangs it out into center ice onto the stick of number 9, Millerick. But Falmouth right back in. Holzman gives chase here. They swing it around to Hopkins. He misfires on the backhand off the boards. And now finally able to get it up to 17, Simeone. And now circling for...
Yeah, Sam Bluestein on that hit there over in the corner, holding his shoulder a little bit as that puck goes down out of play, and the faceoff's going to take place here at center ice with 9:10 remaining in the first period.
We got a player for Waltham. Do we have a number 2 on that roster? I don't have one on mine.
I do not have a number 2 on Waltham. We will see if we can't get that
He's out there. He's out here on left wing right now with Hamner and Simeone. Dom DeBlasi now out there on defense with McDougal. Falmouth able to control. The long shot in is tipped and knocked down on the play is number 10, Walker. That long shot in off the stick of Bluestein. Now Arlen Moore for Falmouth with it on the far side. Gets it into the zone. DeBlasi with some time will skate it up. Looking. Sends it up to Simeone on the left wing. He can't control it. Comes onto the stick of Cam Toby. And he'll send it away to number 20, Bailey, who loses to the Waltham defense. McDougal now trying to send it up to number 14 on the right wing. That's Trelligan. Trelligan 4 checks on Toby and Toby. And now Souza over the line. Souza circles, can't center it out to Bailey. Now it goes up the boards. Trelligan can't punch it by Cam Toby over there.
Paul, I'm told that yesterday's number 28, Derek Bork, is wearing number 2 tonight. So
okay, that makes
Bork
sense.
is wearing number 2, yep.
That's the line he was on yesterday, so that makes perfect sense. And now Parkinson with a long lead into the hit there. Ivan Polipas, number 8, on the go.
That's right. We've got a goal in there for him. We're rooting for him as he came up here and did a nice interview with us. Nice kid. And certainly knows he plays on a very gritty line and hopeful to put one in the net in his senior year here.
Tries to redirect it to Snow there, and Snow banks it off the boards. Up ice, intended for McEwen. Comes back to the Falmouth defense. That's Rochelo. Can't complete the pass there, and it's stolen for the moment by Hopkins. Rochelo runs into him.
Yeah, a little tumbling around on the ice here outside the blue line. A couple of kids running into each other, and a good hit there.
Gage sends it around to Holzman over there, and it comes back to Gage. Mike Gage skating through center, 1-on-2. Can't get by Kelly, and Miller comes over and picks it up for Waltham, up to Hopkins. Hopkins overskates it. He's pinned here by Coyne, and now following up is Rochelo. Rochelo on the left side over to Walker. Walker's backhander goes wide.
Yeah, Sam Walker carrying that puck in, going to the backhand.
McEwen now pokes it by the defense and starts in, but it's never gets in deep, and McEwen goes to the bench and will change.
Yeah, trying to change up there quickly. I thought McEwen had a little more open ice. Good goal scorer, too, for the Waltham Hawks, so would have been interesting to see if he could have carried that puck in, but both these teams battling away with 6:10 remaining in the first period of a scoreless first period.
Jake Miller, the freshman, can't get it in deep, and he can't get it by Isaiah Lineweaver. And skating away is Zach Barrett for Falmouth. Barrett can't get around Bork, but Barrett catches up to it in the corner now, and Hamner back for Waltham to get it behind the net. Trying to hit Simeone on the far side. Simeone one-hands it up for Bork, but nobody controls right now. Miller falls down. Falmouth on the forecheck here.
Good forecheck there by number 21, Arlen Moore, scrapping away, trying to get the puck as Falmouth dumps it out, and it's not going to make the icing, so...
Lineweaver retreats there and sends it around to Thomas Toby. Thomas Toby rips it up the boards, gets past a Waltham forechecker. That was number 3, Marmion. And now poking it by is Landers and giving chase for Falmouth.
Yeah, top line for Falmouth on the ice here with 5 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the period.
Cam Toby, the freshman, cross ice to Lineweaver. And now Palapas on it for Waltham. Can't take it away from Toby. Dumped in deep by number 14, Trelligan. Cam Toby sends it around the boards for Brighton Landers. Sent in deep again. Marmion for Waltham trying to center it, and Beaton will cover up here.
Yeah, Beaton will take a whistle there. 4:45 remaining in the first period. And, last night we said...
Clock. Somebody has to stop that clock, and they do.
Yeah, we got running time tonight, Paul. Kind of like a little bit of a basketball runoff on the clock. But Jake Beaton, the senior goaltender for Falmouth, probably a little grateful that he hasn't seen the 30-some-odd shots in the first period that he saw last night. Just a great performance by Jake last night.
He played very well, and as you said, probably a little less called upon tonight, but he stands tall in that Falmouth net.
Yeah, weird deflection off the backboard here, and the puck stays in the Falmouth zone.
Gage can't get it out. Now it comes across to Rochelo. Rochelo, the defenseman, intercepted by McEwen. McEwen circles back towards his own end.
Yeah, I think McEwen might have thought there was a line change coming, but a big hit there.
McEwen runs over Gage, and now Gage has a chance the other way as the puck is popped loose and sent back the other way by Ryan Duarte. Icing waved off here as Egan will leave it for his defense to clear around. Puck intercepted at center by Zach Barrett. Barrett sends it in wide. Millerick on it there for Waltham.
Barrett does a nice job, finishes check there behind the net.
Ryan Duarte can't get it past Big Thomas Toby at the right point, and Toby sends it in deep. Barrett lays a hit on Millerick, offensive zone left wing corner. And Arlen Moore circles back for Falmouth, gives it over to Parkinson, who dumps it in deep.
3:23 remaining in the first, Paul. Scoreless first period here. Up and down we go. Falmouth starting to carry the play a little bit, but Waltham ready to break it out.
Puck comes to center. Thomas Toby will go across ice to number 11, Zach Barrett. Now it's back in the Waltham zone momentarily. Toby will make sure it gets deep this time as he drives it in behind Seamus Egan. Nice move over there by Trelligan.
2-on-1 coming here.
A shot and a goal by Simeone.
Oh, nice shot. Looked like Simeone was going to make the pass across. I think that's what Beaton thought as well. Said Simeone goes top corner on the just over the left shoulder of Jake Beaton, and with 2:53 remaining in the first period, the Waltham Hawks will take a 1-0 lead over the Falmouth Clippers. And we'll see who gets the assists on that one, Paul.
Yeah, Simeone, like you said, it looked like he was going to pass. Bork was headed to the net, but he held it, and then he just snuck it inside the near post, it looked like. It's like Sean Kelly.
So Sean Kelly, the only assist on that goal.
There's Kelly giving it to Simeone again. Souza trying to steal for Falmouth. Simeone bounces it off the boards. Cam Toby, long shot in, blocked by Hamner. And back to Cam Toby at center, over to Rochelo. Rochelo up on the wing for Brighton Landers. Landers to Souza on the go. Souza deep into the corner. Souza circles the net. Turns around, a turnaround spinner. Saved there by Egan.
Yeah, nice rebound out front there, too. Souza, again, going hard around the net. Nice move there to get it to the front. And there was Cody Bailey standing right there on the doorstep for the rebound, but unable to put it behind young Seamus Egan, or at least he's a junior now, Seamus Egan. So still young in my book.
I'll tell you, Souza, when he gets those legs moving, he's quick. Very quick and great hands. Here's Palapas trying to bang it by Thomas Toby on the near side and get it out of the zone. Can't do so.
Really impressed by the play of number 22, Thomas Toby, for Falmouth. He's a sophomore defenseman and sees a lot of ice time. Yeah,
Great
good size, sure.
Strong kid. And
strong
now
on the blue
Palapas
line.
with a chance. Palapas on the go. He's got Trelligan with him. It's 2-on-3. He'll send it in the middle, and Beaton out to calmly redirected over on the far side to Jason Holzman, the freshman, getting a lot of ice time for Falmouth between Holzman and Cam Toby. Some young guys getting a lot of time for the Clippers. And now Thomas Toby able to pin Marmion there.
Yeah, Toby caving him in nicely, making sure that he doesn't have a play on that puck. And now we got a high stick and an offside. So you pick it, Paul.
They'll flip a coin.
And we are going to have a special guest at the end of the intermission here, at the end of the first period. So look for ESPN's finest. Scott Barboza going to join us here in between periods. And
excellent.
We'll talk some hockey. Obviously, BC High, Central Catholic, and Malden Catholic all winning today. So plenty to talk about with Scott.
Centering
at the end
pass
of the
by
period.
Snow. Hopkins had just left the crease area. Now Hopkins gets it back. Cam Toby into the corner. He's going to take a hit from his rival number 5, Snow. Hopkins knocks down Rochelo in the corner, and McEwen can't keep it in. And there's a delay call here on Waltham.
Yeah, final minute of the period and a penalty coming up here on Waltham. So Falmouth with 56.3 seconds remaining in the period is going to go on the power play as number 15, Brendan Hopkins, junior forward, is going to go to the penalty box. And
charging is going to be the call on that one, Mark.
Okay, charging is the call. So Falmouth trailing 1-0 will go on the power play with 56.3 seconds remaining in the first period.
On the penalty kill, trying to skate it out is Palapas, able to send it the length of the ice. Good job by Kelly to get it up the boards, and good job by Palapas to get it out. Thomas Toby now picked by Palapas. Palapas doing a good job on the penalty kill. Kicks it to himself, and he draws a penalty. Toby's going to go here for a hook.
Oh, yeah, real good effort there by Palapas, making sure that he was staying on that puck and forcing Toby into a hook. So we're going to skate even with 35 seconds remaining in the first period, and 1:09 remaining on the first penalty to Waltham. So we'll be 4-on-4 for the rest of the way here.
Great hustle by Palapas. Here comes Souza on the 4-on-4. He's got to hit a steam. And now Seamus Egan out of the net.
Yeah, Seamus Egan playing a little give and go with himself off the backboards there, Paul. I don't think that's how they actually drew it up, but he was able to control the puck and do a nice job there, getting the puck eventually up to his defenseman. And
that's a case that they had too much coverage. They had 3 Waltham guys there, including Egan.
They did.
And, that nearly backfired.
Yeah, that can throw off your goaltender when you got 3 guys standing there in front of you, and he's trying to throw it into the corner.
Souza wins the draw back to Parkinson. He sends it deep and wide. 13 seconds now in the first period of play. McEwen skates to center, but Parkinson will send it back in, and McEwen knocks down Parkinson.
Yeah, McEwen had that head full of steam, and he wasn't slowing up. So
the buzzer goes, ending the first period of play. We had one goal in the period. It was Simeone for Waltham with an assist to Kelly at 12:07, and that's where we stand after one period of play here in the nightcap of round 2 at the Buddy Ferrara Classic. And some penalties to report, but right now we're going to invite into our viewing area Scott Barboza.
Yeah, how's it going? Scott,
Pretty
good to
well.
see you again, man. Yep, great. Thanks for
From
joining us. Thanks for your
ESPN
patience.
Boston, and Scott, thanks for joining us.
Not a problem at all.
Yeah, big day in hockey around the state. Malden Catholic, Central Catholic, and BC High all winning today, and Catholic Memorial losing. So what does that do in your mind as we get ready for Saturday's selection meeting?
Yeah, I think in particular for Central Catholic, it's a huge win. I think that probably puts them in the top 6 of the state. I think Malden Catholic is rolling with a head of steam right now, so I don't. I mean, 8-2 is always an impressive mark, but I'd like to say that that's really perhaps not that much of a surprise. But for Central Catholic, come back, a game that was tied in the final minute, and Lloyd Hayes coming away with the game winner down there against CM. I think that puts Central Catholic into the top 6, and for CM. I mean, they're really struggling with it right now. Obviously, I think a better game. Didn't get to see all of it, obviously, today, being here all day. But I think for CM, it's kind of hard to put a finger on what exactly is going on there right now. I think Brandon Collette has been extremely strong in net, despite some of the results that's posted against them. I think it's just really a team game, as we saw when they beat Malden Catholic earlier this year, which is really, when you look at it, their one marquee win on the season. It was a team win. They skate hard, they skate fast, they can really bring the play up into your kitchen in the defensive zone, and they've gotten away from that a little bit. And I think not all is lost for CM, but I think they're looking at a play-in round game now.
Yeah, I mean, you start looking at the top 6: MC, BC High, Austin Prep probably belongs up there too. If Central makes it, Springfield Cathedral, there's not many spots left.
No, I really think Cathedral's the one team. I think a lot of people, obviously, from being out there, I like to call them the Road Warriors of Massachusetts high school hockey. They play everybody. They're kind of like a barnstorming baseball team from the 1920s. They play on all comers. Only got 2 losses on the season, and obviously a huge tournament out there every year coming up. Whether they end up getting Malden Catholic in that game, but St. Mary's Lynn is out there too, and I think St. Mary's, talking about those Spartans, that's a real wild card team. I really think this year coming into it, earlier in the year I thought the CCL would maybe carry 3 members, which obviously that goes a long way to determining whether we get a public here. And then obviously seeing what Duxbury has done, I think that's really the other team we got to take a look at here. If by any chance, if they can come away with a point or 2 against BC High in the championship game here on Thursday, the Dragons might be sitting pretty come Saturday.
Yeah, you talk about team play. We had Coach Blake up here earlier in the day, and we talked a little bit about their depth, and Paul said it time and time again, you play those Catholic schools, and they very deep, 3-4 lines that they can roll out there. I think Duxbury does have at least 3 good lines they can roll out there, and pretty strong between the pipes. Maybe they'll make that Super 8.
Yeah, I think Tucker Kelly, their goaltender, has played really strong from what we've seen down here at the tournament, and I really like their top 2 defensive pairing. Sean Arasti, Tyler Power has been very consistent throughout the year, and something that Coach Blake likes to say with that group, no matter what, I think year in, year out with those Dragons, they're able to skate. They play very well in the neutral zone. I think you saw that particularly against Marshfield earlier in the season, which was a really, I think, a big litmus test for them earlier in the season. I think that Duxbury team looks pretty good right now. And obviously, again, taking a look, I really think there's about 4 or 5 teams going for that 10th spot. And it's a lot of publics. St. John Shrewsbury got a big one tonight against an out-of-state opponent. We also got to look at Braintree, which hosts wins over Duxbury, and St. Mary's Lynn. So that's another intriguing team there. But I think as of right now, you always look at this tournament coming in, who's going to separate themselves from the field. And as of right now, I think the one team that has come here and tried to make that statement convincingly has been Duxbury. It's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, and it becomes a big game for them against BC High. I mean, there's no way they're going to do it, but if they ever came out and laid an egg, the committee then would be able to turn around and say, see, we told you.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations, looking at today's game, Arlington Catholic, Archbishop Williams, 2 CCL teams, not strangers to each other, played each other, each won in each other's barn earlier in the season. You get your rubber match here today, and basically it comes down to a third period. It was all even until then, and then Archie's comes out and makes a statement. I think just seeing a result like that, a team that is so, I think, offensively skilled, And when they're on their game, I really think they're a dangerous team. And again, with them coming away with a win today, if they take another win here, it's going to make for another interesting, tough decision for that committee. I really think this year, I think there's a lot more parity kind of between that 8 and 20 spot than we've seen in some previous years.
Yeah, it does
especially between like 6 and 14.
Yeah,
absolutely. We did have Coach Curtis from Archie's up here with us earlier, and I know he was inspired by that win and hoping to build some momentum off of it, which can happen down here. We saw Austin Prep do it last year. Obviously, they were able to beat BC High down here last year and ultimately take that wave right up into the Boston Garden against Malden Catholic. So, it can happen. Maybe Duxbury will be that team, and maybe Duxbury will ride it into the D1 tournament too. Who knows? But you see a lot of hockey around the state. What dark horses are out there that we're not mentioning? We're focused so heavy on the Super 8.
Well, I mean, it's been really interesting, and one great component to this tournament, I think, every year is you always have a couple teams that, for whatever circumstances given to them, they're really fighting for points. Obviously, we have one here with Waltham needing 3 points in their last 3 games against some very tough competition. You had Hingham, which just, kind of a head scratcher there, honestly. I think still with that team, how they are not going to be in the postseason tournament. And I think, whatever teams come out of here from D1 South that aren't going to have to play Hingham in a tournament, they were rooting pretty hard for Duxbury here tonight,
exactly.
I think, because that's not a team. That Hingham team, so sound defensively, some of the best defensemen in the state with John Carlson, Luke McInnes, really very impressive sophomore puck-moving defenseman. For teams to see them not coming out of the South, I think that's going to be a wide-open tournament. You'll probably, if an Archies doesn't get in, they're going to move down into that D1 South bracket. It's going to be wide open, and of course for this Falmouth team, I thought Falmouth was a team last year, a senior-laden group, very skilled. I thought they were going to make some noise last year, and they lost some key parts, obviously changing the guard here with Coach Ferreira now having this tournament named after him. But I think this group could really make some noise too. There's some really good young offensive skill players, and obviously Beaton in that has been really playing his brain out right now.
Yeah, talking about the South, the other team we've not talked about a lot in the last 2 days is Zavarian. Now, a good case could be made for Zavarian to be in the 10, absolutely. But if they're not, they're a strong team in that tournament.
I really think Zavarian's a shoo-in for the field. I had them in my top 6 to start last week. To start the our projections on the website. I think they're in, and I think the way things have kind of shaked out here with some of those teams that are in that kind of second in place in the pecking order, kind of falling back. I think that only helps Zavarian. I think they're a top 6 team at this point. They have a tremendous first line. Antonio Marini, I think, is one of the most underrated players in the state. Very offensively skilled. And then, of course, a great freshman goaltender in Aiden Murphy. He's
we saw him in Malden. He had a good game.
Exactly. We've seen them go. They had a couple situations this year. They had BC High on the ropes very early on. They come back in the third period, comeback. They had CM on the ropes a couple weeks ago, 4-0 game. CM really fighting, trying to, come up with some points there. They come back, tie them 4-4. So, without some of those, results, you're looking at a team that, has tied a lot of the games, but they've also been in those. And if they had a couple more of those go into the win column, you're talking about a top 4 type team.
And they've played a great schedule.
Absolutely. Obviously, hey, if you play in the Catholic Conference, like I say, you're doing it. I had St. John's Prep in my first, look at the top 10 team that was obviously at that point struggling for points to get eligible. But if you play a Catholic Conference schedule, to me, you're always going to be at the table.
Yeah, the Prep, throw out 2 games. The Zavarian 7-0 and the other day against Cathedral. Other than those 2 games, they've been right there overall.
Yeah, it's been a kind of a different look for this Prep group. It's been a real senior type nucleus the last couple of years, and of course when you got a Colin Blackwell, a Sam Kirker, a Brian Pino, all Division I, caliber prospects there, it's a little bit different this year. They've had some kids step up though. Mark Etherington has been extremely consistent throughout the year. But again, it's one of those teams. You have a couple head scratchers here and there, and you get to this point of the season, and it's a scramble for points.
Well, they've still got a shot to make the D1 tournament anyway.
Yeah, I think, again, and that's the team, if they make it in D1 North, good luck with that.
Right, and you got to, the play-in games are going to be a big factor this year. Chelmsford next Monday night. Yep. Whoever drops down into the division obviously is going to be very strong, and you throw those St. John's Preps into the mix, and you know, anything can happen once those teams get in there.
Scott, one other question. What about the Middlesex League? Because that's been crazy this year.
Hey, congrats to Watertown for coming out with that small division title, beating Burlington. I mean, a two-time defending state champion in Burlington for the league title. Great story there for that group. I mean, I really think this is, speaking to some of the people in Watertown, I mean, this is their big push. Dante Flory's a kid that I saw a couple of years ago, a defenseman, very agile, able to move the puck into the zone. Very impressed with him. I mean, they could just get a really good senior nucleus there. They got a great thing going. It was great to see them on the watch list as a Division III entrant. Sure. Obviously a smaller school, but I mean, really with that Middlesex this year, I mean, it's flip a coin. Come one night, the other Wilmington, obviously Burlington. You know all those teams are going to be there. And again, another team that we haven't talked about in the Super 8 bubble is Winchester. Again, another team that coming out. I was probably part of it, projecting them from the very start of the season to be in the Super 8 field and be the public school representative. They started off not so hot, but I mean, Coach Spang has really got that team playing at the right time. And once again, they're another team I think you have to consider for that 10th spot.
Yeah, and you got another team up north there in Beverly having an incredible season in D2, right?
It's really tough for the Panthers up there. You're undefeated,
right?
And you're a Division II team, and it's kind of where's that marquee win on your resume?
Right.
But it's hard to be better than the schedule you played when you've got 16 wins coming in. You win a very tough competitive, obviously. They had a real gamut there in the last couple of weeks in league play with, Winthrop and, all those rivalries up there. Exactly, are such great games year in, year out. I mean, the D2 North tournament, that's something I look for. Always, it's always so wide open and so talented.
Great tournament. We're excited about that MIA tournament getting underway next week. So thank you so much, Scott, for coming in. I know
no problem
you're a busy guy, and
no problem.
Thank you very much. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next couple of days.
Always a pleasure.
Anyway. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you back down there. Thanks again, Scott.
Thanks,
bye-bye.
Scott Barboza joining us here, and it's great.
Doesn't get much better than that, Paul.
Nah,
I mean, between
great,
Barboza and Jimmy Clark, we're very fortunate to have those guys around covering hockey for us here in the state of Massachusetts.
And it shows a
lot of knowledge.
The cachet of this tournament as well, having those guys here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got about a minute left to come up for air here. So we're going to take a little break in the action and come back with the start of the second period as both teams will skate 4-on-4 to start the period, but a 1-0 lead thus far for Waltham. Thursday? Yeah. Awesome. We'll see you then. Wear his pajamas? He's probably going to have some friends there. Scores, have you got anything in?
Back at Falmouth, third period action underway. We've lost video for the time being, so we're going to jump in here and give you what amounts to a radio call. The score is still 1-0 Waltham. We've got 8:45 to go in the third period. It's been an up and down game, both teams with some scoring chances, but the goaltenders have done very well here. Jake Beaton for Falmouth, which is no surprise, and down the other end, Seamus Egan has stopped everything thrown his way in the Waltham net.
Yeah, Seamus Egan looking good, Paul. And as you said, face-off going to come to the right here of Jake Beaton. Waltham hanging on to that 1-0 lead with 8:37 remaining here in the third period.
Beaton pokes it away from Hamner there as Simeone sent it into the slot area. Simeone, the only goal in the game for either team. That came back in the first period at the 12:07 mark. And that's where we stand. It's been a very closely played game. And here's a break for Waltham. They've got a 3-on-1. Bork down low to Simeone. Hamner right in the crease. Couldn't find the handle.
Yeah, the big body of Beaton helped keep that player out of the puck out of the net and the player from being able to reach the puck. So face-off now going to come down in the Waltham zone as Egan ties it up with 8:02 remaining in the third period.
Yeah, Falmouth with a rush there. Arlen Moore with an opportunity. He sent one in, and Egan made the save with Sam Walker right on the doorstep.
Yeah, so Paul, obviously we did have a little bit of a blackout here, but 8:02 remaining in the third period, and the folks, outside of some up and down saves and things like that, no goal scoring since the first period when we were still streaming live at the time. So good finish here with the final 8 minutes.
Robbie Souza's line out there for Falmouth. Souza's played a strong game here. Waltham comes the other way. Snow dumps it in for Waltham. Retreat on it there is Rocheleau. Rocheleau up the right wing side for Brighton Landers. Landers can't get it through center ice, and it's stolen by Sean Kelly for Waltham, who sends it in deep.
Yeah, obviously in a 1-0 game, Paul, both goaltenders, Seamus Egan, the junior goaltender for the Waltham Hawks, and of course Jake Beaton, the assistant captain, who we called all night last night. Both goaltenders playing extremely well here in this 1-0 game.
Kelly with it for Waltham behind the net. He swings it all the way around, and icing's going to be called on Waltham here. And the faceoff will come back in their end with 7:17 to go. Third period of play. Waltham 1, Falmouth 0.
Yeah, Falmouth hopefully hoping to take advantage of this icing call down here with 7:17 remaining. And faceoff going to come just to the right of Seamus Egan as Falmouth looks like they're got one of their bigger lines out here now.
Nick Marston will take the draw now with Marmion for Waltham. Waltham breaks it out. Sean Trelligan at center ice.
Nice
Good hit there by Thomas Toby. And Parkinson retreats and circles his own net and banks it up for Gage. Gage, the pass over to Holzman. And now Parkinson jumps up into the rush. The defenseman into the right wing corner. Centering pass picked off by a Waltham back checker there. That's Marmion. And now at the point, Gage covering will send it down low. Holzman is pinned in the corner by the defenseman McDougall from Waltham. Marston for Falmouth behind the net, can't come up with it. On the far side, Parkinson keeps it in for Falmouth, and Waltham tries to clear it up the boards again, and it bounces up into the Waltham bench area, and the whistle will come with 6 right wing. Good pin
Oh,
check
big
there by
hit
Kelly.
there, by number 26, Sean Kelly, senior captain, taking Souza off his skates and taking him off the puck.
Sean Kelly for Waltham retreats, sends it around the boards to his partner Miller. Jake Miller up the middle, intercepted by Patrick Coyne. Coyne in the right wing corner. Coyne centering pass and a shot by Barrett, saved by Egan in the Waltham net. Waltham trying to clear it out. They do. They get it to center to big Snow, the right wing. Snow trying to go on Thomas
Just
Toby.
under 5 minutes now, Paul, so we'll
keep an eye on Beaton in the Falmouth end.
Yeah, still only a 1-0 game here, but plenty of time left. But I do want to have the goalie prepared here.
Thomas Toby carries it over the line for Falmouth, right wing side, centering pass goes in the crease, and Egan knocks it away. Trelligan for Waltham clears to the line and out, and here comes Polipas. Ivan Polipas down the right wing. He's tripped up there.
Polipas tangled up over there on the boards, and
now Falmouth able to clear it to center ice, where Waltham dumps it back in. Now Marmion dumps it in, and Parkinson for Falmouth will send it around the far boards. Kept in at the line by Waltham and sent down the boards by Polipas. The puck behind the net.
having a nice game today.
Well, why wouldn't he? He was a guest of Mass HS hockey between periods earlier in the day.
That's right. We sprinkled a little luck on him as he left the booth, and all the folks that have come up here, all the players that have come up here so far have played very well since leaving our graces.
Whistle, and the faceoff's going to come outside the Falmouth zone with 4:04 to go. Puck was tied up in the corner to the right of Beaton in the Falmouth net.
This will give us an opportunity
Waltham
to thank our sponsors, Paul. I want to thank Sullivan Tire, of course, and as well as RB Hockey Schools, as Coach McGuire yells across the ice here.
Brendan Hammer takes a big hit from Rocheleau right below us here. Falmouth carries it into the Waltham end on the sideboards. Cody Bailey can't get a centering pass, and now Souza has the puck. His pass back to the point goes out to center ice. And they battle there, and Rocheleau for Falmouth has to retreat into his own end. Over to Toby. Long pass up for Brighton Landers for Falmouth. His shot goes wide, and Karam's off the far boards, and now sent in by Cam Toby. Karam's off the back of the net, the back of the boards behind the net. Long wrister sent in by Rocheleau, gloved by Egan, and he'll hold on with 3:21 to go. Face-off will come to his left in the Waltham end.
Again, can't say enough about the play of Seamus Egan tonight. 3:21 left as he's got a shutout already through more than 2.5 periods. So I'm sure Coach McGuire is pleased with the play of his goaltender here and would like to probably get one more goal up there to feel a little more comfortable.
Timeout is called by Falmouth here, as Coach Moore will take an opportunity with 3:21 to go, give his top-line players a rest, but also have a conversation with Jake Beaton about when and how he wants him pulled if we remain one goal apart down the stretch.
Yeah, so as we spoke earlier, Paul, real important game for Waltham Hawks here as they come in at 7-5, and needing 3 points down here in the tournament, so they could pick up 2 if they hold on here, which would be important for them. But, certainly Falmouth coming in at 11-6-2 and having a very good season with one of the top goalies in the state. Obviously keeping them in this one, but
yeah, Falmouth hasn't played a bad game. I mean, they're trailing 1-0, and they're right in this thing. Beaton is always a concern to carry a team late into the game, and Souza's played a good game. He's just been a hair off in terms of finishing it off, and Souza's going to see a lot of ice time in the last 3 minutes, and the puck's going to be on his stick a lot. He's played a strong game.
Yeah, he sure has. And, looking down at Falmouth, certainly getting some good play out of our new friend Ivan Polipas, and Kevin Snow consistently in the play in and around the puck, number 5, using his body. And
Simeone's played a good game, and he has the goal, and Egan has played a good game in net as well. So
yeah. Yep, certainly a good performance for the Waltham Hawks here tonight. And
now this is a funny situation. The Waltham players are standing by their bench waiting to see who comes out for Falmouth. I don't know if Coach McGuire was going to change some of his guys up if they would have let him, but nonetheless, the 10 players all skate down to the right, and At this point, 3:21, of course. Beaton is still between the pipes down to our left. Face off to our right. Waltham able to clear to center. Polipas, Bork able to knock it off the boards, and big Thomas Toby back for Falmouth will start it up the right wing.
Yeah, Waltham fans thinking that Parkinson might have got away with a little interference there across the blue line, but good physical play, holding his ground, and
Simeone intercepts now for Waltham in the Falmouth end. This pass across the crease does not connect. Now Bork for Waltham with it behind the net. Centering pass right out to Hammer. Shot goes just wide. Simeone on the rebound. Nobody challenges him over there, and he dumps it in the left wing corner. And Falmouth now breaks. Barrett can't handle it at center ice, and Millerick for Waltham dumps it deep, and both teams change.
Yeah, good shift there for Bork. Obviously wearing number 2 tonight, Derek Bork, senior forward, making a nice feed from behind the net. And
skating room for Millerick for Waltham through center ice, for McEwen. McEwen's long wrister in, saved by Beaton. Steers it to the corner, but McEwen on the rebound here. We're getting close to 2 minutes now.
Yeah,
2:12 to go.
Remaining, yep, and Falmouth will keep an eye on Beaton here.
Rochelo's pass.
And they wave off the icing, and much to the dismay of the Falmouth fans up behind us here.
The Waltham fans, yeah.
Waltham fans, sorry, yes.
And
Waltham
now McEwen
fans.
pokes it by Cam Toby. They're going hard for it. Toby takes down McEwen, no call. And Rochelo able to get it up to Souza up the middle. Beaton starting to head for the bench, starting over. He's halfway there, but they can't control.
Center ice, so
1:40 to go.
There.
1:40 in the third period. Kelly will play it over to Miller. Jake Miller gets it to center, and Falmouth dumps it deep again. They can't. He's 20 feet, 30 feet out of his net.
Yeah,
he can't go to the bench,
and they can't quite get him out of the net, and they keep bringing the player on.
And Jake Miller, nice play off the stick of Hopkins, and it goes in deep. Good play for Waltham.
Yeah, just over a minute, 1:14 remaining here, and Falmouth has got to get something going here, try to get the goalie out of the net.
Toby to Toby, and now Thomas Toby starts up, will bank it off the boards and in deep, and now he is at the bench. Beaton is. 6 skater on for Falmouth.
Good chip in there by Falmouth, and the puck's coming out to the middle of the ice, kept in nicely.
Souza now has it. Right, left dot. Souza in the middle. Shot by Bailey. Gloved by Egan with 48.7 to go.
Beautiful play by Egan. Not only making the glove save, but controlling the rebound as Souza was on the loose there with 48.7 seconds remaining.
Bailey got a backhander off. It was a little high. Egan had gone down, but he reached up with his catching glove hand and made the save. And now Coach McGuire for Waltham is going to call a timeout with 48.7 to go. And the face-off will come in the Waltham end. There'll be 6 skaters out there for Falmouth and 5 for Waltham when play resumes.
Yeah, face-off to come to the right of Seamus Egan, who is certainly working hard to get that shutout for his Hawks, and also that win, that much-needed win for Waltham. So good time out there, I think, by Coach McGuire. Get his team settled down a little bit.
Falmouth looks like the 6 will be the Toby brothers, Cam and Thomas. Up front will be Souza and Barrett and Bailey. And we'll see who the 6th player is. He's hiding behind Cam Toby right now. I can't.
It's easy to hide behind him.
It's number 18, Parkinson. So Waltham will counter with Hopkins, McEwen, probably Snow, and the defense pairing will be Kelly and number 10, Miller, the freshman.
All right, so here we go, Paul. 48.7 seconds remaining in the third period. 1-0 lead here for the Hawks, but good game, good solid game. All the games today have been terrific, as expected.
McEwen in there to take the draw for Waltham, and skating into the circle is Robbie Souza. Souza able to win it. Quick shot by Thomas Toby goes wide to the right and bounces all the way back into center ice. Cam Toby on it there. 40 seconds to go. Cam Toby down the left wing near the dot. Low angle shot. It ends up being a pass, and Bailey hammers away, and the net comes off.
Another big save there by Seamus Egan.
Yeah,
Boy,
Egan.
Souza won that faceoff. They got exactly what they wanted. Draw back to the point. Good quick shot, and
Souza now skates over as Coach Moore gives him a quick tip maybe. Souza now skating into the face-off circle. He'll take the draw with McEwen, 34.7. Puck dropped. Won by Waltham into the corner. Kelly bangs it up the boards for Snow. Snow pokes it up the boards. He's going to go in alone on the open net, and he misses the net.
23 seconds remaining in this one, and a wide open net there missed by Snow.
Falmouth with a chance. 18 seconds.
Chance,
Souza through center ice. Over on the left for Barrett. 13 seconds. Barrett with it in the corner to Souza. It bounces off the boards behind the net, and Kelly tries to cover up now. It's set in front by Toby through the crease. 3 seconds. Cam Toby, long shot, goes wide as the buzzer goes. And Waltham hangs on to win a 1-0 game here with pressure aplenty being applied by the Clippers.
Boy, we thought this one was going to be over there as Waltham number 5, Kevin Snow, was skating down with an open net and just shot it wide. And
Snow had some back pressure on him, but he did get a clear shot off, and it just missed the net wide.
Yeah, missed the net wide. Falmouth taking advantage of that. The big rebound off the board, skating up ice with Souza. Good feed across, and they had 3 or 4 opportunities there in the waning seconds of the game. But Waltham skates away with a 1-0 victory.
So Thomas Toby, who played a great game on defense, gets player of the game for Falmouth, and Peter Simeone, the lone goal scorer in the hockey game. The left wing, the right wing for Waltham is the player of the game for the Hawks, and 2 excellent selections. Those guys were going concerns all night. Simeone with some good passes as well that could have resulted in more points and assists, but you got to beat big Jake Beaton, and that's a tough call, a tall task, as they say.
Yeah, a tall task, and both selections, player of the games here, they're both sophomores. So I think we'll be seeing
young
them,
talent.
Young talent. Both coaches got to be pleased with that, and. We'll see them, I'm sure, again over the years here at the Buddy Ferreira Classic.
And a shout-out for Seamus Egan, the junior goaltender, who has split time this year with Brendan Devlin, the sophomore. But congratulations to Seamus Egan as well.
Yeah, and the Hawks now improved to 8-7-5. They get 2 of those elusive 3 points that they need here tonight. Got to pick up 1 more point along the way, and I believe we were told they'd have a makeup game even after the. Oh no, they play tomorrow, I think, in a game. We were told. So they have a game tomorrow. Obviously, MassHighSchoolHockey.com. You can see all the schedules for tomorrow's games, and obviously we'll be back with you on Wednesday evening, 5 o'clock start there for the first game of 2.
Falmouth will now play on Wednesday, and Waltham will play Thursday, I believe.
Yeah, I'm going to get that for you right now, Paul, but. So a good win there for Waltham, and just kind of recapping the games. BC High winning in game number 1 over Austin Prep, and then Archbishop Williams, a big win over Arlington
Big third
Catholic.
period.
Sure, a big third period for them, and then a great game. Duxbury and Hingham again coming down to the wire. Duxbury hanging on to a 2-1 win there, and then of course. The 1-0 shutout here for Seamus Egan and his Waltham Hawks.
And it's a long day, it's a long tournament, but it's President's Day. We want to thank you all for being with us, part or all of the day today. We've had a ball down here covering the tournament. Thanks to Pat Serio from Serio Video, who does a tremendous job. And it's sometimes a labor of love, and it's great to have Pat behind the camera and running operations. And for Rick Comfort for manning the bunker.
Yeah, Rick Comfort back
from
at
the North Shore.
The main North Shore, the head office of MassHighSchoolHockey.com. So big shout out to Rick, and again, glad you could all join us, and thank you out to the folks at Sullivan Tire and RB Hockey Schools for their continued support, and hopefully we'll look to have all of you folks back Wednesday night.
And by the way, thanks to Paul Moore and all the folks down here at Falmouth. Tremendous job they do hosting this tournament in honor of Buddy Ferrara, and They do a great job. It's just full of class the way they run things down here.
Yeah, class act down here. Beautiful facility. Looking forward to the 2 games on Wednesday, and then of course the 2 final games on Thursday night. Just great matchups. I mean, there's not a bad matchup in this tournament. There's just nothing but quality teams here and quality coaches, and it's been a lot of fun.
It has been, and we've got that to look forward to, fans of high school hockey, and a lot of final week games as teams jockey for position, and tournament selection notices that will come out less than a week away.
All right, everybody, log on to MassHighSchoolHockey.com for all the updates coming up, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys back here Wednesday night.